an error.
Mhm. Anything else?
Not that I can think of off the top of my head. One of the big things is potential human error. I guess you could also associate the DNA testing itself and how items are collected or how those items are tested.
Now, to your knowledge, that policy statement that we just read in Exhibit 7, Baker 7, was based on a more general Department of Justice policy, correct?
Correct, yes.
And that policy is called the Department of Justice Uniform Language for Testimony and Reports for Forensic Autosomal DNA Examinations using probabilistic genotyping systems, correct?
That is correct, yes.
And could you display 8 for us, please, to the witness? Let me know when it's on. No, not on the big screen.
Okay, so not to go onto this main big screen.
Correct, this is
Thank
just
you.
for the witness. And you're familiar with that policy, correct?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And does it contain a statement that support for inclusion is an examiner's conclusion that there is evidentiary support for the inclusion of a known individual as a possible contributor to the DNA typing results obtained from an evidentiary sample?
I believe it does, yes.
And did you follow that procedure in this case?
Yes, I did.
All right. Does this same policy state at page 4, fourth down, one more. No, next one. An examiner, does a policy state, an examiner shall not assert that a likelihood ratio of any magnitude provides an absolute identification or source attribution of an individual to an evidentiary sample?
That is correct, yes. It does state that.
And you followed that procedure in this case, did you not?
Yes, I did.
You're not implying that those numbers that a previous witness quoted and are stated in your report provides an absolute identification of Mr. Robinson or Mr. Twiggs?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Thank you. You can take that down. Are you also familiar with a concept called formal activity level?
Yes, I am.
Tell the court what that is.
Formal activity level is determining an activity that causes DNA to be left behind on an object.
And does your laboratory have a policy about whether you can express opinions about formal activity level?
We do have a policy, and I cannot give an opinion as far as activity level goes.
And why is that?
That is because DNA can be left behind on an object for numerous different reasons. So just because DNA is on an item doesn't necessarily mean that an individual touched it or utilized that item. So because of that, we do not opine on what activity may have occurred.
And consistent with that policy, you cannot tell, if you interpret a piece of DNA as being present on an item, you can't tell when that DNA was deposited, correct?
I can't give an exact time, but there are some situations, if a piece of evidence has been buried for a long time or is in a river for a long time, it would be my expectation, based on my experience, that I probably won't get DNA off of an item that's been buried for 10 years, for example. However, I cannot give exact timing as to when DNA was deposited on an item.
And I was talking more about a situation where you actually find DNA on an object, be it a gun or anything else. You can't say when that DNA was deposited, correct?
Sure, that's correct.
And how long, in general, does the DNA persist on an item? Once it's, you've made contact. How does DNA get deposited on an item in general?
In general, DNA can be deposited a few different ways via body fluids such as saliva or blood, or skin cells. So touching an item or wearing an item, DNA could be deposited. Once DNA is on an item, if it's subjected to ideal conditions, it's out of heat and high UV, it's not subjected to any kind of cleaning or chemicals, it can persist on an item rather indefinitely. It can degrade slowly over time, but we've certainly worked items of evidence that are 40 and 50 years old, and we've been able to recover DNA.
Now, could you explain to the court the concept of degradation of DNA samples, what that means and what it suggests with your testing?
Sure. So degradation of DNA is breaking up the DNA. So if you think of DNA like a long rope, it's essentially taking that rope and cutting it up into pieces. Seeing degradation in a sample could lend me to believe that there may be, that sample may have been subjected to cleaning or high heat, an extended period of time. So I can't tell why an item is degraded, but looking at my data, I can tell if that sample is potentially degraded or broken down.
And two of the items that you examined were referred to as items 7 and 8, correct?
That is correct, yes.
One was a towel and one was a screwdriver.
That is correct, yes.
Were both those samples degraded to a certain extent?
May I refer to my
Certainly.
data? So item 8 was the screwdriver from the perch. I would say that there was some degradation. As I look at the DNA peaks or the DNA data, in an ideal world, if there's no degradation, I would expect all the peaks to be at the same height. Here I see a ski slope type effect, meaning that the data on the left is a little bit taller than the data on the right. As far as item 7, item 7 was the towel. There was a slight amount of degradation, but not as much as item 8.
Okay. And what is the effect of degradation on production of the allele? First of all, what's an allele?
An allele is an individual's DNA type. So we inherit half of our DNA from our mom and half of our DNA from our dad. We're looking at something called short tandem repeats, or STRs. These are small segments of DNA that repeat themselves over and over again. We all have those same sections of DNA, but what might differ amongst us is how many times it repeats, and that's actually what we inherit from our parents. So for example, at one particular location, my mom may give me 14 repeats and my dad may give me 15. So when I'm looking at the DNA types, I would say that I have 2 alleles at that location, a 14 and a 15. As far as degradation goes, it could cause some of those alleles to do something called drop out, meaning when I'm looking at the DNA chart or the DNA data, I do not see information. I do not obtain numbers at that particular section of DNA.
And is it true that in the testing that you were doing in this case, STR testing, what you were looking at is the length of the, what I'll call, have you ever heard the boxcar analogy?
I have, yes.
Tell the court what that is.
So the boxcar analogy is how many times that section of DNA repeats. So that section is essentially letters. So for example, A, C, T, G. So you may have A, C, T, G repeated 10 times or 12 times. Each of those sections of A, C, T, G would be considered one boxcar.
And so when you're looking for alleles, you're essentially counting the boxcars. Could be 7 boxcars, and that person would be a 7.
That is correct, yes.
And from the mom and from the dad, he may have inherited 10 boxcars.
That is correct, yes.
And so that person at that particular location would be a 7-10.
Yes.
And what you're doing in your testing is comparing those numbers to what you get from a known sample to see if they match.
That is correct, yes.
Is that true?
Yes.
Now, is it true that what you mentioned the ACT&G, correct?
Correct, yes.
Is it true that you are not measuring the sequence within the boxcars? You're just measuring the length of the boxcars?
That is correct. So the sequence would be equivalent to letters in a word. What I'm looking at is the number of words versus the letters that make up that word.
And we'll talk about this a little later, but people can vary not only in the length of the boxcars, but in the sequence within the boxcars, right?
And that is correct, yes.
And what your testing looks at is just the length.
Correct, yes.
Okay. Now, for the, and is it also true that you're looking across many different locations?
Yes. So at the FBI laboratory, we use a kit called Global Filer, and this is looking at 21 different locations on a human's DNA, in addition to 3 sex-determining locations. That lets me know if an individual is biologically a male or a female.
As between two individuals, 99% of their DNA is exactly the same, right?
That is correct, and that makes sense. We're all humans. We all have arms, legs, and a head. Less than 1% of our DNA is what differs amongst us, with the exception of identical twins.
But with the within that 1%, you're looking at these length differences, correct?
Correct, yes.
And you're looking at what you called short tandem repeats.
Yes.
How many, you said you looked at 25 locations?
We're looking at 21 and 3 sex type determining, so 24 total.
What are the sex determining, they're called the locus, correct?
Correct. So
What are-
locus is that individual section of DNA.
Right, and they typically have names or numbers associated with them, correct?
Yes, they do.
So what are the sex determining loci?
So there is amylogenin, and that lets me know if an individual is male or female. And then there's 2 specific male sex-determining locations. One is Y-indel, and one is DYS 385. Those just let me know that those are specific to male individuals.
Okay, and then for the other locations you're looking at, those, you're just looking for 2 types at each location, correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay, now, for the samples that you looked at, the 7A and the 8A, did you get a full, what's called a full profile would be a profile where you have all 23 locations present?
That is correct. So a full profile means I have DNA at every single location. It is above our threshold, and I'm seeing 1 or 2 pieces of information at each location. For item 7, I did develop a full profile.
For item 8, you developed a full profile?
Item 8 was a partial profile, so I did not develop DNA at every single location.
Okay, so what that means in your comparisons is you have certain information in the question sample that for whatever reason doesn't appear, correct?
Correct, yes.
So you can't make a comparison at those locations.
That is correct.
All right. What makes it not appear at certain locations?
So it could be that there's degradation. So those larger locations could be broken up so that it wasn't detected during the DNA process. It could be a low-level amount of cellular material to begin with. So if I only have a few cells, I may not have enough to detect at every single location.
Okay. And for the 8-1 sample, did you measure Mr. Robinson and Mr. Twiggs's DNA at the 23 locations?
For item 8, I did not have a full profile, so I did not have data at all 23 locations to compare it to either Mr. Robinson or Mr. Twiggs.
Right, but you had full profiles for Mr. Twiggs and for Mr. Robinson, right?
For their known sample,
Yes.
yes. So for their known sample, that was a sample that was taken directly from those individuals, and I did develop a full DNA profile.
Okay. And just to illustrate how this works, is one of the loci that you looked at called the DYS 391 loci.
Yes, it is.
And what type was Mr. Robinson at that loci?
At that location, Mr. Robinson was an 11.
And I think you said you inherit one from your mother, one from your father. But when you say he's an 11, technically, he's what's called an 11-11, correct?
So for this, so DYS 391 is actually that male location, so he would not have, or anybody would not have inherited anything from their mother. So at this location, I would only expect to see one piece of information, and I did see an 11 here.
Okay. And for the D3S loci, what was his type?
His type was a 17.
Now, for that loci, you'd expect two types, correct?
That is correct.
And when you say he's a 17, do you mean he's actually a 17-17?
That is correct. He inherited 17 repeats of that location from mom and 17 from dad.
Other locations, for instance, the VWA, he's type 18-19, correct?
That is correct, yes.
So you're looking at those, and what the machine produces are peaks, correct?
Correct, yes. They're just spikes on a graph, similar to like spikes on a heart monitor.
And you said for 8A, you had certain locations where the test sample didn't have any results.
That is correct.
So at the TPOX location, Mr. Robinson is a type 8-9, correct?
That is correct.
Mr. Twiggs is a type 8-11,
That is correct.
but when you looked at the sample, 8A, it didn't have any of those types.
That is correct. So I could not compare at that location.
Now, are there certain rules for when you exclude someone? In other words, when you're comparing two samples, are there rules which say, here's where I would conclude that he could not possibly have contributed this sample?
Yes.
Your field has a lot of literature written about it, correct?
That is correct, yes.
And do you generally like to keep up with that literature?
I do, yes.
And across time, there have been several books, publications that attempt to educate you and courts and lawyers on the technical aspects of DNA testing, right?
Correct, yes.
One of the books, the early one, DNA Technology and Forensic Science by the National Research Council.
I'm familiar with that, yes.
That's an authoritative book that was really one of the first books on DNA testing,
Yes.
all right? And then by the same organization, National Research Council, the Evaluation of Forensic DNA Evidence,
Correct, yes.
published in 1996. So you're familiar with that as well.
Yes, I am.
And then there's an author, I believe, who did his research work at the FBI, named Dr. John Butler.
Yes, I'm familiar with him.
And you have studied his work both in your training and your continuing education.
That is correct, yes.
And he's got 3 current textbooks on the topic that we're talking about, right?
I'm not familiar with how many textbooks he has. I know at least the one.
Fundamentals of Forensic DNA Typing,
Yes.
familiar with that. Forensic DNA Typing Methodology,
Yes, I'm familiar with that one as well.
and Forensic DNA Typing Interpretation.
Yes.
Everybody in your field relies on these publications and use them as teaching tools.
Yes, I would agree with that.
And then in addition to those books, there have been studies that have been done on particular topics, correct?
Yes.
This case, we're dealing with mixtures, correct?
Yes.
And mixtures present certain challenges that are not present when the samples are not mixed, correct?
Not necessarily. So first, to define a mixture, that simply means DNA from more than one individual in a sample. So if I were to take a sip from a coffee cup and my husband were to also take a sip, if I were to swab that coffee cup, I would get a mixture, his DNA and my DNA together. As far as it being difficult, you can have some mixtures where there's one contributor that donates a lot of DNA and the second contributor donates a little bit. For DNA interpretation, that is not challenging for me. Where it can become challenging is if you have 4 or 5 individuals within that sample all donating roughly around the same amount, it may be challenging for me to determine if a person is included or not.
And would you also agree that that challenge exists in situations where you have what are called low quantities of DNA?
Again, that could be possible, so I could have low quantities of multiple individuals, which is simply just saying that I can't determine which piece of DNA goes with which individual, so that's possible.
What is drop-in?
Drop-in is where you have environmental DNA that's not inherent to that sample that's detected during our DNA process. DNA testing is very sensitive, so it could be that we have a peak that's detected, like I said, from the environment.
And what is drop-out?
Dropout is when you have an allele that is not detected or a piece of DNA information that is not detected. So in the DNA chart, there is no number associated with that particular location.
And degradation can cause dropout?
Yes.
So if you have a person at a particular location that is a type 1415, and because of degradation, that 15 drops out, what you're seeing on your chart is just the 14, right?
That is possible, yes.
And that presents a certain challenge, does it not? Because if the 15 is not there, you could misinterpret that as a type 1414, correct?
Not necessarily. So we have thresholds. We have something called the stochastic threshold. If that 14 is above that stochastic threshold, I'm confident, based on our validation, our testing, and my training, that the DNA type there is only a 14. If that 14 falls below that stochastic threshold, that could be indication that there is another peak. So when I'm interpreting, when I'm comparing, if that 14 is below threshold and someone is a 14-15, I will not automatically exclude them.
What is stochastic effects?
Stochastic
I'm going
effect,
to object at this point. I think we've gone beyond the scope of preliminary hearing. I think this is getting into 702 material that's not necessary for the probable cause determination.
All
I
right.
think it goes directly to the reliability of the testing results that the state introduced. I think the court has to understand the limitations and the potential sources of error in order to assess whether these results are reliable.
And in regards to this line of questioning, how far are you going to go on this line of questioning?
I have this one question, and I'm moving on.
All right, Mr. McBride.
I'll hold them to that.
All right, well, Mr. Burt, so the objection is overruled. You may proceed with that question.
You can answer.
could you repeat your question, please?
Tell the court about stochastic effects.
Stochastic effects, when you have low-level samples during the DNA copying process, based on how the DNA is copied, you could have alleles that are copied better than other alleles.
Okay. Now, on another topic, I mentioned studies before. One of the studies that you're familiar with is called the PCAS report. Are you familiar with that report?
Yes, I am.
And tell the court what that is.
PCAS report is, PCAS stands for the President's Council of Advisors on Science and Technology. And this was a committee that was found, I believe, under the Obama administration that gave guidance on different areas of forensics.
Including how to deal with mixed samples and how to deal with samples that have low quantity of DNA.
I don't know that I would agree that it's how to deal with them. They gave some of their concerns on low-level samples and mixtures.
Right. And they also did a follow-up report to assess whether using the kind of software that you used in this case had been established as reliable, correct?
That is correct.
And what was the software that you used in this case to reach your statistical results?
The software is called StarMix, STRMIX.
And the PCAS report specifically addresses whether reliability has been established with respect to StarMix, correct?
I don't believe reliability came into question. I think PCAST thought that there needed to be additional testing as far as mixtures and low-level samples go.
Mixtures and low-level samples that had certain characteristics, right?
And that is correct, yes.
Including mixtures where what's called the minor contributor was in the sample below 20%.
That is correct. So the minor contributor would be an individual that donated less DNA to that sample. So PCAS called into question mixtures of 3 or more individuals with that minor or that low-level contributor making up 20% or less.
7 and 8 samples in this case were both mixtures, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And did you determine what the proportion of mixture was between what I'll call the major contributor and the minor contributor?
So I did not calculate that personally. Part of the StarMix software, it does a couple different things. One, it takes a mixture and it uses math and biological modeling to try to break that mixture into its individual contributors. And then it also calculates a likelihood ratio, which is the statistic that I report. During that process, it does give an estimate of the breakdown of those potential contributors.
And what was, first of all, for the 7 sample, was the minor in there at less than 20%, according to StarMix?
Yes, it was. For one of the runs, when I compared to Mr. Robinson conditioning on Mr. Twiggs, it was a 5% to 95%.
And how about for the other sample?
For item 8, one of the contributors was 11% and the other was approximately 89%.
So,
Correct, yes.
and the concern expressed in this report, which was written by experts in your field, correct?
No, that is not correct. The PCAS report was written by individuals that were not practitioners or any type of laboratory personnel.
Right, but they list the experts who provided input into that report, do they not?
Yes, they did.
One of them was Bruce Boles, correct?
Correct, yes.
Who's Bruce Boles?
He is a DNA expert within the field.
Well, he was the head of your unit for a number of years before you came on board, wasn't he?
He was, yes.
And he's written extensively on forensic DNA testing, has he not?
He has, yes.
The report also lists Eric Gilkerson, correct?
That name does not, I do not recall that name.
Forensic examiner for the Federal Bureau of Investigation Laboratory.
I don't recognize that name.
How about Bruce McVicker, forensic examiner, Federal Bureau of
Objection,
Investigation?
Your Honor. I'm going to renew my objection. I think this is beyond the scope of determining probable cause. The standards that apply here are that the court weighs the evidence in the light most favorable to the state and avoids credibility and balancing the evidence of the stage. I think we're far into 702 territory at this point.
Mr. Burton.
I'm not sure I understand the objection into 702 territory. 702 deals with reliability of evidence. That's what the court is here to determine. So again, it's directly relevant to reliability. This report criticizes, for the specific samples she's using here, the reliability of this testing. And her response was, oh, but they weren't experts. But the report indicates that there were experts who were consulted on this report. So I think it is relevant, and I think it goes to the issue of reliability, and it's the only question I have on this area as well.
Anything further, Mr. McBride, or do you wish to respond to that?
Just that 702 deals with admissibility. It does discuss reliability, but it's directly related to admissibility of the testimony at trial under the Utah Constitution. And under the robust case law in this area, the court does not weigh the evidence, draws the inferences in the favor most, in the light most favorable to the state. And I think we're beyond that point now. We're getting into the admissibility questions.
All right. Anything further, Mr. Burt?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Well, as this is the last question, I'm going to overrule the objection, but as a reminder to all parties that this is a probable cause standard, and as it relates to, well, I will just leave it at that.
Are you familiar with that analyst?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Just to close the loop on the PCAST report, what they said in the report was that published evidence supports the foundational validity of probabilistic genotyping with some programs of DNA mixtures of 3 individuals in which the minor contributor constitutes at least 20% of the intact DNA in the mixture, and in which the DNA amount exceeds the minimum required level for the method. Isn't that what they concluded?
That sounds accurate, yes.
And do you know why the level 20% raises reliability issues?
I do not know.
Okay. But you do know that in this case, both your samples had minor contributors below 20%.
That is true, but in this case, it was also only a mixture of 2 individuals.
All right. Now, that's the next thing I was going to ask you about, which is what is NOC?
NOC stands for number of contributors.
And when you use this program, this genotyping program, StarMix, who decides what the number of contributors is?
That's my determination based on my experience and training, looking at the data. That's something I input into StarMix.
All right. And that's a complex determination, is it not?
Not necessarily.
But it can be in some cases, correct?
It could be, if there's mixtures of a lot of individuals and a lot of the peak heights, the size of the spikes are relatively the same, it could cause some trouble for me as an examiner.
All right. One of the groups that studies your field is the National Institute of Standards and Technology, correct?
That is correct, yes.
They're in the Department of Commerce,
I believe so, yes.
federal agency.
Yes.
And they published a report in 2024 called Forensic DNA Interpretation and Human Factors, Improving Practice Through a Systems Approach. You're familiar with that publication, right?
I am, yes.
And was that publication written by scientists?
I don't recall exactly who the authors of that publication were.
Okay. Just make sure. That the, it's a long report, right?
Yes, it is.
And you've read it.
I've read highlights of it.
Is it true that one of the things that they say in that report is they have a section on the complexity of number of contributor estimations?
Objection.
Are you,
Same objection, Your Honor. This is beyond the scope of a preliminary hearing. Again, we're talking about expert reports. We're talking about scientific studies. These materials are all fine to consider at a 702 admissibility hearing. At this stage, where, again, the evidence is viewed in the light most favorable to the state, this is unhelpful to the court's determination and therefore irrelevant to this proceeding.
Thank you, Mr. McBride. Mr. Burt.
Your Honor, I think the report that the state put into evidence, as clarified by this witness, indicates that she reached the conclusion that Mr. Robinson and Mr. Twiggs were, quote, possible contributors to these two samples. And so the one thing the court has to weigh is what is the weight of that opinion given the science or lack thereof? And one of the important issues here is how she derived these statistical numbers. And as an offer of proof, I'll indicate to the court that the numbers derived from this software program, and that software program is dependent in large part on how many contributors the analyst puts into the input of the software. And the numbers can change if the number of contributors is changed. And in this case, as I'll show through the examination, this examiner originally thought there were 3 contributors. And I will show to the court why she changed her analysis, and will indicate through this publication that there has been criticism of the way in which she determined the number of contributors. So I think it's important for the court to assess whether you've got accurate numbers in front of you. The state put in these astronomical numbers and are asking the court to give weight to them. And I'm asking the court to consider how those numbers were arrived at and whether there are reliability issues with regard to those numbers.
So the concern that I have is, I turn to State v. Ramirez, 2012 UT 59 at paragraph 10. It states, furthermore, the magistrate's role does not encompass an assessment of whether such inference is more plausible than an alternative that cuts in favor of the defense. That is a matter of fact-finding, which is left for the jury at trial. And so when I'm staying in my role as a magistrate, I hear what you're saying, but my concern is based off case law that dictates what I as a magistrate should be doing. If I want to stay in that lane, my fear is as we go down further down this path, which again is not precluding if this were to proceed, if there were a bind over, if there was a trial, that certainly that could be determined. But at this point, at this stage, how do you weigh this issue as I'm weighing State v. Ramirez in deciding whether we're going past the probable cause stage?
Sure, and I think the answer to that is we have to take into account the ruling that you made in this case, which is the law of this case, which is when we objected to the hearsay aspect of these DNA reports and other reports, you ruled that you are the ultimate determiner of the reliability of the hearsay evidence being admitted. And you will recall that our argument was the statute was unconstitutional because it was dictating that you find certain evidence to be reliable without considering whether it was reliable. And your ruling, as I understood it, was no, you retain the ultimate determination of whether the evidence is reliable. And that's not a credibility issue. It's, is this reliable hearsay that the state is offering? And so issues that go to whether these numbers that the state is putting in front of you are reliable, I think go directly to the substance of your ruling, which is that your role here is to determine reliability of evidence. And I'm familiar with a case that the court cites, but I think that has more to do with weighing evidence and making credibility assessments, whereas I'm focused on what the court ruled, which is we have to look at reliability here, and that's my job as a magistrate.
Mr. McBride, any final thoughts?
Yes, under Rule 1102B4, this the Exhibit 31 is considered reliable hearsay. In addition, credibility determinations are not proper for the court to make here for the whole reason that, you know, studies supporting this science, studies opposing this science, testimony from this expert or that expert about what is reliable, what is not, what's more reliable, what's less reliable, factors that affect all those determinations. Those are all very, very complex decisions. There will be probably multiple day hearings dealing with that. And a probable cause determination is just not the place to conduct that kind of thorough, in-depth, and searching analysis. Rather, the case law, the Constitution of Utah that says the only purpose of a preliminary hearing is determining probable cause, the case law, the rules that all say the court does not weigh the evidence at this stage, but leaves that for a finder of fact, the jury, in the end. That all supports cutting this line of questioning off at this point rather than going on for into greater depth, Your Honor.
All right. So, based off what's been presented before me, I'm going to sustain in part and deny in part the objection made. I'm going to allow this question to be asked, and so that is denying, but sustain in the sense that this would be the last question, and if Mr. Burt would chooses to, may go on to a different subject or a different line of questioning.
Sure. Did that NIST report conclude that it remains unclear if visual inspection renders consistent number of contributor estimations across analysts over time?
Can you repeat that?
Yeah. Did the report, the NIST report that you referenced, conclude that it remains unclear if visual inspection renders consistent number of contributor estimations across analysts over time?
I think that goes to the DNA evidence. Again, we never truly know the number of contributors in a forensic sample. So, like I mentioned before, you could have DNA mixtures that are made up of 2, 3, 4 individuals. I have training, I have experience, I followed standard operating procedures. So I'm making the best determination based on the evidence, the DNA evidence that I have, as far as number of contributors goes.
Now, if I could, I'd like to return to your case notes, and could you display for the witness page 365 of tab number 4? And while he's doing that, by the way, it's true that if you change the number of contributors, you're going to get different numbers from the software program.
It depends. So actually, each time you run the software, you will get a different number based on the math that the software system does. But there are studies and validations that show we don't expect that math to be greatly different, usually by a factor of 10. Changing the number of contributors, it depends. If you have a major contributor, someone who's made up most of that DNA profile, if I originally interpret something as 3, calculate a statistic, if that major contributor is the individual that I'm comparing to, if I change the number of contributors to 2, based on the studies and based on my own experience, it doesn't change the likelihood ratio of that major contributor by much.
But it does change it, correct?
Yes.
And you just said, I think, that even when you put in the same parameters, you don't get the same answer if you run it through STR mix more than once, right?
That is correct. Based on how StarMix utilizes math and distributions, you will never get the same answer twice, but it will be no more than a magnitude of 10.
So that test is not reproducible in the sense that you can run it a sample or your assumptions in there 10 times, you could get 10 different answers.
That is true. Again, all within the first time I run StarMix, I'm not going to get a likelihood ratio of 10, and the second time get 10 quadrillion. I might get 10 quadrillion the first time, 2 quadrillion the second time, but even if I run it 10 times, I'm still going to get around the same likelihood ratio value.
Now, could you look at tab number 4, your case notes at page 365, if you could bring that up for the witness? Let me know when you have that in front of you. I think you need to scroll up one page. There we go. Can you identify this page from your notes?
Yes, I can. These were notes that my technical reviewer made, and my technical reviewer, they will review all of my DNA evidence. They will draw their own conclusions as far as number of contributors and comparisons, then compare it back to my conclusions.
All right, so this is regarding the 7 sample, correct?
That is correct. That is one of the samples.
And your original assessment was that there were 3 contributors to this sample, right?
That is correct, yes.
And that conclusion was reviewed by a reviewer, correct?
Correct, yes.
She read the same electropherograms, or the name for the output of this technology you use, correct?
She utilized the same electropherogram, which is the chart that the DNA is on.
And is this page in front of you, is that an accurate representation of your case file?
Yes, it is.
If I move into evidence, page 365, and that would be Baker 4.
Mr. McBride?
I'll object on relevance grounds.
All right, did you want to respond, Mr. Burt?
Your Honor, it's relevant because the witness originally determined that there were 3 contributors, and I'd like her to explain to the court how she reached that conclusion, because I think it does go to the reliability of her testing here.
All right, so as it relates to Baker 4, and this is her personal notes from Ms. Baker as it relates to what I'm assuming is State's Exhibit 31, these notes were prepared as part of the report in State's Exhibit 31. I will find that it is
Your Honor,
relevant and
Your Honor.
that it is admitted into evidence. As regards to publication, what is the request?
Your Honor,
Mr. Byrd?
if I may clarify, I think the testimony was that this was not her notes. That these were the notes of her technical reviewer, is what I heard.
Please correct me if I misheard that, from both sides. I want to
Yeah,
make
I
sure,
did.
I want to make sure, are these Ms. Baker's notes?
Could I clarify that?
Absolutely.
Ms. Baker, these are notes in your case file, correct?
These are notes in my case file, but they're not my notes.
And the way your lab works, you're not the one that does all the different steps in the testing process, correct?
That is correct.
Other analysts have input that then all goes into the case file, which you have access to and rely upon in rendering your opinions.
That is correct, yes.
All right.
And this particular page is a note written by your peer reviewer that you relied upon.
Correct. After I made my interpretations and drew conclusions, my technical reviewer then reviews the data and draws their own conclusions. So this was created after I had already drew my own conclusions.
All right, I'm just trying to put it together here. And so the question I'm trying to get to, counsel, is, was this particular, I recognize it as it being prepared by someone else, but as it relates to State's Exhibit 31, was this relied upon in order for State's Exhibit 31 to be put together as the report? Because I'm trying to determine relevancy as it relates to that, and that's a crucial point I don't have the answer to just yet.
Okay. Let me lay a more adequate foundation. The case file notes are assessed by you at every step of the analysis, correct?
Not necessarily at every step. Before I issue a report, before I write a report, I review all of the case notes. So that will be any communication log entries, any documentation from the laboratory, the biologists that perform the DNA testing. I will review all of that, write a report, and then give that to a technical reviewer. They will draw their own conclusions to determine if they agree with me. If they do, they will sign off, and then my report and my case file will go for an administrative review to make sure that the laboratory number is correct on all the pages, that if there's any crossouts, there's dates and initials and so forth. Those two reviews have to be done before I can actually make it a final report and case file that gets submitted and sent to the field.
And in this case, correct me if I'm wrong, but the sequence was you originally determined in sample 7, that there were 3 contributors. That conclusion got reviewed. Then you ran some further testing, and then you change your conclusion, correct?
And that is correct, yes.
Right. And before you change your conclusion, you of course go back and look at what the reviewer said about her review.
We would have a discussion. If I say a number of contributors was 3, he or she notated that it was 2. We had that discussion. She agreed with 3. So for that step of that process, because again, we're piecemealing this. Typically in a normal case, we will work all of the evidence. I will write a report. For this situation, I had DNA evidence coming to me throughout the day, throughout the night. So I had reviewers at different steps, which is not usual for a case. Usually I have one reviewer. So in this case, at that particular time, I had a reviewer. Then when I was submitted additional known samples and used those for comparisons, then I did have additional conclusions and additional reviewers.
But you certainly took into account this notation on this page before you changed your conclusion, correct?
I don't know that I would agree that I took into account. We had already had that conversation, and again, once I received additional known samples and additional information from the field, I then did amend my conclusion.
And these notes are kept in the ordinary course of your business,
Yes.
and they're part of the case file that you rely upon in reaching your conclusions.
They are kept with the case file after I draw my conclusions.
So Your Honor, I think there's a foundation for this. The state has offered all kinds of hearsay here, and certainly this is, there's no question about the reliability of the entries.
All right. Anything further from the parties before I weigh in on, make my ruling on Baker 4?
No.
The court finds that it is relevant, and as it relates to State's Exhibit 31 and Baker 4 is admitted into evidence. In regards to publication, Mr. Burt, what is your request?
That it be published
All right, in the courtroom.
in both the courtroom and to the cameras.
All right. Any objection, Mr. McBride? All right, go ahead and publish that to all screens and may be captured by the media.
So these notations at the top there, 7-1 male, discuss 3 NOC and okay with 3. Could you translate that for us, what that means?
Sure. So when my technical reviewer took a look at the DNA evidence, she determined that male DNA was present, and she concluded that she would have called it a number of contributor of 2. She compared it to my conclusions. I said number of contributor 3, so we had a discussion as to why she thought it was 2, why I thought it was 3, and she said she agreed with me calling it 3 based on our discussion.
Okay, so was that an extended discussion you had with her, or just?
No, this was a quick discussion, and this is not unusual. We have discussions like this during the technical process quite often.
And the stamp on the bottom, approved by Tara Benson, is that the reviewer?
Yes, it is.
Talking about? All right, thank you. Now, I want to ask you to look at page 128 of that same exhibit. No. Is this an electropharogram that is a part of your case file?
Yes, it is.
And is this an accurate representation of what's depicted on this page?
I'm sorry, there's nothing on the screen. Am I?
Yeah, 128.
Yes, it is.
I move that into evidence, Your Honor. This would be Baker 4, page 128.
Oh, I thought I already admitted Baker 4. Is this a different? The previous one was Baker 4, as I understood it.
Yeah,
and
Baker 4, page 365.
Oh, okay. So
And
Baker,
so this is Baker 4, page 128.
right, so the previous admitted exhibit is Baker 4, 365. The current proposed one is Baker 4, 128.
That's correct.
All right, Mr. McBride.
If I can have just a minute to update my notes on those page numbers.
All right. 365 was the previous one, unless I heard it wrong.
Yes, that's right.
All right, and the current one is 128.
First, I'll note, this is the first I'm seeing these as exhibits. Of course, I have this file, but I was unaware that these are going to be offered as exhibits, so I'm looking to find them in my file as we go. Second, again, I'm going to object on relevance grounds to the probable cause determination. We're going through the finite details of the analysis here. And once again, I think these are appropriate questions to raise in a 702 hearing, but with the standards that apply at the preliminary hearing that I've already discussed, I think we're beyond the scope of probable cause determination as we dive into this evidence.
All right, Mr. Burt.
Your Honor, I think this exhibit is particularly important because the court does not yet have in front of it what an electropharogram is and how it's interpreted. And this particular page will illustrate to the court how the analysts interpreted the peaks on this electropharogram to reach the conclusions that she reached, that there were 3 and not 2 contributors. And I think it will assist the court in determining exactly how this comparison process works and what the output looks like, so the court can see exactly how the interpretations are being made.
And is this the dose that were relied upon so I'm viewing today's Exhibit 31 as a summary, and this more of showing the work of how the summary was reached. Am I misunderstanding how this fits in?
This fits into how the analyst originally was of the opinion that there are 3 people here and not 2. And she will go on to explain how she changed the interpretation from 3 to 2. And the point of this is to illustrate to the court that this is a subjective process to a certain extent, and that people can read these things in different ways. And so I think it will help the court understand exactly what's being compared here. You've got peaks on a line, she will say, and just to let the court know in responsive to Mr. McBride's statement that he was unaware that this is going to be an issue, he and I met with this analyst before the preliminary hearing. The analyst pointed this page out to us as being illustrative of why she originally concluded that there were 3 contributors. So this is not something that's being sprung on the state. He was a part of that conversation, and this particular page was identified by the analyst, not by me. So it is important to understand why we went from 3 to 2 and what impact that has on the numbers that the state is offering.
All right. Anything further?
No.
All right, under Utah Rule of Evidence 1102, B4, it says scientific, laboratory, or forensic reports and records. I find that this is admissible and is admitted into evidence as Baker 4, page 128, and is a request to publish this document.
Okay, you can,
Was that a yes? Oh, okay.
yes.
All right, so published, I'm assuming to that
Yes,
screen as well? All right,
correct.
it may be published. Counsel, just as a reminder, as this is a probable cause, I understand and I appreciate you give me a pointer of where it's going, but just as a reminder, as probable cause, it is admitted, and you may discuss it, but I definitely want to keep this within the track of probable cause.
Understood.
All right.
Thank you.
Mr. Burt.
Okay. Is it true what I just told the court, that you pointed this particular page out as illustrating why you originally thought we had 3 contributors?
Yes, that is true.
So explain to the court, is this an electropharogram?
Yes, this is an electropharogram. Each of those rectangles at the top, for example, D2S441, that is that small segment of DNA that I referred to earlier. And each of those peaks has a corresponding number that is the allele, so that corresponds to the number of repeats that an individual inherited.
And this is what you ultimately, after you get this electropharogram not through running it through STR-Mix. There's a different device that you use to produce these electropharograms, right?
Correct, yes. During the DNA process, this is the last step of that process. So what it's doing is DNA is found in cells of our body. We're taking those cells, we're breaking them open with chemicals to release the DNA from those cells. We're making photocopies of those pieces of DNA so that we can essentially see them. And then the last step is to separate those pieces by size, and the ultimate output is this electropharogram.
Okay. And is it true that you set the parameters for what the machine will pop up in terms of numbering the alleles?
Personally, I do not set that up. That was done during our validation of the chemicals and the software and the instrument that we utilize, but there are parameters. So the output of the DNA lets me know, for example, the different types of alleles, but that's not a parameter I set.
I want to make sure you answered that. You set, or your lab sets, what the machine does in terms of labeling particular alleles, correct?
Yes, that's part of the whole process and the validation, yes.
So you could tell the machine, give me all the peaks at whatever level and label them as whatever the alleles are.
I see. So yes, so during our validation, we determine our thresholds, our analytical threshold, and that stochastic threshold that I mentioned before. The analytical threshold is a threshold that was determined during validation that we input into the software that I utilize that says, for example, our analytical threshold is 150. Any peak that is 150 or greater, the software system will give me that allele call or that number for that peak. Any peak that's below the 150, the software system will not give me an allele call for it.
Even though it might be a true allele.
Correct, yes.
So you could say, and you referred to a measurement, you refer to that as RFUs, right?
Yes, that is the unit.
What does that mean?
It stands for relative fluorescent unit.
So in your lab, you tell the machine, only label peaks that come above 150 RFU.
The software that utilizes the information from the machine, yes.
However, it's true, is it not, that in determining the number of contributors, you look below that 150 RFU level.
And that is true, yes.
All right, now on this is only showing 1, 2, 3, 4 different locations, right?
Correct, yes.
And you see a number of peaks at each one of these locations. Some of them are labeled, some of them are not.
Correct, yes.
So tell us how you originally looked at this and said there's not 2 contributors, there's 3.
Sure. So first what I do is I count how many labels that I see, so how many of those little squares under each of those locations. So for example, at D2S441, there are 3 squares. Knowing that one piece of information comes from mom and one comes from dad, if it's a single source profile from one individual, I expect to see no more than 2 squares. Because I see 3, that gives me an indication that there's at least 2 individuals. Same thing for the next D19S433. and as well as FGA. There were 3 peaks that were called. So I knew this had to be at least 2 individuals. Then what I do is I take a look at the peaks that are not called and determine, could there potentially be a third person included? So for example, at D2, the location farthest to the left, I'm asking myself, that 12 in that bottom box, is it the same contributor as, for example, the 22 under FGA all the way to the right? Because I see peaks that are not labeled, it could be that the 12 belongs to one individual, and those 2 peaks that are not called belong to a second or third individual. And that at FGA, I could be seeing the 22 from that third person, but that second person has dropped out. Because I'm able to use information below the threshold and I see peaks, that gives me an indication that I can increase my number of contributors to 3, which I did in this case.
Okay, and when did you reach that conclusion, time-wise?
If I recall, it was somewhere around September 12th.
And when did you change your conclusion?
That I would have to refer.
Sure.
I changed my conclusion on September 13th of 2025.
And explain to the court why you changed your conclusion?
I was submitted an elimination sample from Mr. Twiggs, and an elimination sample is a sample in which it's from a known individual, and then there's an expectation that the individual's DNA might be present. In receiving that sample and talking to the investigators, it was decided that Mr. Twiggs should be used as an elimination. When I compared him to this sample, all of the DNA, unlike that major contributor, matched to Mr. Twiggs. So because of that, I determined that there's actually only 2 individuals, because those small peaks, there was nothing left for a third individual to be compared to.
You use the phrase elimination sample. That's typically used, is it not, in a situation where you're testing a sample that has more than one contributor?
Not necessarily. An elimination is just simply an individual that we're expecting their DNA to be there. So for example, if we have a stolen vehicle, I will request an elimination sample from the known driver of the vehicle, so I can subtract out their DNA to see what I have left over. It doesn't necessarily have to be more than one individual. There certainly has been times where I only detect that known expected individual.
And you said you had a conversation with the investigators as to whether Twiggs should be included as, or you talked to them about whether you should get elimination samples?
I talked to them with regards to if I should utilize Mr. Twiggs as an elimination versus comparing him and offering a statistic.
Okay, but in your report, you concluded, did you not, that one of the contributors to both samples was Twiggs?
That is correct, yes.
Right. You didn't just assume that, you reached the determination that he was the source of both those samples, one of the sources, right?
I don't want to use the word source, but knowing that there was an expectation that his DNA could be present, when I compared him to that DNA sample, I did see his DNA types present. So using the word assumed, that's verbiage that we use when we calculate our statistical calculation. I'm letting the software know, I know this individual is there. I'm assuming that they're there. Based on my comparisons, I did see evidence that that person was there.
But I guess what I'm confused about is we talked before about how your language should never imply an absolute identification. But in the body of your report, you say that one of the contributors is Twiggs. You don't say he's a possible contributor like you do for Mr. Robinson. You say he is a contributor, do you not?
I do, and with elimination samples, that's slightly different. So for example, let's say I have a sexual assault case and I have a vaginal swab from a female. She has a consensual partner. I can request an elimination sample from that consensual partner. If I see that they're present, I can say they're present and say the DNA foreign to that victim and that consensual partner is one person, for example. So it's different than comparing a known individual. If they're an elimination sample, I can say that I expect their DNA to be there, and based on my interpretation and reviewing that data, they are present.
And based either on your conversations with the agents or other people, why did you think that Twiggs was someone whose DNA you would expect in those two samples?
So from what I recall, in speaking with the investigators, Mr. Twiggs was a roommate of Mr. Robinson, and it was thought that those items came from potentially Mr. Robinson's home. And I don't recall exactly if it was a situation where a particular towel was known to have been in that house. I don't remember that exactly, but in talking to the investigators, based on their investigation, it was important to assume potentially Mr. Twiggs was present.
Right, did any investigator ever tell you that the towel did not come from Mr. Robinson's home, but was found in a bush out at the university?
I was aware of that, yes.
So you knew that that towel was not found in a place where you would expect Mr. Twiggs's DNA to be present?
That is correct. It was found outside of a home, but again, based on speaking with the investigators, they had information to suspect that that towel came from Mr. Robinson's home, and I should utilize Mr. Twiggs as an elimination.
Right. And again, you didn't assume that, you actually concluded it based on the match, right?
Based on reviewing Mr. Twiggs' DNA profile to what I developed from these items, I used him as an elimination sample.
Now, you did various STR mix, what I'll call runs, correct?
That is correct, yes.
And the way this works is you input the number of contributors. You determine that. And then they also have something called HD and HP, right?
Correct, yes.
Tell the court what that is.
So those are different propositions. So in calculating the likelihood ratio compares the probabilities of seeing a DNA profile given one of two different scenarios or explanations or hypotheses. One is that a particular person of interest is a contributor, and the other is that an unknown, unrelated individual is a contributor. So depending on the question being asked is how I set up star mix, number of contributors. For example, if I'm utilizing someone as a known elimination sample, I will apply their DNA profile both to the HP and HD.
And the theory of this HP is the prosecution hypothesis, right?
Correct, yes.
And HD is the defense hypothesis.
Correct, yes.
So, and these are things you plug in based on your understanding of what the prosecution and the defense are contending.
Correct, yes.
So how do you plug in the HD in a case where you don't yet have a defense postulating what their theory is?
So HD, or the defense hypothesis, is simply the DNA profile, the probability of the DNA profile, given that it's another unknown, unrelated person to the prosecution's potential person of interest.
Mr. Burt, I don't want to interrupt your line of questions, but we've been going for just shy of 2 hours. Would right now be a good time to take a 15?
It'd be a great time, Your Honor.
All right,
Thank
let's
you.
take a 15-minute break. Let's see, we'll come back at 3:50. Court is in a brief recess. We're still with Mr. Burt and Ms. Baker, direct examination.
Thank you.
Mr. Burt, your witness.
Ms. Baker, would you take a look at, in your notes, page 24 of 379? Very bottom of the page. Did you write there on the 15th of September 2025, spoke with Special Agent Folger, gave update on report timeline, discussed that upon review, it was decided that additional statistics needed to be run. Report will still be issued with Twigs as an assumed contributor per previous discussions with Folger and Carmack. You see that?
Yes, I do.
And what additional statistics needed to be run at that time?
So at that time, I believe I ran statistics with just Twigs comparing that individual to the sample. If I may refer, I think that was the only additional. Yes, after discussion with my reviewer, it was determined that I was also going to calculate a statistic or compare Twigs by himself, comparing him to the evidence, and having that run in my case file.
Okay. And could you go to tab 38, page 39?
Oh,
Yeah, it should not be on the screen.
let's pull it down from the screen. Thank you.
Thank
So
you.
just to the monitors of the attorneys and the witness, Mr. Burt?
Just for the witness, Your Honor.
Okay, just for the witness.
39. And this is page 39. Is this the DNA report, I'm sorry, the star mix report that was produced as a result of your inquiry that involved a comparison of the sample to Mr. Twigs alone?
Yes, it is.
And is that a 6-page report?
Yes, it is.
And is it a true and accurate copy of the STR mix report for that particular sample?
Yes, it is.
And move that into evidence, Your Honor. This would be Baker 38, page 39 through 44.
Baker 38, page 39 through,
I'm seeking admission as well as publication to the audience and the camera.
I just want to make sure I have the label correct. Baker 38, pages 39 through 44. Did I hear that correctly?
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right. To the state?
Yes, Your Honor, I object on grounds of relevance to the probable cause determination.
All right. And Mr. Burt, would you like to respond?
Submitted, Your Honor.
So I'm not exactly sure what this is in order to
Sure.
determine
Let
how
me-
it fits into the probable cause analysis.
Sure.
So a little bit more information, because as of right now, I don't have enough to admit it.
Understood, and I apologize to the court. So the report that was admitted into evidence has the conclusion in it that both samples were contributed, that Mr. Twigs was a contributor to both samples. And this is the report that the analyst ran in order to make that determination, I believe.
All right. Did these reports, were these made prior to State's Exhibit 31 being prepared?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. I will admit, so Baker 38, pages 39 through 44 is admitted and may be published. Again, as a reminder, for all attorneys, this is a probable cause standard, so if all parties can just keep that in mind as we're moving forward on this.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And so it may be published to all screens.
Bates number on this?
Yeah, it's page 39.
No, but the actual Bates number, I'm having to find the file and provide this to him.
So is this the report that you referenced in your notes that you needed to run the sample through StarMix?
Yes.
Now, at the top, this is the StarMix unit dated September 15th, and it relates to item 7-1, correct?
That is correct, yes.
All right. And then down below that, the kit used, if you could go to the summary of the input. You tell the software program, assume there are 2 contributors, right?
Correct, yes.
You input sample 7A,
Correct, yes.
and when you input it, it's just the raw data, right?
Correct, just the numbers from the graph.
The numbers, and then known contributors under HP, the prosecution hypothesis,
Correct, yes.
right? And you put in sample 61, right?
Yes.
That's Twiggs's known sample.
Correct, yes.
And then the known contributors under the defense hypothesis, you left that blank.
Correct.
Is that because you didn't know what the defense hypothesis was?
No, again, the defense hypothesis for this situation, if I'm comparing someone, is an unknown, unrelated individual, and that is taken into account during the calculation.
Okay, and then you input that data, and what you get out from that is a likelihood ratio, right?
Correct, yes.
So let's go to page 2 of that report. And is this a summary of the results from that test on the 15th in terms of a likelihood ratio?
Yes, it is.
What is a likelihood ratio? What does that mean?
A likelihood ratio is a statistic that calculates the probability of seeing a DNA profile given one of 2 different hypotheses. One is that a particular person of interest is a contributor, and the other is that an unknown, unrelated individual is a contributor. The probability with the higher number gets the support, and the magnitude of the support is determined by the ratio of those 2 numbers.
That's pretty technical stuff, but the bottom line is that the software computes the numbers, and then you look at those numbers and determine whether it has any significance, right?
I don't know that I would say if it has significance. I report the value that's calculated.
Right, and why is one column, these columns relate to different, what are called population databases, right?
That is correct, yes.
The one on the far left, BAH, is an FBI population database on Bahamans,
And African Americans, yes.
African Americans. Another one for Caucasians,
Correct, yes.
SEH is Southeast Hispanics,
Correct.
and then Southwest Hispanics.
Correct.
Objection.
That's all I have on that. I'm just trying to explain the chart.
All right, well, there's an objection. Let's pause and turning to Mr. McBride.
Sure.
Your Honor, at this point, I'm going to object on, again, grounds of relevance to probable cause hearing. State v. Drosbeck, State v. Merrill, State v. Ramirez that the court has cited, all hold that the court should bind the defendant over for trial unless the evidence is wholly lacking and incapable of reasonable inference to prove some issue which supports the prosecution's claim. I don't know that any of this analysis goes to whether or not the expert's testimony and her report is wholly lacking and incapable of reasonable inference to prove her result in this case. We're far beyond this. We're hours into this examination. This feels like a 702 hearing to me. I think we're far beyond a probable cause hearing, Your Honor. I would ask the court to sustain the objection, not allow questioning on this or any other matter that does not deal with the issue of probable cause.
Thank you, Mr. McBride. Mr. Burt.
Your Honor, the state offered this report on a very technical, complex, scientific area of inquiry. And they offered to the court a conclusion in that report that Mr. Robinson and Mr. Twiggs were contributors to 2 samples that were found at the crime scene. They obviously think that's relevant to the probable cause inquiry, or they wouldn't have offered the report in the first place. So having done that, I think the defense is entitled to inquire whether those conclusions are reliable, because that, again, is the court's ultimate determination here, reliability of this evidence. And the court can decide it's not relevant, it's not reliable, therefore I'm not going to rely on that in determining probable cause. And that, or the court could say it is reliable and it bolsters up other evidence that the court is going to hear from. So the particular report in front of us goes directly to the issue of whether the expert correctly concluded that Twiggs not was a possible contributor, but was a contributor. And the state's theory here apparently is that both Mr. Robinson and Mr. Twiggs are somehow connected to this crime scene. So I think when the court sees what the numbers were generated and how that compares to her own standards for assessment, the court will see that the conclusion is not justified that she reached.
Well, I understand what both parties are saying, and at a probable cause hearing, the issue is whether we walk 1 mile or 100 miles down the path, and so I want to keep it limited to 1 mile, and as opposed to 100 miles, because that would exceed the probable cause standard for a preliminary hearing for what is before me. And so, Mr. Burt, as it relates to the objection, I'm going to sustain it in part. If you want to briefly address this and move on, you certainly may choose to do so, but as it relates to where we're at, my hope is we can keep this very brief as
Yes, I
opposed to
can do
going
that.
through all this, so we can move on to whatever else you would like to present.
Thank you. We'll do that, Your Honor. And in the interest of doing that, could you bring up on the same screen part of her report, People's Exhibit 31?
And let's take that off.
I'm
assuming-
going to need that up there because I need to do
Oh,
it.
so is it part of the same, because it was on that screen, I want to make sure that what you're calling up on the screen right now, is it part of this that was already admitted or something else?
It's part of this, which has already been admitted, compared to Plaintiff's Exhibit 31, which
I
has
see,
also been
okay.
admitted.
Okay,
So
thank
they're
you.
both
I just
in.
wanted to clarify.
Sure.
All right, so if you, and do you want that published on this, all
Yes.
screens? All right, let's go ahead and do so.
And the chart I would like you to bring up from that report is on page 5. Yeah, and just highlight that. Thank you. So what we've blown up there is from your report, Plaintiff's 31, and you provided this chart in the report, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Explain to the court how this works, what this chart is supposed to represent.
Sure. So this is our verbal scale. In addition to the numerical likelihood ratio value that I provide, I also give a qualitative or a verbal equivalent to that numerical value. That gives some kind of context to what that likelihood ratio means.
Okay, and on the left, explain what the greater than 1 million, less than 1 in 100 means. What does that scale relate to?
Sure. So that scale is the numerical value of the likelihood ratio. So if I have a likelihood ratio that's greater than or equal to 1 million, I designate that as very strong support for inclusion. The next example, 10,000 to less than 1 million, I would say that's very strong support for inclusion, and so forth.
So you need to reach a likelihood ratio of 2 in order to get even limited support for an inclusion, correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay. If you could not reduce that. And go to page 2 of the report on the left. So from this chart, when you ran Mr. Twiggs against the sample, what was the likelihood ratio that you determined?
I believe this chart is not the comparison to Mr. Twiggs.
That's not in the report?
The chart at the bottom of the screen is not my comparison to Mr. Twiggs.
Let's verify that if we could. Take that down, the highlight. And repost 38, page 45. I'm sorry. Page 39, that is in evidence. There we go. Second page. Is this the likelihood ratio from your Twiggs comparison?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Now, what was the likelihood ratio that you calculated based on this chart?
The likelihood ratio was 1.
1.
Yes.
So that doesn't rise to the level of even limited inclusion, correct?
Correct. It would fall under an uninformative.
Uninformative, and yet you concluded that despite this STR mix reading with a likelihood ratio of 1, that Mr. Twiggs was a contributor to both item 7 and item 8, correct?
I did. So actually, I didn't utilize this calculation to determine that Mr. Twiggs was a possible contributor, or that I could use him as an assumed contributor. I visually looked at the DNA sample, and the DNA, unlike that major contributor, he also had those peaks. So that was one proposition or one hypothesis that I determined that he was an assumed contributor. There are multiple different ways. We don't have a threshold. I don't have to see 2, 4, 8 peaks to determine I think an individual is present. Given that the field submitted him as an elimination, I assumed he was a contributor. When I compared him to that data, I did see his DNA present. So when I calculated the statistic for Mr. Robinson, I used Mr. Twiggs as an elimination.
Let me see if I understand that. The STR mix that you relied upon to include Mr. you relied on the STR mix to include Mr. Robinson as a possible contributor, correct?
Correct, yes.
But when you ran Mr. Twiggs's sample through STR mix, the result you got was that he was not a contributor, correct? Or that it was of not even of limited value in including him.
Based on the STAR mix run, it was uninformative, but I did use my own knowledge and training to determine that I was going to utilize him as an assumed contributor.
Okay. Your own knowledge and training. Is there some standard that you use for deciding when not to rely on the STAR mix results and when to sort of disregard it and rely on your training and experience?
I can't say that I disregarded it. When I'm comparing someone, that's my first determination. Do I think this person is potentially included or excluded? If I determine that I think they're included, I will run STAR mix to give weight to that inclusion. Elimination samples are different. If I'm told that an individual is submitted as an elimination sample, I can assume they're there. Visually, I'm able to look at the DNA evidence and determine, yes, I think there's enough evidence there to assume that individual, which is what I did here.
Okay. At D16, Mr. Twiggs was a 912, right? According to your electropherograms?
That is correct, yes. Mr. Twiggs was a 912 at D16.
912. And did you find 912 at that location in the 8-1 sample?
I'm sorry, the sample 8 or sample 7?
Sample 8.
The only piece of information I had for sample 8 at item D16 was a 12.
And you said Twiggs at that was a 912, right?
Correct, yes.
But at that location, the evidence sample was not a 912, but a 12.
That was the only piece of information that was recovered at that location.
Let me ask you about your interpretation rules for excluding someone. Is this an accurate statement? This is from Butler's textbook. In forensic DNA analysis, if any STR locus fails to match when comparing the genotypes between 2 or more samples, then the comparison of profiles between the question and the reference sample is usually declared a non-match, regardless of how many other loci match.
I would agree with that if it's a single source sample. So single source, again, meaning from one individual. If I have a DNA profile from evidence and I compare it to a known individual, if there's a difference at even one location, I can say it's an exclusion. If I have a mixture, it's not that cut and dry. I have to take into account how many people are in that mixture, how many pieces of information I have, is there potential dropout. So it's just because someone may not be present in a mixture doesn't necessarily mean that I'm going to automatically exclude them.
I see. At D19S, what was Mr. Twiggs's type?
It was a 1416.
Did you find a 16 allele in the 8A sample?
No, I did not.
Okay. At Tho, what was Mr. Twiggs's type?
He was a 7.9.3.
Did you find a 7 allele in the 8-1 sample?
No, I did not. But again, this is a mixture and there is some dropout. So just because I didn't see a 7, for example, does not mean I would automatically exclude someone.
It's a mixture, so there was some dropout. So did you assume that at that location that the allele that dropped out matched his allele?
At that location, no, there's only one individual represented there. So when comparing an elimination, I would essentially ignore that location. I'm looking at the other locations where there was 2 individuals present.
Okay. Now, a couple more topics and then we're done. When you received this, the evidence, you got more than 7 and 8, correct? You got a number of other samples.
Correct, I did.
You got a backpack, which you labeled as Exhibit 9, and a bunch of items from that backpack, correct?
Correct, yes.
You were initially told that those items related to things that may have been discarded by the suspect.
So initially, we didn't have any information. So we processed that. Those are items that are good for DNA. Not having any information from the investigators, we process them for DNA. As the investigation continues, it was determined that that backpack was potentially left behind by a bystander, and there was no comparisons needed at that time.
Well, left behind by a bystander, or according to your notes at page 20, the backpack belongs to Kirk's detailees.
Yes, based on the individual that was not my communication log, that was someone else within the laboratory. That was the information that they received.
Before you received any samples, did you request to perform what's called destructive testing on the samples?
Yes, I did, and destructive testing is essentially consuming the sample, cutting the cotton off of the Q-tip or the swab, subjecting it to testing. There's nothing remaining. I have to request permission to consume prior to doing so, and I did in this case.
And why did you do that?
That is part of our protocols, that we have to request permission to consume, and we consume, so DNA, we can't see it, so when an item is swabbed, we don't know how much DNA is on that swab, if anything, or how that swab was used. Did someone just swab using one side of it? Did they roll it and use all sides? Because I don't know that, it's our practice to consume that swab. It's our best chance of getting any DNA evidence.
And that's a determination that you made in this case before you even saw any of the evidence, correct?
Determination to consume?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Now, remember I referred to that NRC report?
Yes.
1996. Did they say there a wrongfully accused person's best insurance against a possibility of being falsely incriminated is the opportunity to have the testing repeated? Such an opportunity should be provided whenever possible.
Yes, that does say that.
And does your laboratory have a policy, standard 7.4, which says, where possible, the laboratory shall retain or return a portion of the evidence, sample, or extract?
That is correct, and we do actually return the remaining extract, the liquid from our DNA testing. So we did consume the swab, however, there was a small amount of liquid that was left and returned.
On some of the items, right?
I believe on all of the items.
Well, we'll get to that in a minute. And that policy that I read is from your lab policy, right? The
Yes.
FBI's lab policy.
Yes, it is.
And then is there also a similar policy from the quality assurance standards, the FBI quality assurance standards, which says the laboratory must have a policy on sample consumption. The policy is expected to provide instruction for if and when the laboratory may or may not consume a sample, and any documentation that the laboratory requires.
That is correct, yes.
Okay. Now, your report indicates that certain samples were destroyed, consumed, correct?
That is correct, yes.
And which samples were consumed?
Items 1 through 6, which were swabs from possible smudge, swabs of hand swipe, swabs from possible sweat drop, swabs from possible smudge, swabs of possible smudge, and swabs from possible sweat drop. In addition to items 54 and 55, which were swabs of swiped finger areas and swabs of stairwell railing.
Okay, so when you wrote in your report that those items were consumed, which of those items, and by that you mean the actual swab was consumed?
Correct. So a swab is just like a Q-tip. So the cotton portion of that swab was cut off the wooden stick, placed into a tube, subjected to DNA testing. So we consider that consuming. But again, there is liquid at the end of the process that is returned to the field.
And the normal procedure in terms of sample preservation would be something called sample splitting, right? You split the swab and you use half, you save half so that your testing results can be replicated and retested.
So yes, however, again, I don't know how an item is swabbed. So even if I were to cut that swab in half, it could be that I'm testing the half that doesn't have any DNA and the other half may have some DNA. Or the swab may have a little bit of DNA on one side and a lot on the other side. So for the best possible chance of getting a DNA profile, it is our practice to consume the entire swab.
So for the first 6 items, those were swabs that were taken from the northeast corner of the Lacy building, correct?
Correct, yes.
And you used all of the swabs, and you concluded that there was no DNA present on any of those items, correct?
That is correct.
So you couldn't do any comparative testing.
Correct. There was nothing for me to compare to.
Okay, and what did you have left after you did that in terms of the volume of extract? What was left?
So it was approximately 3 microliters, so a very small portion.
Very small portion, and you actually used 10 microliters to do your testing of those samples, right?
That is correct, yes.
So if you didn't get any results with 10, what you left over would not be sufficient to get any sort of independent testing done, correct?
It could be tested. However, my expectation, if I took 10 microliters and did not get any DNA, the remaining 3 would also still not give me any DNA.
Okay. And for item 55, that was 2 swabs of a stairwell, from a stairwell railing where the suspect touched the railing, right?
As far as I know, they were swabs from a stairwell.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but I understand from your lab notes that you took those 2 swabs and combined them into one sample and then used the whole sample, right?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. Before you did that, did you inquire whether the 2 swabs came from 2 different areas? For instance, maybe the suspect touched it here, but the other sample was taken somewhere else?
I did not. They were both labeled as coming from the same stairwell, and they were packaged together. So our policies and procedures is that we can combine those 2 together.
And when you do that, you create a mixture, right?
I don't know that I would agree that combining the 2 would create a mixture. Given the item of evidence, a stairwell railing, I don't necessarily expect that one swab would have one person, the second swab would have a different second person, and combining the 2 of them creates a mixture. However, I don't know that for certain, but again, I don't know is DNA present, so our procedure is to combine and consume those swabs.
Okay. And in this case, when you did that, what you got was a complex mixture, right?
I did. I got DNA from more than 5 individuals, so I could not provide a conclusion.
All right. Now,
Mr. Burt, and we are at the 4:30 point. I just want to inquire, with
I
not
just
applying
have
pressure,
one
just trying to
area left.
understand. Okay.
I'll be done with her. We talked earlier about your testing of the length of the DNA sequence, the length of the DNA boxcars, not the sequence of A, C, T, and G within those sequences, within those boxcars, right?
Correct, yes.
And is it true that there are different alleles that have the same length when you measure by SDRs but have different sequences?
Yes, that is possible.
And I'd like to show you a chart that you have reviewed, I believe. This is, could you bring up 34? This is not in front of the, on the public screen, just for the witness. And is this a chart that you reviewed, that I prepared to, and you looked at to see if I had correctly stated what alleles were found?
Yes, it is.
And does it, as it's presently existing, accurately state what the alleles are at each
Yeah.
location?
Yes.
Okay. I would move that into evidence. It's 5 pages and it's Baker 34.
Mr. McBride?
Yes, I object. Unless this exhibit is reasonably likely to defeat the prima facie showing of probable cause, this is irrelevant to the preliminary hearing.
Mr. Burt.
Your Honor, this exhibit and the next one go directly to whether the comparisons being made between Mr. Robinson's sample and the evidence samples are usable and reliable to make a determination that he is a probable contributor.
I'm not sure I'm following with what you're saying on there, right? And maybe it's just because it's late in the day. Could
Yeah,
you
it could
repeat
be.
that?
So this chart illustrates what allele she found at each location for Mr. Twiggs and Mr. Robinson, and for the evidence samples, the 71A and 81A. The other alleles are on here as well, but we're going to focus on 71 and 81. And for instance, Your Honor, at the, you'll see that under the first reading there is for Tyler Robinson at the D3 location. He is a 17. Okay, and take that down. And then if you go down to the 7-1 towel sample, which is what the topic is of this report introduced by the state, you'll see that she found a 17 there as well, measured only by the length of the DNA strand. And what she's going to testify to is at this location and 5 or 6 others, there are alleles, all of which measure here 17, but actually contain different sequences. And that her testing that she used does not measure for those differences.
And so as it relates to probable cause, that's what I want to keep coming back
Sure.
to. Again, if this was a trial, this may be a little bit different analysis that the trial judge applies. But as a magistrate, taking a look at this and looking at the probable cause standard, how does this comport?
So it comports because it goes to the ultimate opinion expressed in the report that the state is offering, that the report offers reliable support that Mr. Robinson is a possible contributor. And we're asking the court to consider that the comparisons are only based on a limited number of length-based comparisons, and that there are sequence differences so that she cannot distinguish, and I believe she'll testify, she cannot distinguish based on the testing that she did in at least 5 separate locations, whether the evidence sample and Mr. Robinson's sample, or for that matter, Mr. Twiggs' sample, matches the sequence differences here. And this is my final area, and I think I can do it very efficiently, and I think it is important for the court to consider, especially as it relates to the comparison to Mr. Robinson.
Mr. McBride.
And she is also going to testify that the analysis she does is based on looking at the totality and all of the different markers that match and are consistent, and that's how she comes to the opinion that she does. The point is, there are explanations that are susceptible to different interpretations and arguments. Ultimately, we're going to have an expert hearing where all of the literature is going to be before the court, and the court's going to determine if it meets a threshold of reliability for admission at trial. But at this stage, even granting that there may be some argument that may come from defense counsel's position, the court can't weigh it. This does not go to the probable cause determination, and I don't think it's relevant. And this exhibit in particular is not relevant without the testimony of the witness, and so the exhibit should not be admitted on its face either.
But that's why I was trying to lay a foundation that she would, and offered a proof to the court that she would testify that in fact there are these sequence differences at the 5 or 6 locations, 6 different locations, relevant to the comparison to Mr. Robinson. And when the state says the court cannot weigh it, the court can weigh reliability. The court has ruled that. So we're simply asking the court to take into account the limited nature of these comparisons and the fact that she cannot, based on the testing that she performed, tell the court whether there are differences between, at these 5 locations. She can't match Mr. Robinson to the question samples because she didn't do sequence testing. And she'll also testify that the FBI is in the process of implementing this kind of testing.
All right. Thank you to both sides. I'm going to allow the admission of this evidence, but I'm also going to set a limit of a limited number of questions. We are now at 4:40. This is on the cusp of whether it is applicable to the probable cause standard. I want to afford defense its full opportunity, but I still have to rein it in to keeping it to probable cause and not going into a full exploration, because that's not the purpose of a preliminary hearing. So I will admit Baker 34, but Mr. Burt, I'm going to limit you to how much time do you need to address
I just
this?
need about 4 or 5 minutes. The next chart will be the chart with the, what are called isoalleles displayed for the court, so the court can see what we're talking about, and that's it.
All right.
I'm just going
We'll-
to have her document that, in fact, I've accurately stated what the alleles are that have sequence differences.
All right. So it is Mr. McBride.
Just on a second matter, which is, I need to cross-examine this witness. She's got to leave town today. I would like 20 minutes to cross-examine the witness.
All right. Well, I will go with the I accept Mr. Burt's representations in the amount of time, and I'm going to talk less because that's consuming more time, and also allow the state the appropriate time for cross-examination given the nature of this witness having to travel. So, Mr. Burt, I'll turn to you. This has been moved into evidence. Do you want it on the screens?
Actually, I don't need it on the screen, just in the interest of efficiency. Pull up the next one, please.
Okay.
I want 35. Take that one down. And is this exhibit the same chart with what are called the isoalleles indicated?
Yes, it is.
And isoalleles is a term used to refer to these alleles that have different sequence but the same length.
Correct, yes.
So across the top there for allele 17 and D3, there is a allele 17A, allele 17B, allele 17C, all with the same length, but different sequences for each of those 3.
Correct, yes.
And similarly at VWA, where you say that Mr. Robinson is an 1819 and 1819 in the evidence sample, there's an 18A, a 18B, a 19A, and a 19B.
Correct, yes.
And similarly for the other areas I've indicated there, I've accurately stated what the different sequence alleles are, correct?
Yes.
So I move this exhibit into evidence, Your Honor, and for publication.
Is this Baker 34?
Yes. 35. Baker 35.
Same objection, Your Honor.
All right, I'll admit it into evidence under the previous statement as it relates to Baker 34. It may be published.
And as you look at these 5 areas, you can't distinguish the evidence samples from Mr. Robinson based on the sequence differences, can you?
Correct. I only utilize length differences, STRs in this case. The FBI laboratory does not use sequencing for nuclear DNA testing, nor am I qualified in it.
All right, what is NGS?
NGS stands for Next Generation Sequencing.
And your laboratory is involved in validating next generation sequencing, correct?
We utilize next generation sequencing for mitochondrial DNA, which is a different subset of DNA testing, but not for nuclear DNA testing, which is what we're talking about today.
All right. But the people who market STR mix also market a sequence platform, do they not?
I'm not aware if they do or do not.
Last question, take a look at well, I'll save that for redirect. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, turning to the state, Mr. McBride.
Oops. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I want to start by asking you what your training and experience is. First of all, do you have any education?
Yes, I do. I have a Bachelor's of Science in Biology from Salisbury University.
And do you, after your bachelor's in biology degree, what did you do for your career and in further education?
Upon graduating from college, I began working at the FBI laboratory as a contractor. I was assigned to the Federal Convicted Offender Program, which was a program under the DNA unit. During that time, I did that for approximately a year and a half. It was my responsibility to open and inventory and barcode DNA collection kits sent in from federal agencies across the United States. I then became a biologist in the DNA casework unit. I did that for approximately 6 years. During that time, I did the actual testing of items of evidence, so swabbing, cutting those swabs, producing the DNA profile. And then in 2015, I accepted a position as a forensic examiner, which I am still today.
I'm sorry, what year was that?
2015.
So 11 years you've been doing more or less the same duties you have now, is that right?
Correct, yes.
I want to ask you about your lab's accreditation. What is accreditation for a laboratory?
Accreditation is a formal recognition that our laboratory is following a very strict set of standards. We're accredited by ANAB, the American National Standards Institute National Accreditation Board. And our accreditation shows that we have to follow standards such as I have to have a certain education background, how we process evidence, how we store evidence. Every 4 years, we're audited to those standards, meaning an outside body will come into our laboratory, look at my training records, look at our standard operating procedures to ensure that we're following those standards.
And you mentioned your training. So what do you have to do as an examiner there, as a scientist there, for your lab to maintain its accreditation?
So for my training program, I had to complete a 2-year training program. During that time, I learned the science behind DNA testing, and I showed that I understood that science by completing oral board examinations and written examinations. I also then had to show that I could relay those scientific results to a jury by completing moot court exercises. And before becoming qualified, I then took something called a competency exam, or it's like a final examination to show that I'm qualified to perform my duties. During that accreditation or that audit process, my training records were reviewed to make sure that I had the proper coursework, the proper college degree, as well as completing successfully that training program.
And do you have to keep up with ongoing education to maintain your, do you have a certification?
I'm not certified. I'm qualified as an examiner.
To maintain your qualification, do you have to have ongoing education?
Yes, on a yearly basis, I have to complete at least 8 hours of continuing education, and this can be done by attending conferences or lectures or reading scientific literature.
Do you also have to undergo proficiency testing?
Yes, and a proficiency test is a test that we receive from an outside vendor. I process that test like I would any other case and submit that those answers to determine if I'm satisfactory or unsatisfactory. This tests not only me to see if I'm still proficient in my qualifications, but it also tests the laboratory process to ensure that we're getting accurate and reliable results.
Now, as you discussed your work in this case, you talked about your work needing to be reviewed by another analyst.
Correct, yes.
And is that true in every single case?
Yes, in every one of our cases, they have to undergo a technical review in addition to an administrative review.
And it sounds like during those technical reviews and administrative reviews, there's discussions between you and other analysts. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And is that an opportunity for training and learning as well?
Yes, absolutely.
And I assume that training and learning goes both directions, that you're learning and you're also helping others understand your thought process, which may train them as well. Is that accurate?
That's true, yes.
The tools you use, are the tools you use validated?
Yes, they are.
And what does that mean to have a tool that you use validated?
So a validation is a thorough testing of a process or procedure. So before we subject any evidence to testing, we ensure that those process and procedures will work within our laboratory. Based on the validation, we create something called standard operating procedures, or SOPs, and these are kind of like cookbooks. It gives us step-by-step instructions on how to do our process and procedures. And then both myself as an examiner as well as the biologists were all trained to those standard operating procedures and tested to those standard operating procedures during proficiency tests.
Now, you've talked about, I think, a couple of the tools you use. One you call StarMix, is that right?
Correct, yes.
And is that tool validated?
Yes, it's validated both developmentally and internally. Developmentally it's validated by the creators of the software. And then we, the FBI laboratory, also tested StarMix to ensure that we could use it within our laboratory and produce accurate and reliable results.
Now, when you say it was developmentally validated, is that in a peer-reviewed study?
Yes, it is.
And is StarMix used, how widely is StarMix used throughout the world?
StarMix is used in approximately 120 laboratories, both domestically and internationally.
I want to go back to some of the questions that you were asked on direct examination. You were asked about an Exhibit 8.4, Baker 8.4, which is the DOJ Ultra, which is the Uniform Language, what does that stand for?
Uniform language for reporting and testimony, I believe.
Okay. It talks about language that you should use and language that you shouldn't use as an examiner and a scientist, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Now, I want to ask you a little bit about what you do when you have a conclusion, like you did in Exhibit 31. Do you know, let's see, the directive from the Department of Justice limits the adjectives you can use to describe the evidence and the conclusions that you reach. Is that accurate?
Yes, it is.
And the thinking behind that is to submit the statistical number and let others decide, meaning the reader decide how they want to describe that number. Is that accurate?
Yes, it is.
So for example, if we can look at Exhibit 31, if you don't mind publishing that. Yes, and that's been admitted, so if we can put it on the screen. And Kimberly, if you could scroll to page 3 when that comes up. Thank you. So item 7 sub 1 is the swabbing from the towel from the rifle. We have the number in written form in the second paragraph beneath the heading, and then beneath that you have a table, correct?
That is correct, yes.
And the likelihood ratio gives the number, right? That's the likelihood ratio. And that's stated in sentence form in the paragraph preceding the table, correct?
Correct, yes.
The only language you can use to describe what that number means from the DOJ directive is very strong support for inclusion, correct?
Correct, yes.
And the sentence there that says the DNA results from item 7.1 are 1.7 octillion times more likely if Twiggs and T. Robinson are contributors than if Twiggs and an unknown, unrelated person are contributors. The reader can assign whatever value they want to that, correct?
What do you mean?
Meaning adjective to describe what that means.
Sure, yes.
The adjective you can use is very strong support.
For inclusion, yes.
Okay, for inclusion. All right, if we go to 8.1, if you'll, Kimberly, if you can scroll down just to make that a little bit easier to view. Same question there. The results are from 8.1 are 30 quintillion times more likely if Twiggs and T. Robinson are contributors than if Twiggs and an unknown, unrelated person are contributors. The adjective you're allowed to use is very strong support for inclusion again, correct?
Yes.
Okay, we can take that exhibit down, thank you. You were asked about formal activity level, and you described this as the lab cannot testify about, or you cannot testify about what action left the DNA on the object. Is that right?
That is correct, yes.
Does that mean that an individual did or did not touch? Well, let me ask you this. How can DNA get onto an object?
DNA can get on an object via direct contact, so an individual touching an object. It can also end up on an item via body fluids, such as blood, or through transfer. So if I were to touch an object, and then that object is given to someone else, my DNA could potentially be on that other individual through the transfer of DNA.
And your lab can't, or you cannot testify as to what precise action left the DNA on the object, correct?
Correct, I cannot.
Okay. Same question about time. You can't testify about the exact time that DNA was left on an object, right?
Correct.
But there are some indicators that may give some information about how long and the conditions under which DNA was placed on an item, like degradation.
Yes, degradation or the condition of the item. So again, if a firearm, for example, is in a river, I would expect with the water rushing over that item, I may or may not be able to detect DNA. Also, if there's an item of evidence that is exposed to the elements, something that's been left behind 10 years ago, I don't necessarily expect to recover DNA, but something that may have been left yesterday, I might be able to detect DNA.
An item that has been left in the dirt or has been rubbed in the dirt, could that affect your ability to recover DNA?
It could, yes.
Could it also affect degradation?
Yes.
Can UV rays affect degradation?
Yes, it can.
Does degradation keep you from doing your work?
No, it does not.
Is degradation normal?
Yes, it is.
Does all DNA degrade?
It does, yes.
I imagine if it's kept in a pristine environment, it would degrade less than if it's kept in or if it's found in a less or out in the open. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. You said with regard to the screwdriver, there is some degradation. Did that affect your ability to reach conclusions in this case?
No, it did not.
You said on item 7, the towel, or the swab from the towel, there was slight degradation, not as much as Exhibit 8. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Did that degradation affect your ability to reach a conclusion here?
No, it did not.
You're asked about the PCAST report. You testified that that gave guidance on different areas of forensic science. Do you know what year that report was published?
I don't recall the year.
Do you know if it's been within the last 5 years?
No, it is not.
Meaning it's older than that?
Yes.
Do you know if it's been the last 10 years?
I think it was 2016, but I'm not entirely sure. I would say within the last 10 years.
Let me ask you this. Has the science in your area, can I refer to it as probabilistic genotyping? Is that
Probabilistic genotyping is the math in my area. Yes.
The science in your area and in your field, has it developed over the last 10 years?
Yes, it has.
And have there been studies that have made suggestions which have been implemented in the field?
Yes.
You testified about Exhibits 7 and 8, that they both had mixtures. Excuse me. Yes, items 7 and 8. In your testing of these items, that they both had mixtures. And you stated, I want to make sure I understood this. You stated, I believe, that the minor contributor was less than 20%, and that it was actually 5%, and the ratio was 5% to 95%.
For one of the samples, yes.
Do you remember that?
Yes.
Does that mean the 5% was from twigs, and the 95%, that 95% is assumed from the Robinson?
When I calculated the statistic, Twiggs' DNA profile aligned with the 5% contributor, and Mr. Robinson's DNA profile aligned better with the 95% contributor.
Okay. Same question with regard to 8. I think you said the ratio was 11% from the minor and 89% from the major. Is that Twiggs being the 11% and Robinson being the 89%?
Yes, Twiggs better aligned with that 11% contributor, and Mr. Robinson better aligned with that 79% contributor.
You're asked about Baker 4, an exhibit that was titled Baker 4 365. Do you remember this exhibit by chance? I don't have a copy of it, so, well, do you have Baker 4 365? Put that up. And item 7 is the towel, right?
Yes,
Item 8 is the screwdriver.
correct, yes.
Thank you. You know, it's 5 o'clock. I'm going to wrap up. We can go ahead and take that down. I'm sorry. Thank you for helping out with that. In reaching your conclusions, did you follow the protocols of your accredited lab?
Yes, I did.
And based on your training and experience in following those protocols, did you in fact come to the conclusions described in Exhibit 31?
Yes, I did.
Thank you.
Right, Mr. Burt? And how much time are you anticipating? Right.
You referred on cross-examination to your training and experience, right?
Yes.
Do you agree with this statement in the PCAS report? Experience or judgment cannot be used to establish the scientific validity and reliability of a metrological method, such as a forensic feature comparison method. Moreover, a forensic examiner's experience from extensive casework is not informative because the right answers are not typically known in casework, and thus examiners cannot accurately know how often they erroneously declare matches and cannot readily hone their accuracy by learning from their mistakes in the course of casework. Do you agree with that statement?
I don't. I think experience, they're right in the fact that we never know the true answer. However, my experience means that I've seen a lot of different DNA. I've seen a lot of validation data, so that does help me come to a conclusion.
Do you agree with this statement by that same report? Good professional practices, such as the existence of professional societies, certification programs, accreditation programs, peer-reviewed articles, standardized protocols, proficiency testing, and the code of ethics cannot substitute for actual evidence of scientific validity and reliability.
I don't think I agree with that either. The science has been heavily validated and tested to show that's reliable. Following protocols that are based on validation, again, shows that my results are accurate and reliable, as well as being proficiency tested.
By the way, you said that that report was not authored by experts, but the head of that group was Eric Lander, who is one of the foremost experts in the area of forensic biology, is he not?
That name does not ring a bell. I don't know who that individual is.
You don't know who Eric Lander is?
No, I do not.
Okay. When did you go to school? What years?
2003 to 2007.
You said that STR mix was widely used and that it's been validated. The PCAS report said the problem is it's been validated by the people selling the product, right?
Developmental validation, yes. Internal validation, no. A laboratory that's going to utilize STAR mix has to validate within their own laboratory.
And the PCAS report said that we need validation data not by the people selling the product, but by independent scientists in order to make this reliable, right?
They do, and that's exactly what happened. There was 31 laboratories that came together in response to the PCAS report and gave their validation data on how they internally validated STAR mix.
And then after that information came forward, the PCAS committee reviewed it, and they said PCAS was unpersuaded by those studies. While likelihood ratios are a mathematically sound concept, their application requires making a set of assumptions about DNA profiles that require empirical testing. Errors in the assumptions can lead to errors in the results. To establish validity with a range of parameters, it is thus important to undertake empirical testing with a variety of samples in the relevant range. And they specifically address the studies you're referring to, did they not?
I believe they did, yes.
Yeah. And then lastly, you said that STR mix is widely used, but as I understand your testimony, you didn't use it and rely upon it for your conclusion about twigs, right? The software told you there was no support there for including them, and you ignored it and decided otherwise, correct?
I did not ignore it. Again, given the type of sample, it was an elimination sample. I compared that individual to the DNA profile that I developed and determined that I could conclude that I could utilize him as an elimination sample.
You said your laboratory was accredited, correct?
Yes.
But you're aware that in 2004, the Inspector General did a comprehensive audit of your laboratory and published a report called the FBI DNA Laboratory Report, a review of protocol and practice vulnerabilities, which found a number of errors in the way that your lab does testing, correct?
Objection. The 2004 study is hardly relevant to this proceeding 22 years later?
It's relevant because he's relying on accreditation to somehow say that these results are valid. This lab was accredited when this study was done.
I'll allow this single question. She may respond, so I'm overruling the objection, and then we'll continue to move forward.
You're aware of that study, right?
No, I'm not.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
All right. Anything further for this witness?
Yes, I think there's one follow-up that needs to be asked. You were asked that, or you testified that you never know the true answer with field work, correct?
Correct, yes.
And that's compared to ground truth studies where you do know the true answer and you can compare the conclusions that analysts draw with the true answer, the ground truth answer that is the basis of the study. Is that right?
Yes, and that is what our validation is.
Your validation actually studies is a ground truth test in
Ye-
essence.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further for this witness?
Thank you.
May this witness be excused.
Yes.
All right, thank you, Ms. Baker. You may step down.
Thank you.
All right. Well, does either party need the benefit of the record before we go into recess?
No, Judge.
All right. Having both parties say no, we'll go ahead and be adjourned until tomorrow at 1 p.m. We do not have morning court for this proceeding, and we'll start up at 1 p.m. in the afternoon. The court is in recess.
All right, everybody, that concludes the. It's coming to me. That is the hearing completed today. All right, that's a wrap. And now we will be doing this next part, which will be the EZRA trial. Okay. That was a very interesting day. Very cool. And let's just go this way. We are going to watch more of EZRA. Shout out to the Spaceship Cats. Okay. Here we go.
This case is about an extreme.
All right. Let's go to the part that we were on. And we'll be, most likely today, we'll see her testimony too. It'll be later soon. After the testimony we're about to watch, we're going to see EZRA on the stand.
Hell.
Okay, and let's switch it over here. After this guy, she'll be on the stand. Okay, the sword trial. I'll tell you about that one. Okay, second. Here, let's pull it up. Here we go. All right, so New Mexico versus, let's go this way down here and explain it in a second right here. Okay, so New Mexico versus Isaac. Yeah, and the conspiracy trial centering on a bizarre, highly publicized 2022 sword slaying in Santa Fe. The core legal question of the case asks whether the person's text messages and psychological manipulation can make them criminally responsible for the murder. They never physically touched. On October 29, 2022, 21-year-old Grace Jennings was brutally attacked and nearly decapitated with a 3-foot sword while sleeping. The murder took place in a detached garage where Isaac Apodaca, then 25, and his girlfriend Kira McCulley, 19, lived. When she was 19 then. The 3 individuals were involved in a volatile polyamorous relationship. Apodaca had previously dated Jennings when she was underage, and all 3 spent the night sharing the same bed before the murder occurred. McCulley was caught fleeing the scene, and Apodaca initially called 911, attempted to shift 100% of the blame onto her. Prosecutors claim manipulation and fantasy. Although McCulley physically swung the sword, the state of New Mexico charged Apodaca with a first-degree murder and conspiracy. The prosecution alleges that he acted as the mastermind who coerced and manipulated McCulley into committing the crime. Oh, Anna says, were they furries too? I hope. Hilarious. Yeah, hilarious. Yeah. And level up theory. Prosecutors presented evidence that Apodaca used extensive text messages to convince McCulley that deleting Jenny would allow her to level up and rise the ranks of the secret society called the Ghost. A society investigators state is entirely fictional. Exploitation. The state argues Apodisa weaponized his immediate knowledge of McCulley's severe mental instability and used cohesive control to force her hand. Digital evidence. The text messages recovered from Apodicia's phone outline detailed multi-hour planning phases of the murder and subsequent cover-up strategies. The defense's position. Apodicia's defense attorney argue that he's entirely innocent of the murder because he never wielded the weapon or touched the victim. They paint a narrative that Apodicia was actually the one subjected to abuse and threats by McCulley. Furthermore, the defense has fought to suppress his history of acts and argue that Furthermore, the defense has fought to suppress the history of prior bad acts and argue that the witness Okay, and I'm going to be continuing doing it this other way. So we're just going to. Okay, so now continuing what we're saying, and Anna said, "That gonna fly like they say everyone is jumping off the London Bridge. Are you gonna do it too? And someone tells you to do it, that's the doer's fault." Exactly. Just like with Charles Manson, he was the one that was behind that action. He, even if he didn't do it himself, he still was the one that and had those girls and Tex go do that. Yeah, exactly. All right, the defense will argue that Kiera McCauley acted entirely on her own when she deleted Grace Jennings with a 3-foot sword, and will frame McCauley as the sole perpetrator who holds complete accountability for the physical act, positioning Apodacia as a bystander rather than a mastermind. But yeah, I agree. And discrediting the unreliable narrator, McCauley took a plea deal for second-degree murder and is required to testify against Apodacia. To secure her 30-year sentence, the defense will attack the credibility by arguing she deeply unreliable narrator who has admitted to not being able to fully remember the night of the deletion. She has a strong financial and legal initiative to lie, and she will blame the Abu Dasa to safely state conditions for her to for a plea deal. Attacking the prosecution's novel legal theory. The state will attempt to prove the first-degree murder based on purely text messages, a fictional secret society, and psychological manipulation. The defense will push back against this theory, arguing the words in the screen do not equate pulling a trigger or swinging a sword. And the state cannot prove beyond reasonable doubt that the Oppo Dasa forced Macaulay's hand. The judge ruled the prosecutors can introduce evidence of Apodasa's past, including domestic violence incidents and allegedly profiting from Macaulay's sex work. To combat this, the defense has used the jury selection to aggressively question jurors about whether they can look past a defendant's bad reputation or character flaws to focus strictly on the physical evidence of the murder itself. Anna said, "Think there was a video on this, showed room in a house and said something about a sword, didn't watch it, but there's a trial, so I'll look for it unless the sword thing is new." Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, definitely it is a really wild case that we'll be seeing here and giving commentary on. Definitely. Yeah, and I'm looking forward to this one too. Apodaca, as in she. Yes. Kaka. Yeah. Exactly. All right. So now we'll be continuing this EZRA trial.
They're actually cuts or bruises or blunt injuries that people sustain when they're trying not to get injured from being hit by a blunt object or by a sharp object.
And do defensive wounds, are they usually found in a particular area of the body?
The most common area is the hands, but anything you can use. I've seen people use their heads and use their feet to try to ward off injury.
Do defensive wounds to a person's hand always have to be deep?
No.
Have you ever seen in your medical practice defensive wounds that are very shallow or superficial?
Yes.
How common is that?
Well, I don't know, but I've seen it. I wouldn't be able to tell you how common a deep wound is versus a superficial wound because that's something we just don't keep track of as doctors.
I'm showing you what's been previously marked and moved into evidence as exhibit number 638. Is that an enlargement or blow up of the hand wounds that you saw in exhibit 174?
Yes.
And looking at the wounds on the palmar side of the hand, are those consistent with defensive wounds?
Yes.
Why is that?
Again, when there is a application of force that's going to be painful, such as a sharp injury, it's dynamic. You can be grabbing all kinds of different ways or pushing all kinds of different ways to get that noxious force, that sharp object away from you. So there's a lot of, it's just all dynamic, and that's all I can tell you.
You reviewed statements that Ms. McCandless made to a member of the Eau Claire Police Department, Detective Prock,
Yes.
and you're aware that at first she was not forthcoming with information to Detective Prock, but eventually did tell him about an attack that she suffered at the hands of Alex Woodworth, correct?
Yes.
And are her statements that you heard to Detective Prock consistent with the injuries that you have observed in all of these exhibits I have shown you so far?
Objection, Your Honor.
And what's the basis of the objection?
Hazeltine, Your Honor.
I can come to sidebar if you need it. This is Jensen evidence, not Hazeltine evidence.
All right, let's do a sidebar. Objection is overruled.
I believe what I was asking you was that I believe I clarified that you have listened to or reviewed a transcript of the statements by Ms. McCandless to Detective Prock, correct?
Yes.
What I'm asking you is that all the injuries that you saw, are they consistent with her description of being attacked by another person?
Yes.
Okay. And so they're consistent either way, being attacked by another person or being self-inflicted. You can't medically tell that, right?
That is correct.
And is it fair to say there is no doctor on earth who can medically tell that?
Objection.
Well, I'm going to sustain that.
Judge, can we approach?
All right.
Okay, thanks. I'm going to rephrase my question. It was a little dramatic. Is it fair to say that it is not consistent with medical standards and medical practice to make an absolute determination by a physician that these wounds are self-inflicted based on looking at the wounds themselves?
Objection.
I'm going to overrule the objection on that. You can answer that question.
I'm sorry, but would you repeat it again?
I think I'm going to have to ask the reporter to do it.
Question. Is it fair to say it's not consistent with medical standards or medical practice to make an absolute determination by a physician that these wounds are self-inflicted based on looking at the wounds themselves?
Yes. With respect to my training and experience, consistent means what it means. You could be, I've seen these wounds in self-inflicted wounds, and I've seen them with people that got into knife fights. So I don't know, with respect to my 30 years of training and experience, if there's anybody out there or any piece of medical literature that states absolutely 100%, it's one or the other. It is what it is in medicine, right? There's only death and taxes that are certain, and everything else we give patients. Basically, this is what I think you got. Your symptoms are consistent with this kind of disease process, and if you ask me at the bedside, are you absolutely certain? I'd have to say no. I can't lie to you, but but your symptoms are that they're consistent.
Thank you. I'm going to turn now to another subject. Did you review autopsy photographs taken by the Ramsey County Medical Examiner's Office of the autopsy of Alexander Woodworth?
Yes.
Okay. Now, are you a forensic pathologist?
No.
But do you see similar wounds to what you saw in the autopsy photographs in your line of work as an emergency doctor?
Yes.
And can you explain the difference to all of us about what you see that's similar in your line of work and why there's some overlapping between what you do and forensic pathologists?
There really is. What I could see similar wounds, such as the decedent's wounds, that these folks, they actually live. They make it out of the emergency department, they get admitted to the hospital, and they don't die of similar consistent wounds, such as seen by the decedent. Sometimes they'll make it to the hospital, but won't make it out of the hospital. And we take care of those people on a regular basis, unfortunately. So these wounds can be seen overlapping. People can live, people can die later. So that's where the overlap is.
And do you have an opinion as to whether or not the wounds received by Alex Woodworth that you saw in the autopsy photos were consistent with being caused by another person?
Yes, they were consistent with being caused by another person.
Are some of the wounds also consistent with the person who wielded that force acting in self-defense?
Yes.
And can the wounds also that you've seen, for that matter, without having other information, could some of the wounds to Mr. Woodworth be self-inflicted?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to ask you some particular questions about the injuries to the lungs that you saw in this particular case, all right? Can you tell the jury what a hemothorax is?
A hemothorax is blood in your chest wall cavity. Our chest is a big old cavity, and basically the lungs expand and retract, and sometimes when they fill with blood, you get into trouble and can't expand your lungs or bleed internally to death.
All right. And did you observe a hemothorax in the lungs of pictures of Alex Woodworth?
Yeah, my examination of the pictures and reviewing the autopsy report said there wasn't a hemothorax.
Okay, so there was not a hemothorax, right?
Correct.
And let me ask you about how long it takes a hemothorax to develop in a person's lungs, or in the chest cavity, rather. How long does it take if somebody is injured by a sharp force injury in the lungs? How long does it take a hemothorax to develop?
I'm going to give you a typical doctor answer. It depends. It depends. In trauma, we call it location, location, location. So if you hit an artery, then it's pretty quick. If you don't hit an artery and just hit the lung, it could take a much longer time. So when people ask me this question, Doc, how long does it take? I'd say minutes to hours. That's the range.
And in this particular case, were there any injuries to any arteries major arteries in Mr. Woodworth's lungs?
Not that were documented by the autopsy.
Is it fair to say that in the photos you saw, it was smaller vessels that had been injured?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the wounds taken as a whole, all of the wounds that you saw to Mr. Woodworth, how long, in your opinion, or do you have an opinion about how long Mr. Woodworth, it would take for Mr. Woodworth to die of these wounds?
I don't have opinion on that.
Why is that?
Because with respect to my training and my review of the literature and my experience, It's just all over the board, and I don't have enough information to make that call in this case.
Would he be able to live for some time?
That's certainly possible.
And can you say how long, like how many minutes, how many hours?
I can't.
Okay. Would he be able to speak?
One of the things that'll keep you from speaking, obviously, is an injury to your voice box or larynx. I didn't see that on the autopsy report, so he would be able to speak through his voice box if he had the opportunity to do so.
What about walk around?
Again, I don't know how painful the injuries were, how rapid an onset, and how incapacitating they were, so I can't give you an answer on that.
So let me just say this. Have you seen scene photographs from this case at all?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that what you saw was a significant amount of blood both outside a vehicle and inside the vehicle where Mr. Woodworth was found?
Yes, there was blood there.
And assuming hypothetically that Mr. Woodworth was outside the vehicle at the time he received his last wound, would it be medically possible for him to, at some later period of time, go into the car, lie down?
Certainly.
Would it be medically possible for him to take his shoes off?
Certainly.
Would it be medically possible for him to take his coat off?
Yes.
Would it be medically possible for him to wrap a scarf around his neck wound?
Yes.
Have you seen many patients who wrap scarves or clothing or other objects around a wound to try and stem bleeding?
Yes.
And you noticed there were a lack of defensive wounds to Alex Woodworth?
I didn't see anything that looked like the wounds we were looking at on Miss McCandless.
Did you see a small wound to his finger, the exterior of one of his fingers?
Yes.
And you opine that's not a defensive wound. Why did you say that?
Again, all it looked like to me was a small cut. So what I thought was that it was done during the application of force. That's not an area that I usually see people trying to hurt themselves or commit suicide. I think most people know that the finger you won't bleed to death with. It's going to other places where there's vessels that you want to bleed out.
But not speaking of suicide, but can you tell if that wound, the small scratch that you saw to his finger, was consistent with having occurred at another time, or could at the same time as the other injuries, or could it have occurred at another time from
Right.
the pictures you saw?
Just looking at the picture, it could have occurred at any time before his death. So that, you can't age it from a photo.
And is it fair to say that was not at all significant, that wound, in your analysis?
Medically significant, it was not. Yeah.
That's what I meant, medically significant. Everything I'm asking about is medical.
Correct.
Okay, and are all of your opinions to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
I don't have any further questions.
All right, and Mr. DeFore, are you going to do the cross?
Yes, I want to start out with one thing, and I just want to be sure, before we start out, I want to be sure we're all on the same page. You actually wrote out 3 different documents for this case, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, that's 2, I believe, or, well, no, there's 2 exhibits.
I got 3, so I just want to be sure that I'm correct.
Yeah, the third one, Mr. DeFore, as you well know, is the listing of all the injuries.
Okay.
That was like an appendix or an addendum.
Okay, that's fine. I just want to be sure. The 2 that we're talking about are 695 and 696 contain your opinions, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. And I want to be absolutely sure that we're all on the same page on what you reviewed. You list on 695 and 696 a number of items that you reviewed. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And just so that it's clear, you indicate on those reports that on both 695 and 696 that you reviewed the criminal complaint, correct?
Correct.
All right. You reviewed Dunn County Sheriff's Office incident reports, correct?
Yes.
Were those, do you know how many or what exactly for Dunn County incident reports you reviewed?
What I asked for, but is basically anything that,
Yeah, I didn't ask you what you asked for. I just asked do you know what you actually reviewed?
What I recall reviewing was anything that was incidental to this, to the McCandless case.
Basically what defense attorneys sent you?
That is correct.
Okay. And you say you reviewed Eau Claire Police Department incident reports, correct?
Yes,
All right. And again, those were the ones that the defense counsel sent to you?
yes.
All right. State Patrol reports, did you review the State Patrol diagrams completed by Trooper DeVries?
Not that I recall.
Okay. So you didn't get those reports?
I don't recall getting those reports.
Did you, and then it goes on, autopsy report, was that the final or the provisional autopsy report that you reviewed?
So the autopsy report was the final report.
Okay, good. Again, I'm just trying to make sure so that we're on the same page. You indicate you reviewed digital photographs for McCandless and Woodworth. Did you review all of the reports or all of the digital photographs created by the Wisconsin State Crime Lab that Brooke Laxton took?
Well, I don't recall the name, but what I reviewed was what I reviewed was the digital photographs of Miss McCandless, basically very soon after her injuries, several days after her injuries, and then the autopsy photos of Mr. Woodworth.
Did you review any of the crime scene photos?
Yes,
Okay. Were those in PDF? Was it a single PDF document or was it individual photographs, individual digital files?
individual digital files.
And for example, let's just put up, if we could, Your Honor, I'd ask to be able to publish exhibit number 77. Let's just take that one.
All right, and that's already in evidence?
It's an exhibit that has been admitted, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead.
If we can switch to the computer here. Did you review any photographs that appeared like this that had Wisconsin State Crime Laboratory case number W18603 on the bottom of them?
I reviewed lots of photographs. That's possible with
Okay.
respect to that one, but I reviewed so many, I can't remember
All right.
that individual one.
Okay, that's fine. I was mainly looking at the type with, these were the way that most of the crime lab photos would have come in, is with this type of designation on them. And I'm asking if you remember reviewing photographs that had that type of designation on them or not. If you don't remember, that's fine.
I don't. I've seen so many photographs.
All
I
right?
don't.
That's fine. And I understand. And you said you reviewed the photographs taken by the sane nurse?
Yes,
And you reviewed the photographs taken by Deputy Merrifield, the ones on March 24th and then the ones on March 27th.
yes.
And I think you said in direct that in addition to the items that you have listed here, the 6 items you have listed here, you also reviewed the Eau Claire Mayo Hospital records of the defendant?
Yes.
All right. Is there anything else, doctor, that you reviewed?
Not that I recall.
All right, great. Good. Now I think we're on the same page and we can work together. I wanted to be clear, and again, my hearing is not always perfect. I have hearing aids, but they don't work perfectly. And the words sound similar. Was counsel, when she was asking about the lung situation, was she talking about a hemo, H-E-M-O, thorax, or a pneumo, P-N-E-U-M-O, thorax?
My recollection of her question was hemo, blood in the lung.
Okay. And I think your testimony was about it. Now I think we're on the same page and we can work together. I wanted to be clear, and again, my hearing is not always perfect. I have hearing aids, but they don't work perfectly. And the words sound similar. Was counsel, when she was asking about the lung situation, was she talking about a hemo, H-E-M-O, thorax, or a pneumo, P-N-E-U-M-O, thorax?
My recollection of her question was hemo, blood in the lung.
Okay. And I think your testimony was that you observed a HEMO, H-E-M-O
Judge, I'm sorry. He said,
thorax.
I object. What he said was he did not observe a hemothorax.
Oh, okay, you did not observe a hemothorax.
I didn't observe it on the photos.
Okay. What you actually observed was a pneumothorax, correct?
I saw that on the photo, yes,
All
sir.
right. And that's a collapsed lung from air, correct?
From air, yeah, injuring the lung, yes, sir.
All right. Now that we got that cleared up, I just wanted to be sure about that. And we have cleared up and we're sure about what all you've reviewed. I want to talk to you about a number of areas. Let's start with the injuries that you observed to Alexander Woodworth, okay?
Yes, sir.
And those were from the autopsy photos, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, your report states that the wounds to Alex are consistent with the defendant's story that she was acting in self-defense to stop an attack by Alex, correct? That's not your exact words, but that in essence is correct?
Well, what I said was that the wounds that I observed on Mr. Woodworth were consistent with being delivered by another person.
And you added in there acting in self-defense, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you also say in your report, and this time I think I will quote you, you said they were, about the injuries to Alexander Woodworth, that they were received as a dynamic process during an attempt by McCandless to protect herself from perceived harm. It's on page 3 of your report. You wrote that, didn't you?
I'm sorry, which exhibit number?
This would be 696.
Thank you.
I'll be referring to 696 unless I say otherwise.
Yes, sir. It is exactly what you stated.
All right. There is nothing about the wounds that you observed on the pictures of Alex Woodworth's autopsy that tell you these were wounds inflicted by the defendant acting in self-defense, is there, doctor?
Yeah, I'm going to object. That is really misrepresenting the report. He used the word consistent with, not whether it was in fact done in self-defense.
Your Honor, this is cross-examination.
I'm going to overrule the objection. You go ahead. You can answer.
Yes, so what I thought that.
Doctor, that doesn't take anything except a simple yes or no. There is nothing about the wounds themselves that tell you these wounds were inflicted by the defendant acting in self-defense.
That is true. That's what I'm saying. Yes, sir.
All right. Nothing about these wounds themselves, by themselves, that tell you they were inflicted by the defendant to protect herself from perceived harm, correct? Yes or no?
Repeat that again, sir. I'm sorry.
Sure. Nothing about these wounds themselves, just the pictures of the wounds you see that tell you they were inflicted by McCandless to protect herself from perceived harm.
Yes, sir.
There's nothing about these wounds themselves that tell you that the defendant was in danger of any kind. Is that not correct?
Yes, sir.
In fact, these wounds would be just as consistent with someone acting with homicidal rage, would they not?
There's a lot of potential for consistency. Yes, sir.
However, you do not say that in your report, do you?
Of course not. I was asked to see if they were consistent with somebody giving the wounds, somebody receiving the wounds from somebody else, or being self-inflicted. Of course, I wasn't asked that question.
Doctor, you don't say in your report that these wounds are consistent with someone acting with homicidal rage, do you?
That is correct.
Judge, I'm going to object to the word homicidal rage. That's a layperson and argumentative term. I think asking whether they're inflicted by another person who's committing a homicide or a lack of self-defense is appropriate, but not the words homicidal rage.
Yeah, I'm going to overrule. I think that can stand.
In fact, the only thing in there you state is that the wounds are consistent with the defendant acting in self-defense, correct?
Yes.
Oh, by the way, back to what you reviewed, did you review, I just want to be sure, you said you reviewed the statements of the defendant. Did you review the recordings themselves? Did you review the transcripts, or did you just review the summaries in Detective Proc's report?
My recollection is the latter. I just reviewed the law enforcement reports of Ms. McCandless's statements.
So you did not review the recordings of her statements themselves?
Correct.
And you did not review the transcripts of the statements yourself?
Correct.
Themselves? Those weren't provided to you by counsel for the defense?
Correct.
Now, I want to talk about the wound to Alex's finger. That wound could be a defensive wound, could it not?
Yes.
But in your report, you do not state that, do you?
That is correct.
In fact, in your report, you state that none of Alex's wounds appear to be defensive wounds, correct?
That is correct.
Doctor, I want you to consider this as a possibility, that the first injury to Alex was to his head, okay? The head wound, and you're familiar with that wound, correct?
Yes.
All right. A wound of that type involving a knife that goes through the skull into the brain could disorient an individual, could it not?
Yes.
All right. In fact, that would be not unlikely, correct?
Correct.
All right. And if someone is disoriented from an injury like that, they may not be able to act in self-defense. Is that not correct?
Correct.
You also reviewed the wound to the scrotal sac of Alex Woodworth, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree that wound would be quite painful, correct?
Oh, yes.
You gave that some emphasis, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And if that happens, an individual would be very likely to reach down into that area where that pain is. Is that not correct?
Yes.
You also reviewed the autopsy report and noted that there were a severing of both the external and a branch of the internal jugular vein of Alex Woodworth, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree that the jugular vein is a very large vein in the body, correct?
Yes.
In fact, one of the largest, is it not?
Correct.
And it carries a substantial volume of blood, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree that if you sever those, there is going to be a substantial blood loss, correct?
Yes.
And there would be substantial bleeding from those wounds, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, you reviewed the photos from the autopsy and you saw the photo of Alex Woodworth's sweater, correct?
Yes.
And there was substantial blood on that sweater, correct?
It was soaked.
All right. And there would also be additional blood that would likely be dripping down even past the sweater to the ground, correct?
Yeah, you know, you'd have to have, I couldn't give you an opinion on that.
All right. But there was certainly substantial bleeding.
Yes.
And you also agree that the injury to the scrotal sac showed substantial bleeding as well, correct?
It showed bleeding. I don't know if I'd put the word in substantial, but it was definitely some bleeding going on.
All right. Well, you saw the underwear of Alex Woodworth,
Yes.
and the front of those underwear were pretty soaked with blood, correct?
Yes.
All right. The front of the pants were pretty well soaked with blood, correct?
Correct.
And you also reviewed the autopsy report as it related to the injury to the head, correct?
Yes.
And you agree that that involved significant internal hemorrhage, correct?
In the brain, yes.
All right. There was, I think Dr. Mills told us there was subarachnoid bleeding, correct?
Yes.
There was subdural bleeding, correct?
Yes.
And there was also bleeding above the dura, correct?
Correct.
And you agree that if you lose a sufficient volume of blood, that will cause you to go into shock, correct?
Correct.
And when you go into shock, you'll relatively rapidly lose consciousness, won't you?
It depends on the type of shock. It depends on how fast your rate is. So there's a lot of other factors.
All right. You would also agree that most of the other wounds do not result in substantial hemorrhage, correct?
That is correct.
So would you agree that outside of the, and I'm going to talk about certain wounds, outside of the wound to the head, the 3 slice wounds to the neck that caused the severing of the jugular veins, and the wound to the scrotal sac, you would agree that the remainder of those wounds would be properly characterized as perimortem injuries, correct?
No, sir, I don't know if they occurred before or after his death. So I would tell you I don't have an opinion on that.
Okay, so they could be perimortem or they could be actually postmortem.
Yes, sir.
All right. But they're one of those two.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yeah.
You testified on direct, and I believe it's in your report 696 again, that some of the puncture wounds are consistent with self-inflicted trauma. Could you tell us for sure which ones of the wounds you're talking about that you believe are self-inflicted or could be consistent with self-inflicted trauma?
My recollection of his wounds, he had 16 of them. Basically, in respect to my training experience, I've seen people injure themselves with the same kind of wounds to the neck, for example. I've never seen one to the head that way, but I've seen it to the neck. So, again, consistent with, have I seen somebody who cut themselves badly on the neck and injured the jugular vein? Yes, and that was self-inflicted. The other wounds that are puncture wounds could also be consistent with a self-inflicted wound.
Okay. So just the ones, you're saying potentially the ones to the jugular vein could be consistent with self-inflicted?
Yes.
You said you reviewed the defendant's statement, correct?
Yes.
At least the report of it. And if in her statement she says, I sliced the neck of Alex Woodworth, we would agree that those are not then very likely self-inflicted, correct?
Again, are they consistent with the statement that Ms. McCandless said she sliced it? That would be consistent with it, but I couldn't rule out it was self-inflicted.
Okay.
Yet you're asking me to give you a 100% answer.
In your report, again, 690, likely self. In her statement, she said sufficient volume of blood that will cause you to go into shock, correct?
Correct.
And when you go into shock, you'll relatively rapidly lose consciousness, won't you?
It depends on the type of shock. It depends on how fast your rate is. So there's a lot of other factors.
All right. You would also agree that most of the other wounds do not result in substantial hemorrhage, correct?
That is correct.
So would you agree that outside of the, and I'm going to talk about certain wounds, outside of the wound to the head, the 3 slice wounds to the neck that caused the severing of the jugular veins, and the wound to the scrotal sac, you would agree that the remainder of those wounds would be properly characterized as perimortem injuries, correct?
No, sir, I don't know if they occurred before or after his death. So I would tell you I don't have an opinion on that.
Okay, so they could be perimortem or they could be actually postmortem?
Yes, sir.
All right. But they're one of those two?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yeah.
You testified on direct, and I believe it's in your report 696 again, that some of the puncture wounds are consistent with self-inflicted trauma. Could you tell us for sure which ones of the wounds you're talking about that you believe are self-inflicted or could be consistent with self-inflicted trauma?
My recollection of his wounds, he had 16 of them. basically, in my, with respect to my training experience, I've seen people injure themselves with the same kind of wounds to the neck, for example. I've never seen one to the head that way, but I've seen it to the neck. So, again, consistent with, have I seen somebody who cut themselves badly on the neck and injured the jugular vein? Yes, and that was self-inflicted. The other wounds that are puncture wounds could also be consistent with a self-inflicted wound.
Okay. So just the ones, you're saying potentially the ones to the jugular vein could be consistent with self-inflicted?
Yes.
You said you reviewed the defendant's statement, correct?
Yes.
At least the report of it. And if in her statement she says, I sliced the neck of Alex Woodworth, we would agree that those are not then very likely self-inflicted, correct?
Again, would that, are they consistent with the statement that Ms. McCandless said she sliced it? That would be consistent with it, but I couldn't rule out it was self-inflicted.
Okay.
You're asking me to give you a 100% answer.
Now, you put in your report, again, 696, that the defendant, this is on page 2 of Exhibit 696, the very first line there, actually the first 2 lines, you put on there, and I'll read it, while at the hospital, McCandless stated that she was sexually assaulted by Woodward. That's what you write, correct?
Yes.
All right. You said you reviewed the hospital reports, correct?
Yes.
Isn't it true, doctor, that nowhere in the hospital reports does the defendant explicitly say that she was sexually assaulted by Alexander Woodworth?
That is correct. My interpretation of this is that she said it to law enforcement, but I did not state in my report here that it was stated by anybody at the hospital. All I stated was that it was stated.
Okay. And so, then that's fine. It was to law enforcement then that you're saying that she reported that she was sexually assaulted by Alexander Woodworth?
That's my recollection of the review.
All right. You said you reviewed Detective Prock's report about the interviews of the defendant, correct?
Correct.
All right. Did you review Officer Reeves' report of his interview with the defendant?
I'd have to see the report to remember.
All right.
It was hundreds of pages I reviewed.
All right. Did you review Deputy Shields' report of his interview with the defendant?
Same answer.
All right. Did you review Trooper Knutsen's report of his interview with the defendant?
Same answer.
All right. Doctor, would it surprise you that in none of those reports that of the defendant's interviews at the hospital where she says that she was actually sexually assaulted by Alexander Woodworth?
Now, Judge, I'm going to object. She said she thought she was sexually assaulted at different points. And, you know, we've had all this going over of the word think. So if counsel asks a question as opposed to she thinks she was instead of she was absolutely sure, that would be an accurate statement of the evidence.
Well, Your Honor,
Okay, go ahead.
can we approach, Your Honor, on this? I think it's better to approach, so we're not arguing in front of the jury.
All right. The objection is overruled, and you may continue, Mr. Dufour.
So, Doctor, would it surprise you that in no report does she state explicitly that she was sexually assaulted by Alexander Woodworth?
If you're talking about the law reports, I support I stipulate to their veracity. I think they're correct. Stipulate to their veracity. I think they're correct.
I'm sorry.
In fact, you would agree that in her March 24th interview with Detective Prock, she specifically is asked if Alexander Woodworth was attempting to have sex with her, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree that her response was she didn't think so, correct?
At that time, yes.
Now, in your report, again, we'll stick with 696, because I think it's pretty much the same as 695. you place on page 1 of that report, this would be 5th line from the bottom of that report, you state, and I quote,
I'm sorry, what's the number again?
696.
Okay, so,
And again, counsel, unless I say specifically, I'm really talking about 696.
okay, thank you very much.
Yep. So 5th line from the bottom on page 1, you state, and I quote, McCandless stated to law enforcement that Woodward had carved the word boy into her arm. Close quote. That's what you state, correct?
That is what I state, yes, sir.
All right. And going to page 2 of that report, top of page 2, second line down, you write, McCandless stated that Woodward had held her down and carved the word boy in her arm. Close quote, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Doctor, when you wrote that report, you were fully aware of the interview of the defendant by Detective Prock on March 24th, correct?
Yes,
All right. And you were fully aware that in that interview on March 24th, the defendant admitted that she is the one that carved the word boy into her arm, correct?
I'm aware of that, sir, yes, sir.
All right. You did not write that in your report, did you?
Nope.
But you do agree at this point in time, not based on opinion, not based upon anything except for the fact that the defendant admits it, that the word boy was self-inflicted into her arm, correct?
Yes,
You also state in your report that all of the defendant's injuries are consistent with being inflicted by others, correct?
yes,
All right. You also agree, however, that they are all consistent with being self-inflicted injuries, correct?
yes.
You don't state that in your report, do you?
That's because I was asked to see if they were consistent with an attack. Of course not.
So, Doctor, you don't state in your report that your opinion is that they are all consistent with being self-inflicted injuries, yes or no?
Correct.
And I believe, Doctor, you would agree, actually, let's go back a second. You reviewed the photos of the injuries, correct?
Yes,
You never actually examined the defendant, did you?
that is correct.
All right. You never examined her injuries, correct?
Correct.
All right. Have you ever talked to the defendant?
No,
So you never talked to her either, correct?
correct.
All right. And you agree that you can't tell the depth of an injury from a photograph, correct?
That is correct.
You would agree, though, that a treating physician, a physician that's actually looking at the patient and treating that patient, would be able to tell the depth of injuries, correct?
Yes,
So you would agree that if the treating physician's opinion is that, except for the injuries to the groin, the other injuries were all of a consistent depth, you wouldn't have any reason to dispute that, would you?
no, I would not.
And you would also agree that if the treating physician, the one who actually observed these injuries on the defendant, had the opinion that the ones to the groin were shallower than the ones to the other injuries, you wouldn't have any reason to dispute that either, would you?
No, sir.
And you would agree that as a treating physician, you get more information than what you get from just the reports and from looking at photographs, correct?
Yes,
You're able to tell a lot more as a treating physician, correct?
correct.
So just so that we are absolutely 100% clear, you agree that the wounds on the left hand, on the palmar surface of the left hand, are consistent with being self-inflicted, correct?
For McCandless?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. Yes, we're just, and I'm sorry, thank you for clarifying that. The ones I'm just about to ask about are all of the defendant, okay? You agree that the wounds on the right thigh of the defendant are consistent with being self-inflicted, correct?
Yes,
You agree that the wounds on the pubic area or the groin are consistent with being self-inflicted, correct?
yes,
you agree that the wound on the stomach is consistent with being self-inflicted, correct?
Yes.
You agree that the wound to the lip is consistent with being self-inflicted, correct?
Yes.
And you agree that what you noted on the left, I believe it's the right side of the neck, is consistent with being self-inflicted, correct?
Yes.
And while we're on that, you said you observed the photographs of taken by Ms. Merrifield, and actually, we'll get to that later. I'm sorry. Let me move on. You would agree that the wounds to the forearm of the defendant would result in some blood loss, correct?
Yes.
All right. Not certainly of a similar caliber or similar nature to the blood loss sustained by Alexander Woodworth, correct?
Would you repeat that again, sir? I'm sorry.
Not of the same gravity as the blood loss to Alexander Woodworth, but some blood loss.
Yes.
All right. You would also agree that the wounds to the palmar surface of the left hand would also involve some blood loss, correct?
Yes.
And again, not the same magnitude of blood loss as Alexander Woodworth.
Yes.
And you would agree that the wounds to the right thigh would also involve some blood loss.
Yes.
All right. But again, not to the same type of magnitude as Alexander Woodworth.
Yes.
Now, Doctor, why don't we, I want to photos from Merrifield. Actually, you still have exhibit 174 up there, Doctor? It should be the, this should be 174,
Yes, sir.
correct?
Okay. Yes, sir.
All right. Can you turn to DOJ 1136 and 1137?
Yes, sir.
All right. Are you there?
Yes, sir.
You would agree that on exhibits 1136, 1137, they show basically the same area, correct?
Correct.
All right. You would agree that there are areas there where there are parallel lines, correct?
Yes.
All right. And those are essentially straight lines along the, what would be the right thigh of the defendant, correct?
Yes.
All right. And then there are also another set of lines that are not completely perpendicular, but somewhat at an angle to those set of parallel lines, correct?
Correct.
And can you turn to 1134 and 1135? Those show, are you there? I'm sorry.
Almost there, sir.
When you're ready, let me know.
You bet. Thank you. I'm there.
All right. Those show two lines of injury on the, little bit higher up on the thigh, getting towards the groin area.
Yes.
All right. And while not perfectly parallel, they do have some aspects of parallelity to them, correct?
It's all subject to interpretation. These don't look parallel to me.
All right. Well, you've got one pretty much straight line, the one that's farther to the right, correct?
Yes.
All right. And then one that starts out straight and has some curve to it then towards the end, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, Doctor, you would agree that while someone is being cut by another person with a knife, they're not generally going to just lay there still, correct?
Well, it depends on the circumstances, sir. If they're in fear for their life, there may be any number of circumstances that they would be still. I can't guarantee 100% of the time that they would not move.
All right. You reviewed again the report of the statement of the defendant from March 24th, correct?
Yes.
And in that statement, you agree that the defendant states that while she was initially still, once she started getting cut, she started to kick and move, correct?
Correct.
All right. If someone is kicking and moving, Doctor, you would agree that it is extraordinarily unlikely that you will see injuries like you see on pages 1136 and 1137, correct?
Again, it's a dynamic process. It would be just mere speculation on my part.
Doctor, did you also review the reports indicating that let's stay with 1136 and 1137, that those are made by cutting through clothing? Do you recall that the defendant stated that to Detective Prock?
Yes.
All right. And you would agree that if someone is not only kicking and moving, but also the individual is trying to cut through clothing, it would be extraordinarily difficult for them to make straight line cuts like that, correct?
It would be difficult, yes.
And especially straight line cuts like the 2 or 3 that you see on 1135 and 1136 that are clearly parallel lines, correct?
1135 and 1136. Let me get to those. Again, as I said before.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm on the wrong page. I'm at 1136 and 1137.
There you go, because 1135 are not parallel.
Right.
Again, what you see is a combination of things, though. They're not exactly parallel. If I'm counting at least seven cuts, and some are not. Maybe 2 or 3 of them are parallel, but 2 of them overlap each other. So your categorization of the wound to me is incorrect. This is a bunch of chicken scratch.
All right, well, you've got 3 that are extraordinarily parallel, correct?
You got 3 that may be extraordinary. You got one overlapping. I think we're describing the piece of art in a different way, to tell you the truth. I don't agree to that, sir, no.
All right, that's fine. Now, in your report, you indicate that you have the opinion that the injuries to the defendant's left hand are consistent with defensive wounds, correct?
Yes.
All right. You would agree that an individual who's defending themselves, if they have the ability to, are more likely to defend with their dominant hand, correct?
That is correct.
And you agree that the defendant is right hand dominant, correct?
Yes.
All right. You would also agree that if a person is going to self-inflict injuries, they will more likely use their dominant hand as the hand that they use to wield the knife to inflict those injuries, correct?
Yes, sir.
And if they are then inflicting those injuries to their upper extremity, that being their arm, they are then therefore much more likely to inflict it to their non-dominant side, correct?
Correct.
And you agree that the injuries that we see here are on the defendant's non-dominant hand, correct?
Correct.
Now, in your report, although it wasn't asked about, this is on page 3, again 696, counsel, say that the injuries to the defendant were potentially lethal, correct?
Correct.
All right. Doctor, have you ever seen, now you read the medical reports, correct?
Yes.
And you read that the injuries to the groin involved not even superficial cuts or lacerations, but superficial abrasions, correct?
Correct.
And an abrasion is actually something even less than a cut, correct?
Well, it's a type of cut, sir.
I'm sorry?
It's a type of cut.
All right. A less severe type of cut.
Less depth, yes, sir.
All right. And have you ever... All right.
So, it seems that Ezra McCandless made art. Something has been brought to my attention. Alright, she is an amateur artist, and before her arrest, she was known for her local community eccentric, creative, free spirit, and her art leaned heavily in expressive, doodle-heavy, and illustrative style. Anna said found it on AT&T overseas and can rent it on demand for free. Oh, okay. And notably, she used her own vehicle, which investigators eventually found Woodworth's body as a literal canvas, covering its entire exterior, distinctive hand painted designs, imagery, and text. During court testimony, she even mentioned meticulously rearranging her paintings in the vehicle just prior to the crime. She's an amateur artist. I didn't pronounce myself. So, amateur. Right. Role in the trial. McCandless' artistic and journal-keeping habits played a significant role in her 2019 trial. The boy carving. On the night of the murder, she appeared as a stranger's house with the word boy. Later admitted that she carved it into her own skin. Let's see. This is the part I want to see. That car should be shown by her lawyer. Yeah. You know what I meant. Okay. Oh, okay. She is certainly an immature artist. Definitely, though. Yeah. The sales are actively managed by her. Okay, so following her conviction and life sentence, McCandless family sparked immense true crime community backlash by using her official Instagram dirt feed to sell her artwork. Oh, she's going to be on the stand next. After this guy, she'll be on the stand. So we're going to be seeing it today. She began selling prints of daily journal entries and drew each day of her trial. Sales are actively managed by her family and funded for legal appeals. Critical and victim supporters have heavily condemned this behavior, arguing that she is exploiting her true crime notoriety for financial gain while continuing to seek attention from behind bars. Similar to Judy Arias. All right, so let's go to the art. Okay, let's see. Switching over. Well, we're just going to do it like this then, so everybody can see it properly. Shouts of the spaceship cats. All right. This is the IG that she has. Okay, and this is the artwork on it. Judy Arias is the same way. Does he? So this is the art she does. Ezra. See it all? For the most part, yeah. For those listening, it looks like water paint, in my opinion, and some stuff of people being painted, mostly women. I'd say they're all women, and various animals doing things, or just existing, with various colors. Yes, it is good. Yes. Yeah, and they are women. Yeah. Yes, a lot of women. Yes. Yes, I agree. I agree. Yeah. She has some frogs and lions and some different various cats and horses. Mushrooms like the Mario mushroom, various women, and birds, some bees, a bear, fish, horses, seahorses, cats, tigers, lions, turkeys, fireflies. I meant dragonflies. Yeah, so yeah, this is it right here. The colors, like you have like a pink boar, like an orange blue snake, some Pokemon characters, some goats. I think they're pretty good. Yeah. Some skulls, some foxes, some humanoid, a human female with a horse head, a woman with a spaceship, and a couple of collages too. She could have done a different path in life. And this tiger's pretty cool. It's a tiger with multi-colors on it. Like a regular tiger, like orange and black with red and blue and green. So a collage of colors. So yeah, I mean, this would have been a better thing to get into than murdering people. Same thing with Judy Arias. Oh, and also Baby Yoda too. With Judy Arias, she does the same thing. She has an IG and she sells art through her family. So yeah, those are the paintings. Shots of the spaceship cats. Now we'll continue with the trial.
Seen in your practice, in your emergency room practice, someone suffer death from a superficial abrasion to the groin, similar to the groin injury that you see here?
No.
All right. Are you aware of?
All right, we are going to start Ezra McCandless's testimony on the stand. Here we go.
You state your name and spell it for the record, please.
My name is Ezra McCandless. EZRA
Okay, Ezra, I'm going to ask you to speak really clearly into the microphone because you're soft-spoken.
Yes.
Okay, so everybody can hear you, all right?
All right.
I guess the first question I'm going to ask you is, why Ezra McCandless? Why that name?
Why Ezra McCandless? Well, I have gone through a lot of changes in my life regarding identity and what really fits me. And I tried on a few names, but I found ultimately that Ezra's fit perfectly for who I am.
What was your birth name?
My birth name was Monica J.
And did your name eventually become the last name Carlin?
Yes.
Okay. So why did you decide specifically, I'm going to ask you the specifics of both names and what they mean to you. Let's talk about the last name first, why you changed your last name.
I changed my last name, not to change my last name because of family's sake, but I changed it because of the name McCandless is from an individual named Christopher McCandless from Into the Wild, he's known for. And his love for nature, his philosophies for life, they were very in tune and aligned with who I am. So I honored him by taking his last name.
And what about, and Into the Wild, just everybody might not know what it is, just in a sentence, tell us.
It's a novel, it's a book he wrote.
Okay. It was a book written about him?
Yes, about him.
Okay. And what about the name Ezra? How did you choose that name?
I was on a family vacation and it was just absolutely wonderful, and I spotted the name Ezra and I noticed how it's more neutral. It leans not necessarily masculine and it's not necessarily completely feminine. And I found that it felt right to me.
At a certain point in your life, did you feel that being identified as female did not fit you?
Yes.
Okay. Why don't you explain how you view your gender?
In high school, I found that I felt more comfortable being masculine. It was how I identified at the time. My alignment was very masculine.
What about now?
Now I'm fluid, so I lean now more towards my femininity as a woman.
Okay. And has this fluidity been going on for a period of time?
Yes, for a few years now.
Okay. I'm going to ask you what might seem like a silly question, but just some people noticed. Have you been doodling in court?
Yes.
Can you
I
explain
have.
why?
Well, I've been doodling in court because there's times when this experience is very traumatic, and it helps center me so that I can breathe through it and I can focus on something at the time so that I can breathe.
Are you an artist?
Yes.
Can you just tell the jury a little bit about how you developed your interest in art?
I developed my interest in art when I was as young as 5 years old. I've always had an interest in art, and I've been doing it since then. And I continued to have a passion for it throughout high school and even in secondary school when I decided to take art and work for a professor of the arts and hang for a gallery.
All right. And the other thing I want to ask you is what your height and weight are. So what's your height, first of all?
I'm 5'2".
And how much do you weigh?
I roughly
I'm sorry.
I roughly weigh between 115 and 120 pounds.
Back in March
Yes.
of 2018, approximately what was your weight? Or
Approximately my weight was 115.
so about the same?
Yes.
Okay. Were there times before then where you were heavier?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you about meeting Alex.
All right. Yes.
Why don't you tell us how you met Alex Woodworth?
I met Alex Woodworth one night when I noticed him. He was writing alone inside a bar called The Joint. He just seemed very focused, and I thought it was interesting that he was alone amongst all these people, so focused on his writing.
And when you saw him alone, focused on his writing, did you have any conversation with him?
Yes.
How did that occur?
I was curious as to how he could focus alone on this topic. I approached him and I said, "What are you writing about? Just tell me about it."
I'm going to show you what has been marked as exhibit number 697, sorry, can't see anything without my glasses, and ask you to identify what this is.
This is a table of contents of Alex's writings.
Okay, you've seen this before?
Yes.
All right. And just to understand what writings they are, you were in court when the original copies of his journal were shown, right?
Yes.
And is this an accurate copy of them?
Yes.
All right. And just showing you, can you name the names of the journals?
Yes. Do you want me to read?
Yes, you can. And it's just so the jury is clear, does this book contain both the original copies of the original handwriting and then typed copies to make it easier to read?
Yes.
All right. Okay, so what are the names of the journals?
Personal notes, research ideas, and the quest to understand.
Okay, that's the first journal. The
Yes.
second?
Extra Scraver.
Okay, and the third?
I met a man walking through a briar patch. He was looking for the rose promised by the thorns.
Okay. Judge, I would move exhibit 697 into evidence.
Your Honor, can we just approach a second?
Yes. All right, well, Exhibit 697, subject to a limitation, will be received.
When you met Mr. Woodworth,
Yes?
I'm going to show you page 6. From the exhibit you just saw.
Yes.
First of all, on that day, did Alex Woodworth show you his journal?
Yes.
And looking at page 6, I'm just going to ask you to take a minute to look. There's 2 pages to page 6, a typed version and a handwritten version.
Yes.
Are those the same, the typed version and the handwritten version?
Yes, they are.
Did he share with you what he had written on that day?
Yes, he did share with me.
Did you also read it at a later date?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to put this on the, okay, first I'll show. All right. And just to clarify the record, this is a journal entry from August 8th, 2017, right? Okay. So just to show what the handwritten version looks like, is this the handwritten version?
Yes.
All right, now so we can read it, I'm going to show you the typed version. Huh? Okay. So in this typed version, after, it starts with a quotation, right?
Yes.
And that's
Yes.
from a book.
Yes.
Do you know who the author of that book is?
No, I cannot remember.
Okay, that's fine. Can you read the next sentence to the jury?
I am oddly preoccupied with the concept of cannibalism, not quite with the actual cannibalism practice, but rather the indwelling metaphors our understanding actually works with.
All right. The essay, what does the essay go on to talk about without having to read every line?
Cannibalism is mentioned in this essay a few times. It goes on to deal with the concept of metaphorical cannibalism and the concept of cannibalism itself as what cannibalism renders you as, and the anxieties and the fears and being a meal in a sense.
Is it fair to say, or is your interpretation of the essay that it is philosophical in nature
Yes,
as opposed to literal in nature?
yes.
I'll come back to his writings on cannibalism, but I'm going to ask you a little more about that conversation with him.
Yes.
Aside from looking at his journal about cannibalism, what discussions did you and Alex Woodworth have at that time?
Well, he caught me right away because I thought it was quite a peculiar subject, cannibalism. And I was interested in what he meant, what I understood. He was speaking of it philosophically, and I also wanted his ideas and his concepts of literally cannibalism. So we talked back and forth about a few artists that have partaken in cannibalism that he mentioned. We spoke about the anxieties of and what it means for someone to consume another.
What did he say that at that time, on August 8th, or roughly August 8th of 2017, what did he tell you about what he meant by consuming another?
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Thank you.
Again, we have had a pretrial ruling on this, and it doesn't go to the truth of the matter. It only goes to what Ms. McCandless heard or understood or what was in her mind. So you may proceed.
As long as we're on that understanding, then that's fine.
Okay.
I withdraw the objection.
Can you ask the question again, please?
Sure. Actually, I'll have the court reporter read it back, so it's exactly the same.
Okay.
Okay, so what did he say at that time on August 8th, or roughly August 8th of 2017? What did he tell you about, hold on. What did he tell you about what he meant by consuming others?
Thank you. At that time, when we were deep in this discussion, he mostly talked about the philosophical sense, and he also mentioned the fact that often individuals partook in cannibalism because it was in essence, a consumption of one's power, to take in another's flesh.
All right. Besides cannibalism, did you talk about other things with him that evening?
Yes,
All right. At some point, was your conversation interrupted by another person?
it was.
Who came over to interrupt your conversation?
My boyfriend at the time, Jason, pulled me aside and he kind of interrupted our conversation.
What impressions or feelings did you have after Jason interrupted your conversation?
About him interrupting?
Yes, about him interrupting.
Well, I felt that my conversation was cut short, that I had plenty more to talk about.
Were you able to then continue your conversation with Alex Woodworth?
Yes.
Why don't you just summarize that for us, what else you talked about?
Well, we went out for a smoke and we started talking about our love for spiders because we both noticed a spider in the window sill or a spider web. We noticed it at the same time.
Okay. So that first time that you talked to Alex, how long, about, if you can remember approximately, how long do you think your conversation was with him on that particular date?
In whole, I think our conversation was about an hour.
Did you continue your friendship after that?
Yes.
And did you eventually become more than just friends?
Yes.
All right, we're going to return to that, but right
All right.
now I'm going to get into a different topic with you, all right? I'm going to ask you about Jason Mangle.
All right.
Tell us briefly how you met Jason.
I met Jason outside of a coffee shop one night after a music festival.
What's the name of that coffee shop?
Racy Delane's.
All right. And just tell us a little bit about meeting him.
He let out a big sigh, and I was curious why he was doing that. He seemed quite frustrated, so I said, "Well, what's the matter?" And we instantly started talking, and we talked almost all night.
After that all-night conversation, what happened with you and Jason?
Well, after we exchanged information, we had begun texting and back and forth, and we started seeing each other after.
At that time, where were you living?
I was living with my mother in Stanley, Wisconsin.
The texting went on, and did texting lead to dating?
Yes.
You sound kind of happy about that, or not happy, intense, I would say, would
Well,
be the word.
We fell in love quite fast because we had just so much in common.
And how, in the beginning of that relationship, how would you characterize how Jason treated you?
He treated me very well.
What was the age difference, or what is the age difference between you and Jason Mangle?
It's about 13, 14 years apart.
Do you know how old you were when you met him?
Yes, I was about 19.
Did you know how old he was?
Yes.
How old was he then, if you recall?
He was about 34.
All right, so that's how you remember it?
Yeah.
All right, so there's
Yes.
about a 15 or so year age difference between the two of you?
Yes.
Did you realize that right away when you met him?
Yes.
How did you feel about that? That
Well-
age difference specifically?
The age difference. Well, I wasn't concerned necessarily that we had an age gap. I felt a bit awkward that he was so much older than me and he was even close to my own parents' age.
Did there come a time in your relationship where you got pregnant?
Yes.
How did you discover that?
I was very sick and I had been throwing up for weeks and I decided to go buy a pregnancy test and take it.
When you say buy a pregnancy test, do you mean those kinds they sell in the drugstore that give you a line?
Yes.
All right. So where were you when you took the pregnancy test? Do you remember?
I was at a gas station.
And did you tell Jason about it?
Yes, I did.
How did he react?
He seemed anxious and and he wanted to go get the test confirmed at the doctor's, and it was hard to really read what he was thinking at the time.
Did you go to the doctor?
Yes, I did.
After, and what was the result from the doctor's office?
I was in fact pregnant.
Ultimately, what did you decide to do about that pregnancy?
I ultimately decided to terminate the pregnancy early on.
Why?
I wasn't sure what to do at that time. I was scared. I was so young. I was confused as to really what to do. So I decided, it felt rushed. I decided to terminate the pregnancy.
And would it be fair to say that even then you had very conflicted feelings?
Yes.
Objection leading.
Sustained.
All right. How did terminating the pregnancy make you feel?
I felt very empty after. I felt it hurt emotionally and physically, and it made me feel alone and very empty.
After terminating the pregnancy, did you tell Jason you did not want him in the room?
I did, yes.
Why?
I felt overwhelmingly ashamed, and I just felt like I didn't want to have him witness me like that. I didn't want him to.
This abortion and its aftermath, was there a change at all to your relationship?
Yes.
Why don't you tell us about that?
After the abortion, things between me and my partner, Jason, it caused a lot of distance between us. He began sleeping on the couch, and he rejected physical intimacy, even holding my hand at times.
Just so we set the date, do you recall the date that you terminated your pregnancy?
Yes.
When was it?
The only date that I could schedule was October 6th.
Is that a significant day to you in another way?
Yes.
Why?
It's my birthday.
So you said he started sleeping on the couch.
Yes.
Lacked physical intimacy, wouldn't even hold your hand. Were there other things going on in your relationship that made you feel uneasy or unhappy?
Yes.
Why don't you tell us about those?
Jason and I started feeling frustrated, and I felt very micromanaged at the time. He was controlling me in many ways and micromanaging me, and we had started to grow apart as a couple.
Were there anything that he did that made you feel physically uncomfortable?
Yes, he never hit me, but he would be very erratic with his gestures, and sometimes he would throw things or break things, and that made me uneasy.
Did he make accusations of you at all?
Yes.
Why don't you give us an example?
An example of an accusation is that I was clumsy and that I would lose his things all of the time, and there was a time where he got very heated over a Sharpie marker even, and it caused an argument between us.
What did he say about the Sharpie marker?
That I misplaced it on purpose, and I'm so stupid for losing things all the time. I shouldn't touch his things. That's about what it was about.
You were in court when Jenna Van de Zant testified?
Yes.
And she identified herself as, well, first of all, did Jason have a roommate back at that time?
Yes, he did.
What was that roommate's name?
His name was Alexander Zink.
And what was Jenna Van de Zant's relationship to Alexander Zink?
They were boyfriend and girlfriend.
Was she somebody that at that time you became close to?
Yes.
you heard her testify about Jason criticizing your makeup, or what was that about?
Well, he would at times criticize my makeup. He would say I looked like a clown, or he would criticize my weight, even though at that time I was very small from being sick. And he just, anything he could really pick at, he would.
You mentioned that Jason and your adoptive father, Joe Shane Carlin, are about the same age.
Yes.
And did Jason have a relationship? Well, first, did Jason in some ways remind you of your father?
Oh, yes. He definitely reminded me of my father.
Okay. Currently, how's your relationship with your father?
I love him and we're fine.
Okay. But growing up, how was your relationship with your father?
It was very turbulent. I was often afraid of him and intimidated and very put down.
Well, first of all, let me ask about both your parents, your mother and your father. When you grew up,
Yes.
at a certain point, did your mother and Joe Shane get a divorce?
Yes.
How old were you then?
I was in middle school, so 11, 12.
Before the divorce, what word would you say most described that household?
It was like living with two tornadoes in one room.
All right. And focusing on that,
Yes.
the tornado that was Joe Shane, when you say tornadoes, what do you mean by that?
What I
When we
mean
first
by
asked
that is they're both very strong, opinionated people, and they just would often butt heads. And my mom she disagreed about ways he would discipline me, and that would cause arguments.
Was there a lot of time when your mom was not at home during that period of your life?
Yes, she was working.
And when you were with Joe Shane and your mother wasn't around,
Yes.
tell us about some of the things he would do.
Some of the things he would do when I was younger is he was very loud. He would always yell about something, or he would put me down. He often called me stupid, and he would say I wouldn't amount to much and that I was slow, and he was very emotionally abusive to me.
How did you respond to that?
I responded by just being quiet, and I would cry, and I would just often go off and be alone.
When you would cry, how would he handle that?
He doesn't approve of crying. He would tell me that he would give me something to cry about.
Was part of your response of dealing with him, did you sometimes feel like you were like spaced out or lost a sense of where you were?
Yes,
Why don't you tell us about that?
there was often times to tone out the yelling and the name calling that I felt very distant from myself. I would essentially just close off everything around me, and I didn't want to cry in front of him, so I would prevent myself from crying.
Were there times where you found yourself in that state without even realizing you were going there?
Yes, there was times I would zone out and I wouldn't even realize I was doing it at the time.
All right. And getting back to Jason,
Yes,
did he meet your parents?
yes,
And Jason and your father, what kind of relationship did they have?
very buddy. They are very close with each other.
Okay. So coming back to the issue, leaving aside your family,
Yes,
coming back to the issue of you and Jason, and you're in this period where things aren't going well.
yes.
What is happening at this point in your friendship with Alex Woodworth? And I'm directing you specifically to October
Yes.
2017, okay? After the abortion.
Alex and he would notice me at the coffee shop and I would notice him more, and we started going on long walks with each other after he would close.
When you say he would close, what do you mean?
Closing up the restaurant, coffee shop, Lacy Delane's.
do you mean he was closing up because he was the last patron there, or was he working there?
Working.
And on these walks, why don't you tell us what you and Alex talked about?
Alex and we talked about life itself. I would talk about nature and how I viewed things. And then Alex would talk about how he would view things and his philosophies and his ramblings, as he would say. And often I was kind of the yin to his yang, because a lot of his philosophies countered mine, because mine are very in the sunlight, in the sunshine, and his are very much so a rainy day.
Did you tell Alex about your abortion?
Yes, I did. On one of our walks, I shared with him what I was going through at that time, and he allowed me to open up about it and how I really truly felt and all of the pain that came with it.
As you got close to Alex,
Yes,
did you learn more about his past?
I learned some things about his past, yes.
And your relationship, I'm going to ask you some questions about his past, actually.
All right.
What did you learn about Alex and his feelings as you became close with him?
Feelings towards his past?
Yeah, just tell us some of the things he shared with you.
Some of the things he shared with me is that he often puts a happy face on when he goes back home for holidays, and at times it can deeply depress him, and he often felt like an outsider, that he had arguments with his father, I believe, and that he was deeply religious.
I guess I'm going to object, Your Honor. I don't see the relevance, number one, and number two, it's hearsay.
Well, again, first of all, in the hearsay objection, ladies and gentlemen, and you're going to hear testimony about things that Mr. Woodworth may have said and things that he may have wrote. And they're allowed in this case, not for the truth of what he wrote or what he said. And this is a difficult concept, I think. And you'll get an instruction at the close of the case and why this evidence is admitted and why it is allowed. So, and lawyers understand this, hear it all the time, but it's not offered for the truth of the matter asserted, but only offered as it goes to the context and the state of mind Ms. McCandless may have had and how what she heard or read affected her. And so, now, the second issue, Can
we approach Your Honor?
Yeah, okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the objection is sustained on relevance. And so, Ms. Fishney will continue.
All right, I want to ask you some questions about Alex and his feelings.
All right.
All right, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you an essay that he wrote. Okay. I'm showing you again from Exhibit 697, an essay called Words, dated November 2016.
Yes.
All right, so again, looking at the typed and the handwritten pages, have you had an ability to look at them before and compare them?
Yes.
And is the typed version just make it easier to read?
Yes.
Okay. Now, this essay was written before Alex met you, but have you read this essay?
Yes, I have.
And have you discussed it with Alex?
Yes.
Is this the typed version of the essay called Words?
Yes.
All right. Looking at the second paragraph of that essay, can you read the second paragraph?
Are you speaking of the paragraph that starts with yet?
No, this paragraph that starts with "do I wish," right on the top. So
All right, would you like me to read this?
yes, please.
Do I wish, desire to die? In a way, yes. In another, no. For the first, life is misery each day the same, exhausting. For the second, a wager of experiences that outweigh any present pain. The former is inexplicable. The latter is need of comment.
Okay, the next paragraph?
There is little I've enjoyed more than the physical intimacy, the contact under covers, whilst watching a film, for example. These have a way of grounding a shattered conscience. Regardless of any euphoria of reflection, her presence, her breath against me, the heaves of her chest cement me, pull me back together. Indeed, bliss is her heart beat felt.
All right, now, fair to say those words are not written about you. This journal is written before he met you.
Yes,
Did he express similar feelings towards you eventually in your relationship?
definitely.
Objection, relevance.
I'm going to overrule. Go ahead.
Yes, he did.
All right. And does he continue in this essay to talk about depression?
Yes.
What does he say at the top of this page, starting with the word "or"?
Or, in formula, my emptiness is what prevents any fulfillment. Or again, my misery blocks any happiness from occurring. Yet again, my illness makes a cure unattainable.
And-
How,
Okay, go ahead. You can go.
how sad, huh?
Does he talk in this essay about philosophy and how that helps him?
Yes.
What does he say about that? You can just summarize it if you remember it.
Philosophy is kind of a vessel for him.
And by a vessel, what do you mean?
A vessel for his, what I considered pain.
Okay. Did he say that philosophy was like a way out or something that he could
Yes.
escape into? And at the very end, in his essay, after he talks about escaping into it, what does he say?
He says,
And so, starting with those words.
and so. Do you mean pity me?
No, the paragraph before that.
All right. And so, my attempt to escape is futile. I am trapped by the very trapped I was caught by, the longing to be otherwise, that alone. Yet, that is what I am, alone. My loneliness even prevents socialization. Too many times I have heard, you didn't look like you wanted to talk. Entirely because I longed for that very connection I failed to even be recognized as feeling alone because of how alone I felt. Pity me, I refuse to utter such words. Instead, my only hope is to be as alone as I feel, so I can.
Thank you. Were there other times that Alex Woodworth wrote about being lonely, empty, and misery? Did that theme continue in his writings?
It continued, yes.
Okay. Tab 14. Well, let me ask you this first, before I get to the themes of loneliness and misery in his writing.
Yes.
Did your relationship eventually change from being friends and confidants who went on walks and discussed philosophy into something else?
Yes.
Why don't you tell us about that?
Alex and I started slow. We held hands, we hugged, and we shared a few kisses, and then eventually we became partners.
And were you still living with Jason during this time?
Yes.
When you say you became partners, can you just explain what kind of partner you mean?
Sexual partners.
Okay. And did he express desires for you to be vulnerable to him?
Absolutely, yes.
I'm going to show you another essay of his. I'm just waiting to get it out of the book.
Yes.
Okay. What is the title of this essay?
In quotes, it says, "Come as you are, flaws and all."
What's the date that this essay was written?
October 29th, 2017.
And again, is the typed version the same as the handwritten version?
Yes.
All right. First of all, looking at the very top of this essay, Come As You Are.
Yes.
Okay. I just want to ask you, without having you read the whole top, you notice that he talks about Caputo, Abraham, and God.
Yes.
And the Abrahamic story of Isaac and sacrifice. Is that what that relates to?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And was Caputo, or just tell us about Alex and Caputo, or that book. Was that a book he was fond of?
He was very fond of that book. It was a staple in his reading and his philosophies.
Okay. Does he also, in this, the last sentence in this paragraph mentions, if I'll just read it for you, alongside the obligatory, I want to find a poetics of erotics. Did he connect Caputo, philosophy, and eroticism?
Yes.
Objection, leading.
I don't think that's leading. I just asked if he connected them. It's a preliminary question.
Okay, I'll give you a little latitude, so I'm going
Thank
to
you.
overrule. But
Okay.
it is leading.
What do you mean by that when you say he connected those things?
What I mean by that is that he wanted to explore them in his concepts of erotics. He wanted to explore the stories from Caputo and the novel about Abraham.
Okay. And going to later down the page, all right, as it continues, I'm going to ask you specifically, and I'm trying to make this easier for you to read, so you don't have to search.
Thank you.
Okay. Can you read that paragraph that starts with "Here I am"?
Here I am, come as you are, flaws and all. I wager myself and invite you to risk yourself.
All right, just stop right there. Do you know what he's writing about in this essay on October 29th?
Yes, I do.
How do you know?
I know because come as you are, flaws and all was a discussion we had between each other often. It was something he would say to me, he would text to me and ask of me all of the time.
Okay. And go ahead and keep reading that.
All of this is needed. I cannot command you to come unless I risk the same. In this phrase, I occupy both the Abrahamic, here I am, and the divine, come. If either parts fails, erotics fails, even if it succeeds.
All right, keep going.
If I do not risk myself, I reveal the desire to possess. I am seducing, not loving. If I do not invite you to risk yourself, I become the ethical fool, the willing sacrifice. I am committed, but to someone who doesn't love me.
What's he talking about there, committed but to someone who doesn't love him?
Objection, calls
Sustained.
for speculation.
Did he discuss with you what that line meant, that he's committed but to somebody who doesn't love me?
Yes, we had this discussion as we did in many of our discussions about that I was still in a relationship essentially with Jason. So he felt that because I was still in that relationship, I was not fully committed to just him.
This essay ends with him saying, "We hide our flaws, and it is a feat to come flaws and all." Have you actually responded? Do you know what he's referring to there?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell the jury that?
What he is saying there is that it's hard to bare yourself to someone completely, to be vulnerable.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
That's all right. He asked of me to be vulnerable with him, to essentially come to him, flaws and all. And I've often struggled bearing my flaws easily and openly. So it was, this discussion in this essay we read together was about how I was and trying to bear myself to him, and as he was asking, because he bared himself to me, that I should do the same.
Now, let's talk a little bit more about your relationship and its development. So this is written in late October.
Yes.
In that time, in October, just what's the status of your relationship with him yet? Is it sexual? Is it on its way to being sexual? What's going on?
At that time, we were becoming intimate, yes. We were very much so falling in love at that time.
And, did there come a time where you spent the night at his house?
Yes.
Do you remember roughly when that first time was?
Roughly, yes, I do remember.
Okay, why don't you tell us?
It was late October.
Could it have been the
November.
beginning of October?
Oh, yes.
I'm sorry, not late October. Could it be?
Beginning of November.
That's what I meant to say.
Yes.
I'm getting a little confused. All right. And was Jason out of town when that happened?
Yes, he was.
You've seen Alex's roommates come in and testify, his
Yeah.
former roommates?
Yes.
All right. Was Dave Stoiding a roommate at that time?
Yes, he was.
Had you ever met him?
No. We kind of avoided each other.
Okay. And what about the other roommate, Matt Schreiner? Did he eventually become a roommate too? Or was
He was
a
a
roommate?
he was a roommate at the time. Yes.
And did you socialize with him at all?
Off and on, we would socialize. We met each other at the coffee shop a few times.
Okay. So when you stayed over with him, tell us how your relationship was developing at that time.
At that time, it was becoming very intimate, is how I can describe it. We at that time had become sexual partners, and we were sharing with each other a lot of ourselves.
Despite the fact that you were close and sharing things,
Yes.
was Alex still writing in a way that reflected and talking to you in a way that reflected misery or depression or unhappiness or?
Yes, he was.
I'm showing you an essay in Exhibit 697
Yes.
called "The Failure to Write," dated December 21st, 2017.
Yes.
Are you familiar with that essay?
Yes.
And is it the same as the handwritten? Is the typed version the same as the handwritten?
Yes.
Now, in this essay, without reading, can you tell us, or just, I mean, not reading the whole thing, the paragraph that says, "This is supposed to help my misery." Can you read that paragraph?
Yes. This is supposed to help ease my misery, but it only draws it into reflection. I want to say so much to you, but I cannot bring myself to speak. The words, if said to you, would only hurt more. They would hurt you and exuberate my own pain.
Is that exacerbate?
Exacerbate.
That's okay. Then the words that he says after that, he goes on, can you read that?
I know that I am not your priority. I am secondary to you. I believe that you love me, but your love for another is what you place your faith in. I am loved, but in a way that you can always give up. You believe that things can get better with the love you prioritize, and that means you believe you will abandon me someday. I am in so much pain because you love me, and still you hope to abandon me to my loneliness again. Can you see that your desire for your priority is also a desire for my annihilation? Can I show you this? Or is my only hope to be that your priority ceases to be so far the development of my own significance? Can you realize that I am your significant other in a way that I benefit from?
Now, this essay was written on December 21st, 2017.
Yes.
Okay, we're going to come back in a little bit to something that happened in December of 2017. Actually, I'm going to show you another essay. This is from December 26th, 2017.
Yes.
What is the title of that essay?
An Obsession with Misery, December 26, 2017.
Okay. And is this... Okay, this is short.
Yes.
Okay, why don't you read this?
All right. Alongside my obsession with erotics, I am possessed to write about misery, the failing of happy consciousness. In all honesty, suffering is among my greatest interests.
Okay, okay, just go ahead. Keep going.
I am in love with the phenomenology of illness, both mental and physical, but also with the sub-pathological suffering. The plight of a guilty woman who is sexually promiscuous interests me as much as those with cancer, depression, and dysphoria. The anxiety of perfectionism, of a short prognosis, of lifelong uncurable symptoms, is a game, as that is an overworked college student with a cumulative final. Each differs from the others, but that there is misery remains constant. Love has been interwoven into my life, but so has object misery been. I recall my first love.
I'm going to stop you
Okay.
there because he is talking. Did he discuss this essay with you?
Yes.
And he goes on in the essay to talk about other people and their misery?
Yes, he does.
All right. And do you know, or did he talk to you about why he was writing about misery near the end of December?
He was himself feeling a lot of internal pain and loneliness, even as we had a relationship together.
So let me ask you, when you first met him, we talked about this a little earlier,
Yes.
and he was writing about cannibalism, right?
Yes, he was.
All right. Do you recall, did that theme continue in his discussions with you?
Often, yes.
And did he write about that in some of his other essays?
Yes.
This is an essay going back to August of 2017. What's the name of this essay
Dead to Me,
and the date?
August 6, 2017.
Is the typed version the same as the handwritten?
Yes.
And looking at, I'll get this up to the right place, 1 minute. To say I'm not great at using this Elmo. This essay, can you just read the first sentence of that paragraph?
Yes. Because you are dead to me, this love fails to be truly erotic now, though it may have been. Instead, we are speaking of cannibalism.
All right. So, besides cannibalism in his writings, aside from that, this is in August, we've already talked about it.
Yes.
Did he continue to have these discussions with you about cannibalism beyond writing about them?
All of the time, yes.
What would he, did his expressions or his talks about cannibalism go beyond the esoteric or the philosophical from what you heard from him?
Yes.
Why don't you tell us about that?
It went beyond philosophy at points when we would discuss erotics of cannibalism. And cannibalism in the sense of individuals in history and through the past, and even artists who have partaken in cannibalism because of their ultimate desire to consume that individual, to consume that individual's power, or to consume that individual so that that person they had loved would never leave them.
So, in other words, I'm not quite understanding what you mean. The person that they loved would never leave them. Could you just explain a little bit more what
Yes.
Alex told you and what he meant about that?
We specifically spoke of individuals, lovers, that partook in cannibalism, and he consumed his partner so that in essence, by consuming his partner, eating him, because he was passed away, he was never away from him. He had absorbed his essence.
What is the title of this essay?
Violation,
And the date?
August 9th, 2017.
So, again, is he writing about you in this essay?
No.
Okay. So, I'm going to show you just a brief part of this essay. In this essay, is he discussing a prior relationship with him?
Yes.
All right. Can you read this where it says distract me?
Yes. Distract me is dehumanizing, unhuman. It is the request of a mind to flesh. It is cannibalism. The words haunt me, confirming that you had died to me. I was lift with a revenant. A facsimile?
Facsimile?
A facsimile of a person who spoke of a warm caress while offering a vampire touch.
Now, in that essay, when he said I was lift with a remnant, first of all, in your discussions with him, was lift actually intended to be left? I was left with a remnant?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I'm asking about. All right. And in that discussion, can you explain what a revenant, or not what it is necessarily, but what Alex said a revenant was?
Yes, we often talked about a revenant. When we would speak of a revenant, we would discuss how essentially what a revenant is an individual come back from the dead, a specter or a ghost of sorts. They have come back to do unfinished business, or it is called like retribution, or it's unfinished business essentially is what a revenant comes back for. It was a topic we often talked about because he would tell me he considered himself a revenant.
And again, from Exhibit 697, I'm showing you another essay.
Yes.
And can you tell the jury what the title, why don't you tell me what the title is here of this essay and the date?
From the Past, Memories, November 2017. Reworked from July 24th, 2017.
Again, is the typed the same as the handwritten?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to read it from where it says, I know now. Just the next few sentences.
I know now that you wanted to change me and be changed by me. You asked for my
I'm
flesh.
sorry, I had that a little.
Thank you. You asked for my flesh and offered me yours, but so that we could give and receive back new flesh. I am yours, become mine. I mistook the innocent play, your desire for my hunger. I saw cannibalism where you asked to be seen erotically.
Okay, let's stop there. When he says, I saw cannibalism when you asked to be seen erotically, do you know what he's writing about?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Did you discuss with Alex what he was writing about?
Yes.
Why don't you tell us what that was about?
When I discussed this with Alex, he was speaking of, he was taking the other person in, he was consuming them wholly. Where they wanted to be seen erotically, lovingly, he was seeing them as something to take in, to possess.
Did Alex tell you whether or not that reference was about you?
Yes.
And what did he say?
He told me that it was in reference of me because of parallels of someone he was with in the past.
I'm going to show you again the beginning of the same essay.
Yes.
Let me get it to this. Can you read this?
I am warm, I am kind, I am good. When did I become so dull inside? I am not warm, I am so gloomy. I am not kind, I am so distant. I'm not good, I'm aberrant.
Aberrant, is that aberrant?
Aberrant.
Okay.
I have gotten too good at being these things. Am I seen as a person anymore? They aren't masks, though.
All right, let me ask you about there where he's saying he's aberrant and it's not a mask. Can you explain, or did Alex discuss with you what he meant by that?
He discussed with me about masks often.
1 minute, please. All right, and can you tell me what he would tell you about masks? Or not tell me, tell all of us.
Yes. What he told me about masks is that he often seen others and he often felt himself that he had to put on a mask to present himself a certain way so that when he was out in public or when he was at work, he would put on a certain face. And often he felt that it was always hard to always have to wear a mask with certain people.
All right, in the same essay, I'm
Yes.
going to go to one more area, all right? And I'll direct you over to the words "my touch." Can you see that?
Yes, I can.
Okay, why don't you read that?
My touch is a request. Feel nothing but me. Let me give death a face to you. Has my body ever taken someone's from there and gave it back different? I remember holding her with my coat, warming her already too human face. Did it consume her as she did me? Or was my futile attempt to possess but kindling? I am not warm, but I can offer myself to your blaze.
Okay, I'll ask you to stop there. Again, did Alex discuss with you what he meant? And I want to ask specifically about where he says, "Let me give death a face to you." Did he talk about that with you?
He did talk about that with me.
And what did he mean?
He wasn't talking about death as in looking at the other individual and he's seen death. He was, in essence, speaking of how loving that individual was as death. It's a hard thing to just outright and say.
Okay. I want to ask you about the sexual aspects of your relationship with Alex during this time, meaning late October, November, December. All right? So during this period of time, can you tell us some of the, and I know it's very intimate, but some of the details of your sexuality or the sexuality or sex between you and Alex Woodworth?
Alex and I, when we began our relationship, sex was very vanilla, I could say.
What does vanilla mean?
Well,
just in case people haven't heard that expression.
What vanilla means is that it was your average sex. It was missionary. You're what a lot of people would describe as normal sex.
Okay. And during this period of time, was there some progression from the pure vanilla into some differences early now, November, December?
Yes, there were. I encouraged him to explore himself and things he might want. And we started practicing and doing these new things that he wanted to express himself.
Okay, first of all, in terms of sexual position, was there a preferred sexual position from that Alex told you he preferred?
Yes.
What was that?
It was called prone, as he informed me. And
Were you face to face during sex?
no, rarely.
Okay, what position were you in?
From behind is what you can call it. He would often express this desire for it.
And were there objects he would use that impaired your sight at all?
Yes, he preferred to have my glasses off, and he enjoyed to blindfold me.
Was there anything specific about lightness versus darkness?
Yes, he liked it to be either soft light, a candle, or he preferred it to be absolutely dark. He enjoyed kind of the mystery of it all in the dark.
How did you feel about that?
I thought it was interesting and exciting, and I also felt I am very visually impaired without my glasses, so I get a little uncomfortable at times without them.
So let me ask this. Did Alex refer to you as a boy?
Yes.
Do you know why he referred to you as a boy? Did he tell you why?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
Objection, relevance.
I'm going to overrule. Go ahead. Again, there's a limited purpose.
Yes,
but
this
I
is
hope
for
that you're within
her
that.
feelings.
Okay.
Yeah, I think this has been out there quite a bit already in front of the
All
jury.
right.
All right. What were your feelings, or what did he tell you about him referring to you as a boy?
Well, as our relationship progressed, I told him about how I identified in the past as almost strictly masculine. And he preferred that I presented myself in a masculine way. He often told me how confident I looked and how much he was attracted to me because he could call me a boy, his boy, and present that way.
Did you present yourself as a male to Alex?
Yes, I did.
What about the word boy specifically? How did you feel about his use of the word boy?
The word boy specifically, at first it was gender, as you can call it, but then the word became more possessive. I was his boy. It felt objectifying at times.
And what do you mean by objectifying?
I felt as if I was an object, that I was not EZRA McCandless, essentially, but I was just his boy.
Judge, I need a break. I'm sorry. I would like to take a short break. I need to take a short break. Like
All right.
a few
Well,
minutes.
ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 10-minute recess, and so we'll excuse you for that. All rise.
Ms. McCandless, you have referred to some essays from a book called Personal Notes and Research Ideas in the Quest to Understand.
Yes.
And
No objection.
I didn't realize that the original was not in evidence. So I'm showing you what's been marked, oops, as Exhibit 698.
Yes.
Is that the orange notebook that contains those essays you've testified about?
Yes.
Thank
No
you.
objection to its admission, Your Honor.
All right. And what's that, Exhibit 698?
Yes, I put that in evidence.
Exhibit 698 will be received, again, subject to court's pretrial rulings.
Now, I'm also been showing you what was previously marked as number, I believe, 653. I just want to make sure. And this is a copy of the book, the original of the book called Extra Scriber.
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to please turn to page 32 in this book, or maybe I'll do it for you just to make it.
Thank you.
So first of all, are there page numbers at the bottom of each page?
Yes.
All right. On page 32, do you see a doodle at the bottom of that page?
Yes.
What is that doodle?
Sorry. This doodle is a dog.
Okay, who drew it?
I did.
Do you remember when you drew it?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury when you drew it?
I drew it when we were together sharing a cup of coffee, and he was writing, and I was reading as he was writing.
All right. And then turning to page 41 in the journal, is there a doodle at the bottom of page 41?
Yes.
And when did you doodle that?
I doodled this when we were together yet again, and it's a bug of sorts.
All right. And then turning to page 181, at the bottom of page 181, is there another doodle?
Yes, there is.
And when did you doodle that?
I doodled this yet again when we were spending time together, and he was explaining to me, and we were talking back and forth about this essay.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any further questions about your doodles.
Thank you.
In Extra Scriber. Okay. All right. I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 651. Is this another journal of
Yes.
Alex Woodworth?
Yes.
And just what's the name of that journal?
This journal, it's notes, October 19th, 2017 through Dream Tree, Simple and Elegant.
And turning to the first page, is there a doodle at the bottom of that page?
Yes.
Did you draw that?
Yes.
Do you remember when you drew it?
Yes, I remember when he asked me to read this, and I drew a pumpkin with some.
Page 25. Is there a doodle on page 25?
Yes, a cat.
All right, page 27. Is there a doodle on page 27?
Yes, a doodle of a peach.
Page 32.
Yes, this is a fox.
And page 35.
Yes, there's a doodle.
All right, and were all of those doodles drawn when you were with Alex Woodworth at times he was talking about the pages on the journal?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you what was previously marked as exhibit number 654. You almost know now? Okay. I'm going to show you this book. Let me try and get the whole book in. Oops. Bearing in mind that I'm not great at this. Okay. Okay, I've been showing you what's been previously been marked, I think, as exhibit number 654.
Yes.
What is this?
This is Søren Kierkegaard, Fear and Trembling.
This particular book, did Alex discuss this book with you much?
We discussed it often, and we discussed it the most during very intimate moments of our relationship.
I want you to explain to the jury what you mean by him discussing them during intimate moments in your relationship.
This book was the book he would read from as we were having sex, and he would read passages from this book.
Was there another book he also read passages from when you were engaged in sex with Alex?
Yes, he would read from Caputo.
Do you know what the name of that book is?
Hoping Against Hope.
I think that we were talking about Alex referring to you as boy a little bit earlier.
Yes,
Did he also write about that in his journals?
he did, yes.
And I'm going to show you an essay from his journals. That's, 1 minute, I'm sorry, I'm trying to get the right part. All right. I think we were talking about boy, and I'm going to show you a journal entry and ask you what the name of that entry is.
Yes. When I lost myself, November 29th through 30th, 2017.
Is it fair to say this is a pretty long essay?
Yes.
Okay. And have you looked at the handwritten compared to the typed, and are they the same?
Yes, I have.
Okay. How many typed pages are there in this essay? I guess I should ask you that first before
Yes.
I go to it.
There are 31 typed pages.
Do you mean there are 5 typed pages, number 27?
Oh.
31?
Yes.
Is that a mistake?
I was reading the bottom number
Okay.
instead of counting, but there are 5.
Okay, thanks. I'm not going to go through this whole essay with you.
Yes.
I just want to ask you one thing that's in the essay. Okay. On the second to last page, or page 4 of the typed version of the essay, can you please read that?
Yes. I do not mean to say that he is irrational for not running away with me. Rather, I mean his hopes for a potential. I fail to understand his love for an abusive partner, at least in ways specifically understand the desire for stability. All the more so because of his friendships are mediated by this relationship. To give up his current partner is to risk losing his friends. Furthermore, I understand his feelings of guilty. This issue is my lack of sympathy. I do not see what there is to feel guilty about. He cannot do as he wants, and thus there is no love. If he did as he wanted, even without doing evil, the relationship would end. There is no love. Love is not happening, and yet he loves. I do not understand, but still I hope to be understanding.
Did Alex Woodworth discuss this journal entry with you?
Yes.
And that particular part which is referenced, what did he say to you about that?
Well, when he was writing this very long journal, he pointed this out, that he had been writing about me, and I noticed that instead of saying as you might, she or her, he was saying my masculine pronoun, his, him. He was talking about kind of his desires for our relationship and how he desired for my other relationship to end.
And I think, all right, I'll do that later. Was there a particular phrase that Alex, a philosophical phrase that Alex frequently used?
Yes, he would often say to me, love and do as you will.
And in your mind,
Yes.
what, in your mind, well, first let me ask you this. What did Alex say that meant to him?
He said to me, in what I took from what we talked about, that this love and do as you will was a way to say, I will do what I want, I will love who I want, I will do what I need to do in love. And that essentially is he will take what he wants
Okay. I'm showing you an essay about Love and Do What You Will. What is it called?
Dilige et quod vis fact.
Do you know what language that is?
I believe it's French.
Okay. Regardless of what language it is, because I don't know, do you know what it translates to?
Love and do as you will.
All right. What's the date that this essay was written?
November 9th, 2017.
By this time, and is it the same as the handwritten version?
Yes.
All right. By this time, was your sexual relationship with Alex, had you had sexual intercourse by this time?
Yes, we had sexual intercourse by that time.
Okay. And I'm not going to ask you to read the whole essay,
Yes.
but I'm going to ask specifically about this third paragraph and where it says, "Please forgive me." Okay? Can you read that part, just those two sentences?
Yes. Please forgive me for moving like you. You who are so alive. I profane the very breaths I take, and undead hoping to pass for something other than a conscious corpse. My guilt is wanting love without having a heart.
And the next sentence?
I've half-heartedly tried to isolate myself from you, afraid I would taint you.
Okay, and then I'm going to move down. One second. I'm going to move down to the end of the page. Okay, I'm off the screen, I'm sorry. I'm going to get it on the screen because when I look down, it looks like it's on the screen, but it's not.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Yes, this last paragraph, can you read that?
Yes. I was further contaminated, this all mutated. I wanted to be happy, but felt unworthy. I wanted to be loved, but refused to believe it possible. I wanted to be alive, but lacked a heart. And you hurt me. I hated myself through you, and you were a living death. Everything I said came to be a lie. I had to escape the monster I became with you. You did not deserve it, nor did I.
Did Alex talk to you about what he's referring to when he says, I had to become the monster? I had to escape the monster I became with you?
Yes.
What is that?
In this conversation, we discussed how he felt, how we were continuing our relationship sexually, intimately, how he wearing the masks to everyone else.
And what do you mean by masks? And you just explained that.
Wearing the masks as to seem a certain way with everyone, let's say out in public, but underneath the mask, there was a lot hidden.
All right, I'm going to ask you about one other line in this essay. This is near the end of the essay.
Yes.
And again, we're not going to read the whole thing, but I just would ask you to read the top sentences.
I am still afraid of myself, afraid I will come out again and hurt someone.
Now, when he said that, did you discuss what he meant by he was afraid he would come out and hurt someone?
Yes.
Okay, and continuing with that paragraph? No, I'm sorry, Mr. Nelson wants to say something. Why don't you tell the jury what he said to you about him saying he was afraid he would come out and hurt someone?
What he said to me about this in our discussion is he said to me how he was afraid he was going to take all. He was going to be greedy in the sense that if he wanted something, he was going to get what he wanted.
I'm going to refer you back to an earlier part of the essay, more in the beginning, that I forgot to read you, or
Yes.
forgot to ask you to read.
Yes.
So let me just make sure I have that on there, where it says, "I've half-heartedly."
Yes. I've half-heartedly tried to isolate myself from you, afraid I would taint you, yet I love you. I am sorry for this failure on my part. I know my touch would kill you, yet I reach out. That is my sin, the violence of my flesh that I lack a soul to correct.
Okay, now, did he discuss that with you specifically?
Yes.
What did he tell you about that?
What he told me about this is that in our relationship, I expressed a lot of my anxieties and my uncertainties with my previous relationship, continuing relationship with Jason. He was expressing to me that he knew it was causing me anxiety to pursue this, to keep pursuing this relationship and what we were doing. And he told me that at this point, it was that he didn't really necessarily care anymore, that he was causing this anxiety, that he was going to reach out anyways to me, that he was going to continue our relationship because that's what he wanted.
Now, did there come a time where Alex cut his wrist?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury about that?
There had been a time when I received some messages from Alex saying that he had harmed himself. He was asking me if I could drive him to a pharmacy or to help him out with this. And Jason at the time he asked me about it, and I told him Alex was hurt and Jason wanted to help. So I had gone over to Alex's house to help him, and that is when I seen what had happened, and Jason had patched him up, as he said.
When you say you saw what had happened, can you please describe that to the jury?
What I saw had happened was he had slit his wrist, and he shown me that he had to use a t-shirt to kind of stifle the bleeding. And it was just a very ugly gash from what I looked at.
At a later date, did Alex tell you, first of all, at that time, when you were there with Jason, did he say, if you remember,
Yes.
what he said about cutting his wrist?
What he said to me about cutting his wrist is that he felt he was feeling depressed again, and that he felt like he was feeling dead inside.
Did he tell you that in front of Jason, or did he tell you that at a later date?
He told me that not in front of Jason, but kind of to the side. He pulled me to the side when we were talking.
And again, I'm showing you another essay by Alex Woodworth from exhibit number 697. What is this essay called?
This essay is called Between Two Hands, January 20th through 22nd, 2018.
Is it the same as the handwritten version, the typed version?
Yes.
Is this in evidence
Yes.
already? Okay,
Oh, yes, absolutely. Exhibit 697, Your Honor.
okay, thank you.
And again, I'm going to ask you to read a small portion of this larger essay. And I would ask you, just the second paragraph, can you read that?
Yes. Should I confess that I have a large gash on my left wrist, a self-inflicted wound that had severed nerves and nearly cut through tendons? For me, one hand can only feel and move in a limp, numb way.
Okay, I'm going to stop you. Did he discuss this essay with you?
Yes, definitely.
Did he literally mean that his left hand couldn't move anymore?
He could move it, he just said it felt different.
Okay. And is he referring in this essay, did he tell you that he was writing about the time where he had cut his wrist?
Yes.
And what did he specifically later tell you about cutting his wrist?
He told me he had done it kind of in a a painful response to my rejection.
Later on in this essay, after he says limp, numb way, can we just go to where it says one of my hands? Yeah, we have
One
to.
of my hands has quit its status, almost as limp as corpse proper. It is no longer proper. It is a shameful and an advertising of my own lack of well-being. The reversibility of hands is gone. For me, one hand cannot feel. It is inactive, but it cannot be felt either. It is unpassive. I love you.
What, does it say I love you, Ted?
Yes, but
Do you know what Ted refers to?
there's no Ted, no.
Okay. And when he talks about this hand being unfeeling, is he referring to this physically or psychologically at this point? In terms of if he discussed it with you?
When he discussed it with me, he said it felt different, but he was discussing how psychologically it felt numb and strange to him.
Did Alex have some pet names or references he would call you besides boy?
Yes.
What were those?
His pet names for me mostly were his lamb. He would call me his son, as in S-U-N, and lamb, son, and his goon at times.
All right, let me talk to you specifically about lamb.
Yes.
What did he tell you he meant by his lamb?
As we were intimate, he would tell me, and as he would call me his lamb, he would use it in the holy sacrificial way, as the Lamb of Christ or the Lamb of God. He would tell me I was his holy sacrifice. I was his lamb.
Did that have a specific reference, his lamb, in relationship to what's shown on the cover of the Kierkegaard book? Did he say that to you?
Yes, we discussed this deeply. The sacrifice that, or what is shown on the book is the story of Abraham and his struggle as he was called to sacrifice his son, which he had an ultimate love for. And he would discuss to me the beauty and everything that was in the lines and in between the lines for him for that novel, as he would read it to me during intercourse.
And was there a specific comparison between the lamb that
Yes.
Abraham substitutes for his son and calling you the lamb?
Yes.
Can you explain what that is?
As he would say to me that Abraham, the sacrifice of the son is a sacrifice to God, the holiness of it. And he considered me his lamb, his holy sacrifice, and all of the love in that, and the sacrifice of not wanting to give that up.
He also used the word son, S-U-N. Was
Yes.
he referring to anything specific when he told you you were his son?
Yes, he had a pet name for.
I know this is embarrassing.
This is embarrassing for me. It's in reference to my vagina, the sun, the blaze, the warmth. He would often talk about how my intimate area was his sun, S-U-N.
Now, during this time, I'm sorry, I'm going to take you up now to, first of all, are there many journal phrases where Alex would refer to love and do what you will?
Yes.
Did you take the journals and count up what you thought, how many times that he would actually refer to that phrase in his journals?
Yes.
How many times did you count?
Roughly, it was the high 20s into the 30s. It's deeply woven into the journals.
Was that phrase also deeply woven into your relationship?
Yes, it seemed like instead of your typical morning text message, it would be a text of love and do as you will. Or he would somehow bring it into almost every conversation we would have. intimately, just normal conversation at the coffee shop, at home. It was always a part of every day.
I'm going to ask you about some specific sexual acts between you and Alex, all right?
All right.
As your sexual relationship progressed into January and February,
Yes.
did the sexual acts between you and Alex undergo a change from what they had been?
Yes.
Can you please tell us what that was?
Well, from what I said before, the more vanilla, it turned into what at times could be considered a BDSM relationship.
And what does BDSM mean?
BDSM is bind, dominance, and it can be submissive or sadomasochist. It depends on what sector you're in, if it's submissive, dominant, or sadomasochism.
Okay, I'm going to ask you this with respect to Alex, okay?
Yes.
Have you heard, in respect to BDSM, what a safe word is?
Yes.
What is a safe word?
In a BDSM relationship, a safe word is essentially, it's one of the most important parts of the relationship, I consider. It's when, in an act, when something is getting too much for you, or one of the partners, or the submissive. And a safe word is something that individual can say when it's just too much and it's time to stop.
In sexuality, first of all, with regard to Alex, what role did you play, the dominant or the submissive?
I took the role of submissive.
And in that role, did Alex and you have a safe word?
I suggested it, but we did not agree, and we did not have a safe word, no.
Why didn't you agree? What did Alex tell you with respect to not having a safe word?
He didn't prefer a safe word. He told me in our relationship that he didn't want that, essentially. It didn't play into kind of what he wanted to get out of the relationship.
And I'm going to ask you about some specific sexual acts. First of all, I'm going to ask you about wax, or what's called wax play.
Wax play is when you use a candle or a wax-like substance, and you drip or drain it onto your partner, the submissive.
Before you referred to prone, and we only discussed prone in terms of you being face down, was there another aspect to what was called prone that eventually developed in your sexual relationship with Alex?
What eventually developed with this prone position is the desire for the submissive in this role to be in a what is commonly called a chokehold, or to appear to be unconscious.
Was that something he did with you?
Yes.
Let me ask you, how is it that without a safe word, in your mind, did this connect at all with what Alex used to say to you about your flaws and vulnerability?
Yes.
Can you please explain that to us?
In an act like this, or in a sexual act without a safe word, it is hard for me as an individual to be vulnerable. I was uncomfortable with the idea of no safe word, and he demanded from me to be vulnerable in these times, and that was hard for me.
In addition to the wax and the chokehold thing you described, was there ever a time back in your relationship in January or February where Alex used a knife when having sex with you?
Yes, he had cut a pair of my pants that I had one day. It never went as far to touch or graze my skin. He just ripped through some holes that were already on my pants. And I threw them away after that.
What was your reaction to these things? The wax, the chokehold, the knife, that one occasion? What was your reaction to these?
My reaction, I was very supportive of his dominance at first. I wanted him to feel like he can express himself. And I was also exploring. With the wax, it was different and it was a bit strange for me at first, but it was fine. I found I had issues with the prone position and being in a chokehold from behind. I started to not enjoy that. It was really just not what I wanted, and I had voiced my opinion a few times. It wasn't with my alignment. The time he had cut my pants, he ripped through some holes already and he cut them. And I was a bit frustrated at the sense that, oh great, I have to throw some pants away now. But it made me a bit uncomfortable because it was so sudden and so new.
Well, let me just take you back to something you said, because I want to follow up. You said you voiced your opinion?
Yes.
What did you say to him when you voiced your opinion?
When I voiced my opinion to him, I said to him, essentially, in this prone position or in this position, that I was sore, that at times it was uncomfortable and it felt as if it was a bit bruising and constricting for me. It caused anxiety.
When you told him that you didn't like it,
Yes.
how did he respond to you?
Well, it was quite crude how he responded, but he would tell me that it wasn't fair that I had finished and he wasn't going to get his chance then.
So you're telling him you don't like this, to not do it. He's saying it's unfair, I didn't get to finish. What would happen as a, either during, after, before those conversations?
During the conversation, he would express how he thought it was unfair he didn't get to finish because he spent so much time for me. And I would just essentially not completely shut down, but just say, all right, and just let it go. Just let it happen.
So you would let him complete what he wanted to do?
Yes.
Even when you didn't feel like it?
Yes.
I'm showing you from Exhibit 697 an essay called Between Love and Obligation.
Yes.
What's the date on that?
December 3rd, 2017.
Is the typed version the same as the handwritten?
Yes.
This essay, does it begin with him talking about love and do as you will?
Yes.
And as this essay continues, does he talk about love and do as you will? I'm not going to have you read it, but is there a continued discussion about what it means?
Yes.
Does he specifically mention there is love and do as you will? Don't worry about self-control. Be excessive if you want to. There is nothing you ought to do. Anything goes.
Yes.
Did he discuss that with you?
Yes.
What did he mean by that?
What he meant by that, because there's the original love and do as you will, but when he says it, it was his way of saying, this is what I mean when I say this to you. This is what I mean when I say love and do as you will.
So in other words, in your intimate relationship with Alex, would he express a divergence from the philosophical love as you do with will to the personal love and do as you will?
Yes.
Sustain leading.
Okay, what did he express about how love and do as you will meant to him personally in your relationship?
What he told me in our relationship is that there is going to be times when he's going to take control. There's going to be times when he's demanding certain things, and love and do as you will, as he would say, is the reason why he's able to do this, because he will do as he will. It was his way of saying, I'm going to do this, and love and do as you will, he would say.
I'm showing you the sentence that's near the very end of this essay on the page that begins with the word merely.
Yes.
Can you please read that sentence?
Merely doing as one will sexually makes consent irrelevant, but merely letting another do as they will does the same.
All right, this issue about consent being irrelevant by doing as he would.
Yes.
Were you aware of this sentence in his journals before the sexual acts became, in January and February, things you were uncomfortable with?
Yes, it was a conversation we had in detail.
And how did you feel about this line about consent being irrelevant?
Well, as I was reading this essay and we're discussing, yet again, love and do as you will, I pointed it out and I told him that I felt completely the opposite of this. I come from a point of when consent is everything, like consent, 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 each step of the way. And this, for me, was a first red flag.
I'm showing you a very short essay
Yes.
called Resolution, written on January 1st, 2108.
Yes, I'm familiar.
Okay. And is the typed version the same as the handwritten version?
Yes.
All right, can you read that essay?
I need to be more selfish. My relationships have failed because I couldn't ask for what I wanted or needed. I love people who are hurting, but I am too. To find anything that will last, I need to find a way to be selfish. Oddly, I need to find resoluteness in this resolution. Selfishness needs to find a place in my values.
So as he started to take and do what he wanted sexually,
Yes.
and you were protesting,
Yes.
did you think about this essay where he had said this at all?
Yes, I had. I thought about it often.
And I'm going to show you one last essay now, and I think we're going to be done with the essays
Okay.
at that point. Now, I'm showing you, again, another essay. What's the title of this essay?
The title of this essay is Faith in Flesh, February 2nd, 2018.
And again, is the typed version the same as the handwritten version?
Yes.
And I'm going to ask you about a specific paragraph that's kind of in the middle of this essay. Can you read this paragraph?
Yes. Next, the other may demand that I not die. They may demand that I not commit self-sacrifice. This may be because they enjoy my self-mutilation, or because they refuse to carry the guilty of my guilty flesh. In both cases, my duty is to feed is complicated. For to give purely is suicide.
For to give purely is suicide, go ahead.
Violence against another, to provide for this demanding
Okay, wait.
other.
I'm sorry, I think
Did I
you
miss a
skipped line.
sentence?
One minute. For to give purely to suicide.
Can
you
involve
skipped line.
can involve a cessation of violence, but it is the obligation to not die oddly. I must commit violence against another to provide for this demanding other. This forces me to murder. In order to provide, I am doing it either way. This demanding other has taken my redeeming suicide from me and doomed me to torturous guilty.
Okay. So when you saw that Alex had written about murder in his journal, did this stand out to you in any way?
Yes, this essay did stand out to me.
Okay, I'll ask you more about that later. I'm going to go back to talking to you about Jason,
All right?
right?
Yes.
this relationship's developing with Alex,
Yes.
and as this is going on, what's going on with you and Jason?
As our relationship with Alex and I developed, the rift between me and Jason and the distance furthered. It seemed as if we were more roommates and just living together than we were girlfriend and boyfriend anymore.
What were you thinking about doing with respect to your relationship with Jason?
I was thinking about leaving, ending it, breaking up.
Now, you heard Jenna Van Zant testify before,
Yes.
and I believe that, I'm showing you what's been marked previously as exhibit number 405 and entered in evidence. Is this a copy of texts that went between you and Jenna Van Zant?
Yes.
And what did you say to Jenna Van Zant in that text?
Would you like me to read it exactly?
Or you can summarize it or read it, either way.
In summary, I was expressing that I needed more boundaries, that I was feeling mistreated, and the relationship was unhealthy. There was no communication, miscommunications, and that I need to talk to him about these things, and I might need to leave.
Well, in the beginning, you say, I'm realizing I'm finally brave enough to talk to Jason.
Yes.
To talk. Did you also refer in this to breaking up with him?
Yes. Yes.
And did you talk about how other people were telling you about your relationship with Jason?
Yes, a lot of my friendships I had at Lacy's, I would tell them examples and things that were going on between me and Jason. And my friends at the time, they were telling me that this is unhealthy and damaging and you need to get out of this.
Did you talk about him specifically name calling you?
Yes, he had called me names. In this, I said specifically, he called me retarded, one of the most offensive things to me.
Okay. Now, on this day, on February 5th, was this right before you, in fact, did break up with Jason?
I believe so, yes.
I'm just going to briefly diverge
All right.
into something else. Well, let me just say this. Eventually, did you also break up with Alex?
Yes.
Did you break up with the two of them in the same month?
Yes.
So which breakup was first?
Jason.
And how long after breaking up with Jason, approximately how long, I know you don't have a calendar, did you break up with Alex?
Not long after, a few weeks or so, maybe a month.
During this time, did you also spend some time with a fellow named John Hansen?
Yes, I had.
How did you know him?
He was my friend through Jason.
And being your friend through Jason, did you have any interest in John Hansen?
Yes, at the time I did have some interest in John Hansen.
Would the word crush express that, or what word would you use?
I had developed a crush, yes.
When Jason went out of town, well, so you were spending some time with John Hansen. Did you know of a friendship between John Hansen and Alex as well?
I was well aware of their friendship, yes.
And Phyllis, did they discuss philosophies as far as you knew?
Yes, they discussed philosophy all of the time.
Do you know if specifically they discussed a philosophy called nihilism?
Yes.
Objection, relevance.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Did they, okay, go ahead.
Yes, that was a topic all three of us had discussed together all the time.
And when discussing nihilism, what did Alex Woodworth say that it meant to him?
What Alex Woodworth expressed to me about nihilism is that it's a kind of take all. It's going against the norms of society, and it's a very, in a lot of ways, it's kind of a pessimistic nihilism. It's a very different view of life than I had at the time.
What about John? Did he express similar things to you?
Objection,
Yeah.
relevance.
I'm going to sustain that. Again, it's what's in Ms. McCandless, it's in her mind. So sustain on that.
Now, when Jason went out of town, John Hanson and you, had you done some drawings, paintings, or anything like that?
Yes, we had been hanging out quite a bit, doing art together.
When Jason went out of town, did something happen with you and John Hanson?
Yes.
What happened?
What happened between me and John is that he bought some wine for us, and I had gone over to his house to talk about what's going on between me and Jason and Alex and what's really going on. And I hadn't really eaten anything that day, and I started to drink a lot of wine. And I had ultimately become severely drunk to the point of throwing up and blacking out a few times.
Did you, so is it fair for me to say when you say blacking out a few times, do you mean that you were in and out of consciousness?
Yes.
Does it also mean that you have a hard time recovering some of what happened that evening?
Yes.
Is there something specific sexually, though, that you do recall about that evening?
Yes.
What is that?
Specifically, I remember it being dark and waking up, and I could clearly feel that I was in a sexual act, that someone was having sex with me.
Did you know who that person was?
Yes, it was John.
The next day, did John, so let me ask you this sexual act, did you resist him at all?
No, I just let it happen.
The next day, in the morning, what happened?
In the morning, he told me to go to his son's room and wait until he got up so that his roommate wouldn't suspect that I was in his bed. And
did you eventually go back home?
yes, he drove me back to my apartment.
When he drove you back to your apartment, did he come in?
Yes, he did.
And what happened once you were inside the apartment?
Once we were inside the apartment, he had said that he had to go to the bathroom. So I went upstairs to change out of my clothes from the night before, and he came into my room with me, and this is hard. He just started undoing his belt and said that I looked great, and proceeded to ask me and lead me to perform sexual acts with him.
And again, did you resist him at all?
No,
Did you tell him, no, I don't want to do this?
I didn't say much of anything, so no, I did not.
Now, after that incident with John Hanson, was it shortly after that that you left Jason's apartment and broke up with Jason?
Yes,
Where did you move when you left his apartment?
I moved to my mother's.
Who helped you move?
Alex helped me move.
Had you previously introduced Alex to your family, or at least to your mother?
A few times he met my family, yes, at Lacy's.
And had Alex also come over to the office that your mom worked in one time?
Yes, I invited him to come help peel some wallpaper from the office.
When Alex came over to your families, even after helping you move back home, was he invited back another occasion?
Yes.
And who did he spend time with on that occasion?
On that occasion, he spent time with me and my mother.
Anybody else?
Yes.
Who?
My sister and my stepdad,
And what's your stepdad's name?
James Gunnelson.
Okay. After you moved out, were you still seeing Jason at all? Well, first of all, when you moved out, was Jason in town or out of town?
He was out of town.
And were you still seeing him at all? Was he still your boyfriend?
He wasn't my boyfriend, no, but we were still texting. Things were confusing between us.
During this period, how did Jason come to know about John Hanson? Or did he come to know is, I guess, what I should say.
He did, yes.
Do you know how he came to know about it?
I do know. He had wanted to spend some time with me in Eau Claire, so he rented a hotel room for us. And after a night together, I woke up to him going through my phone. And there had been some text messages.
I just want to back up there a second. When you say your phone, was it actually a phone or a different device?
No, I never use a real phone. I always use an iPod, which I've been using for a while when I'm connected to Wi-Fi. So I'm pretty disconnected otherwise.
Okay. And in fact, there was a phone found in your car on after March 22nd when the police found that. Was that phone functional?
I don't know because I never paid the bill. I got it for just a little while for work, and then I just stopped using it altogether. So it ran out of minutes, of course, so no, it was not functional.
Okay, let me get back to this whole issue about Jason going through your iPod. What happened when he went through your iPod?
When he had gone through my iPod, there was a few text messages that were flirtatious between me and John that I had not deleted. Jason woke me up and he had screenshotted my text messages. He was pretty angry and he even broke my iPod in this anger.
And when he broke your iPod during this anger, did he do anything else to you?
Yes, during this conversation we were having, a little argument, he threw my iPod to the floor after reading these text messages to me. He pushed me down on the bed and told me I couldn't leave until this was resolved.
Did Jason place a phone call to anyone?
Yes, he had called John.
During this conversation, were you able to hear the entire conversation?
I was right with him the entire time.
Were you asked to talk to John during this conversation?
Yes.
Who asked you to do that?
Jason asked me to speak with John.
And did Jason say something to John about having sex with you?
Yes, he asked him if he had had sex with me, and John responded that he had not.
And do you know why Jason made you talk to John on the phone?
He made me speak with John on the phone so that he could listen to our conversation and see if he would change his story.
And during that conversation, did John acknowledge that he had had sex with you?
Yes.
And had you acknowledged that to Jason?
Yes.
When you talked to Jason about this,
yes.
John having sex with you,
yes.
Did you express at all that you thought it was a rape, or did you ever use that word?
No.
Did you ever use the word?
Want me to have some water?
Yeah, that's,
Okay, why don't we just hang on just a second?
of course.
What's that? Okay, go ahead.
Did you use the word assault when you talked to Jason?
It was not a word I had used. No.
After he had talked to John on the phone, did he take you over to Josh Trankler's?
Yes, he did take me to Josh Trankler's after this.
Okay, who's Josh Trankler?
He's a friend of ours, a friend we share. Yes.
What happened? I just want to make sure everybody's okay. What happened when Jason took you over to Josh Trankler's?
Well, after I had told him roughly what had happened the night between me and John, Jason got just full of rage. He was pacing and he told me he was going to do something to John, that he was going to kill John, that we needed to go somewhere to talk to somebody with a level head. So he had taken me to Josh's house.
When he got to Josh's, was Jason acting like he had a level head?
No.
What was he doing?
Jason went upstairs with Josh and he would pace downstairs and he was just pacing all over the house. He was yelling at Josh essentially, and he was very hot-headed at that time. He was very angry.
When you were downstairs, could you hear him upstairs?
Yes.
And as a result of all of this screaming and yelling that
yes.
Jason was doing, to your knowledge, how did you know that, or did you know how Josh Trankler responded?
Yes, I do. He called the police because he was concerned as what Jason might do to John.
When the police got there, did they ask to speak to you?
Yes, they did.
What did you tell them?
The police were directed to me by Jason and Josh to talk to them, and I didn't really want to talk in this place where everybody was angry and hot-headed, so they asked me if I would like to go back to the station to talk, and I said yes.
Now, you've been in court and you heard the tape of you talking to Officer Vang.
Yes,
Was everything you said on that tape true?
yes,
You also heard testimony about you talking to Detective Prock.
yes,
And essentially, in so many words, did you tell Detective Prock essentially the same things that you told Officer Vang about the sex with you and John?
yes.
Did you ever use the word assault or rape when you were talking with Detective Vang or Detective Prock?
No,
Did somebody bring up the word assault or something similar to you?
yes.
Who was that who brought that up and defined what you told them or informed you that this is an assault?
Objection relevant.
Sustained.
I would like to approach.
All right. Objection is sustained.
Actually, Judge, I withdraw the question
Okay.
after hearing from Mr. DeFeo. So, did you inform Detective Prock when you were meeting with him that you had been flirting with John?
Yes, I told them about that.
Okay. And did Detective Prock and Officer Fang give you some literature after you met with them?
Yes. Well, after I met with Vang, there were some individuals that they provided me with a folder full of pamphlets to get help and counsel during a tough time like this.
Did you go to counseling?
Yes, I did.
All right. Now, I'm going to move from talking about that to talking about the period of this happening. First of all, before this happened, where Jason was looking at your iPod.
Yes.
Did you break off with Alex before that occurred?
Yes.
Do you remember time-wise how recent it was before Jason looked at your iPod?
It was briefly before approximately.
Like a day or two, is that what you mean by briefly?
Yes.
Okay. And so I'm going to ask you some questions now about that period between
All right.
you moving back home, breaking off with Jason, then breaking off with Alex. First of all, why
Yes.
did you break off with Alex? Let me ask you that first.
I broke off with Alex because during this time there was so much going on, and he wanted my love and vulnerability, and at that time I wasn't ready for a relationship. I felt there was just so much going on. I wasn't even sure if I wanted to work on my previous relationship yet. I wasn't ready.
And during this period, what were you doing generally with your life? You said you were living with your mother, I believe,
Yes.
right? And living with your mother, were you working or what
Yes,
was
I
going
was.
on with your life?
So I moved back home with my mom, and I applied to a school that I graduated from. And I started soon after working as a paraprofessional in the kindergarten through fourth grade special education room.
And besides working, were you talking much with your Jason during that time?
Yes, I was.
What were your feelings or your thoughts about Jason during this time in March?
During this time, lots of feelings of love, from the love we had when we first started a relationship, memories from when we first started. Just being away from him made me miss him, and I was feeling again a lot of that love.
Were you texting about that?
All of the time, yes.
Was Jason reciprocating your texts?
Yes.
Did there, in the middle of March, did you go to Eau Claire and spend any time with Jason?
Yes.
Just tell us about that briefly.
I went and I spent some time with Jason. We had started sleeping with each other again and talking about possibly maybe getting counseling. thinking about all the things we had said to each other in the past, just seeing if maybe this really needed to work out because of how much we did love each other.
And when you said you started sleeping with him,
Yes.
where, did you spend some time, a couple of nights with him or anything in Eau Claire?
Yes, I spent a couple of nights with him. We got a few hotel rooms. We didn't really want to be at the apartment.
Okay. After spending a couple of nights with Jason, do you recall what time that was? Was it like the date? Do you have any memory of what the exact dates were?
I have no memory of the exact dates, no.
Okay. Did you return after spending a couple of nights to Jason's to your mother's house?
I did, yes.
And what happened when you got back to your mom's?
Well, my mom wasn't supportive of me continuing or exploring the idea of rekindling the relationship I had with Jason. And me being her child, and she was my mom, we got into an argument. Of course, I knew what I wanted, and she disagreed, so I moved out after that.
Okay. Let me ask you then about going, so did your mom feel the same way about Alex that she felt about Jason in terms of what she expressed to you?
She had some mixed feelings about Alex as well.
And when you broke up with Alex, how did you break up with him?
I regretfully broke up with him through text.
Why did you do it through text?
I did it through text because I did it in a rushed way. I just wanted to just be done with all of this drama.
Okay. We'll come back to talking about you and Alex later, but I'm going to ask you, after your mother was upset with you because you were
Yes.
seeing Jason and asked you to leave, where did you go?
I went to my dad's.
And is that your father, Joe Shane Carlin, who we saw in court?
Yes.
All right. What is your father's main employment?
He's a correctional officer.
And besides his correctional officer primary,
Yes.
does he have a do-it-yourself or secondary business that he owns?
He has a tree cutting business that I helped name when I was about 5.
Did you work with him at that tree cutting business?
All of the time, yes.
And when you worked with him, did you use knives at all?
It was a part of every day.
When he, in addition to knives and the tree cutting service, did your father, I'm going to call him your father, he's your adoptive father.
Yes, he's my father. He's my
Okay.
dad.
Did he give you or let you have other knives in your car?
Yes, he seemed to always give me one or want me to have one in different places.
There's been discussion here about the knife that you used, or the knife that was in your car that the police
Yes.
found by the side of the road, the knife that was involved in the knife fight with you and Alex. And
Yes.
was that, and how did you get that knife?
Objection, Your Honor, to
Sustained,
characterization.
argumentative.
Okay, the knife we're talking about, how
Yes.
did you get that knife?
That knife was a knife that my dad had given me. He always likes to make sure I'm prepared for every situation. So various EMT knives he would give to me to break glass. It has seatbelt cutters. He just wants me to be prepared. It had been in and out of the house. He has a few of them, yes.
And that particular knife, did you put it in your car on the morning of March 22nd?
No.
Do you know when you put it in your car?
No, it was in and out always.
Okay. What would your dad, specifically with the use of knives, what would your father tell you about that?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Judge, it goes to her say to mine, not the truth of the matter asserted. Let me rephrase
All right.
the question, maybe
Okay.
it'll be more clear. Did your father ever say anything to you about having a knife in your car specifically for defending yourself?
Objection, hearsay.
Well, it's not offered for the truth.
No.
The matter is sort of just for what is in her state of mind, so
Correct.
I'll overrule the objection.
Okay,
Yes.
what did he tell you, or what do you recall him telling you?
What I recall my dad telling me, he told me many times, and he would always tell me, when you're in a situation with an individual or if someone's attacking you, that you need to do anything and everything you can to get away, to defend yourself. And he would tell me about, you can use knives, you can scratch, you can kick, you can fight.
Were you aware that there were firearms in his house?
Well aware.
Did you know where they were located?
Always, yes, he made me aware of this.
Were you able to have access to them?
Yes,
Did you learn how to use firearms when you were young?
of course, he made sure of that.
Did you go hunting with your father?
I never hunted, but I've gone hunting many times.
Now, did you take a firearm with you when you left your father's house on the morning of March 22nd?
Absolutely not.
Why not?
All I was doing that day was going for some errands. There was no need for a weapon or a firearm or anything of that sense.
Was one of those errands that you were going to do on March 22nd, in your mind, was one of the things you wanted to do to talk to Alex?
Yes,
And so did you want to bring a gun with you to talk to Alex?
absolutely not.
Were you afraid of Alex?
No.
All right. I'm going to ask you some specific communication that you had received on the evening of March 21st. Were you sent a picture on Instagram by Jason?
Yes, I was.
And that's a picture we've seen, that's an evidence of the bathroom wall.
Yes, it is.
After you received that picture, what did you do?
Well, I wasn't happy about it.
Did you have then a voice conversation with Jason?
Yes, I did call
In
him.
addition to texting?
Yep.
And when you saw that picture, did you have some thoughts in your mind about who had written your phone number and, F me on the bathroom wall?
I had some ideas. I thought it was either a barista or maybe some of the kitchen boys, as they're called.
What do you mean by kitchen boys?
Kitchen boys, well, that's what they call the workers who work in the kitchen side of Lacy Lanes, which is called the nucleus. Just a bunch of guys.
Like cooks, chefs?
Cooks, chefs.
Did you, in your mind, did you think Alex had written it?
No.
It
Your
was,
Honor, then I'm going to object to this whole line of questioning as not being relevant.
well, the state brought this in for some reason. I think her state of mind about it
I'm
is
going to
important.
relate.
Thank you. Were you planning to mention it to Alex?
Yes, I was.
What was your intent with telling Alex about this?
My intent with telling Alex about this was just to ask him, like, how do you think they got my number? It kind of sucks that this is going on. There's a lot of drama. Do you know who might be doing it? So I could ask them that this isn't right. Can you stop, please?
All right, before, in the period of time where you were at home
Yes.
in March, were you writing any journals?
Yes, I was.
I'm showing you what's been marked as exhibit number 365.
Yes.
And what's the title of that journal?
This journal is EZRA McCandless, Silence Broken.
I'm also showing you what's been marked as 366. Is there a title on that journal?
There's no title, but it's called Journal 2.
Over what period of time were you writing these two journals?
It was a period of a couple weeks. I had been visiting someone for counseling, and they told me maybe to write down.
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Why were you writing the journals?
To express how I felt about everything.
And were you doing it specifically because you were trying to have this be part of the therapeutic process for you?
Yes.
All right. So there's been some testimony about these journals being edited on March 21st.
Yes.
Did you open the journals on March 21st?
Yes. Over the period of weeks, I had finished it a couple weeks before, but as a writer, you always open it to correct misspellings, alignment of paragraphs. Every time I open it, it adds that it's been seen or edited.
Was this journal in a format called Google Docs?
Yes.
And in Google Docs, every time you open a document, does it update the date?
It does, yes.
Okay. Did you, you've reviewed these journals, right?
Of course, yes.
And were you going to send them to a friend named Julia Post?
Yes, I had sent them to her already.
And what was the purpose of doing that?
The reason why I spent time with a few weeks before and why I had sent them to her is she's great with grammar and she's great with words, so she was helping me out. She was kind of my consult for cleaning it up.
Okay, I'm going to put this now on the Elmo. We're not going to read everything, but I'm just going to ask you in this journal what you're talking about and why, just in summary form.
All right.
So just to summarize, this part of the journal, when you're talking about moving back, it was the past summer and you had moved, where had you been before the summer you moved back with your parents?
The summer before I moved back with my parents was spent in Marinette, Wisconsin, and that's where I was starting my first year of secondary school.
Okay, so after your first year of, so secondary school for you, does that mean, are you referring to college?
Yes.
Okay, just, some people call secondary school high school, so I just
That's
wanted
true.
to clarify
College.
that. Okay, and so after your first year of college, are you telling us you'd gone back home?
Yes, I am.
All right. Now, when you went back home, did you then write in your journal about your relationship with Jason Mangle?
Yes, I did.
You used this sentence, "Months have passed between us and love had grown. It's an ancient love so powerful, it often scared both of us. I became sick and had the suspicion of what it could be." So what do you mean when you're writing in those passages?
What I mean by, as I said in there, an ancient love so powerful. Many times between me and Jason, our own philosophical discussions, we talk about past loves, being old spirit. We both consider ourselves, even though I'm young, to be very, very old spirits. So,
Is that expression people use sometimes, oh, he or she's an old soul?
yeah, all the time, all
Okay.
the time. He would describe me as his old soul. So, as saying that this love, this passion, this love, it was just, we felt so much love and so much in common with each other right away that's just how I express that.
In the essay, did you go on to talk about your abortion?
Yes, I had.
And did you express how the abortion impacted your relationship with Jason Mango?
I expressed how it impacted us greatly, yes.
Okay. And did you then write in this journal about after, you said in this journal that you became, I think the word is, a husk of a woman.
Yes.
And what did you mean by that?
What I meant by that is after the operation and after everything that had happened, I felt like a part of myself had been taken away. I felt hollow inside.
You then start talking about two individuals invading your empty mind,
Yes.
dragging you down a rabbit hole, told what ideas to follow, masks you should wear. Can you explain what you meant when you wrote about that?
Yes. So during this incredible, vulnerable time when I had terminated my pregnancy, the two dominant voices I'm speaking of here were friends, Alex and John Hansen. I was talking about in this how during my vulnerable state, I was being told kind of how to feel, how to get over things, what to do, just kind of how to, I describe it as a mask, just kind of how to move past this in ways they thought might help or what I should do, they thought.
So this is your feelings then, but as you were going through this, you talked about developing feelings of love for Alex.
Yes.
So in here you're expressing it completely differently.
Yes.
Why the difference?
The difference is coming out of the relationship.
I don't want you to look at this, I just want
Okay.
you to talk about how you feel.
All right, so coming out of the relationship, in that relationship, I felt all of this love and this warmth and listening to him and him telling me what I should do and what I should think, essentially. In that moment, all I felt was that love. That's all I could notice. And then being completely removed from a relationship, and from that relationship, I noticed all of the red flags or things that really didn't fit right with me, and that it's opposite now because I'm expressing what I had ignored because of love.
Let me ask you this. Okay?
Yes.
In this,
Yes.
without putting on the screen, you wrote, I was an object even called a fetish, and that it horrified you to be described as a fetish. Can you tell me what you mean by that?
What I meant by that in this essay, or journal as you can call it, was that the person I had loved at that time, where instead of just being me and wanting to be seen as me, they started to express how I was a fetish to them, how I identified, how I looked, what they wanted from me. Instead of essentially being, as a McCandless, the person, I was just the want, the fetish, the sexual aspects.
Is that how you felt at that time in your relationship with Alex?
Yes.
And you talk about what happened with John and vomiting and
Yes.
fears. And then you also then talked to that you had turned to your other friend for advice and concerns.
Yes.
And what do you mean by that, you had turned to your other friend? What were you writing about?
I had talked about in there turning to my other friend being Alex about what had happened between me and John.
And you said that when you turned to Alex, you wrote, you said, guilt towards our friendship only to once again for it to turn to his desires of making me the boy he wanted. What did you mean by that?
When what had happened between me and John had happened, I quickly, shortly after I went to go talk to Alex, I told him my fears about what had happened, the confusion, the kind of the betrayal aspect of it. And during that time when I went over to his house to see him, he just kind of told me, well, I can make you forget it. You can sleep with me. We can spend some time together. Let me make you forget.
What you wrote in your journal after that was, quote, it was painful and I often said stop.
Yes.
I can't, and then you wrote bit, but I think you mean but he would then
Yes.
change the position and proceed to say I'm fine and just too sensitive. Earlier you talked about your sex with Alex, talking about you're fine,
Yes.
that he should finish. Is that what you're referring to in this journal?
Yes, and I was referring to, yes, the sensitive, feeling bruised. I was referring to that, yes.
And at the end of the journal, you have a section called What is Next?
Yes.
What are you talking about in the What is Next section? Do you need me to put it up on the screen for you to refresh your memory?
Sure.
Okay. Just put that section. Okay, so just, again, I don't want you to read the whole thing, but,
I'm refreshed, yes.
okay, so let me ask you this. When you're talking about this in this section, about what is next, what are you talking about in this journal?
What I'm talking about in this journal, there was sections of this in this journal going through my relationship, my loves I had had, and in this what is next is I was writing about like, what am I going to do next? What can I become? I felt that my opportunities are endless. I can keep pursuing the career I want. Very inspired by a conversation I had with my father and how I can take a course of action for myself. I can become who I am.
When you said I betrayed the one I love in many ways and felt nothing but regret and pain, knowing how far I lost myself, you put that in there specifically.
Yes, I had.
And were you talking about how you were going to change that, or what were you talking about?
What I was talking about that, not that I was going to change the betrayal and the feelings of guilt, is that just acknowledging that this had happened. I'm not going to hide from what I had done. And I acknowledge the fact that my partner at that time was deeply hurt, and I can recognize that and acknowledge it.
You ended this with writing, I cannot hurt myself anymore. I cannot hurt the ones I love.
Yes.
I can become EZRA McCandless again. I am worth it. What did you mean by that?
What I meant by that is there was so much going on in the past months. There was drama, there was loss, and there was pain, and there was love. And I've stepped back And I recognize all of it. I recognize that I am worth it as a person. I can be what I want to be. I can do what I want to do. As in career-wise, as an artist, I can just express myself and embrace that it's time for a change.
Let me ask one thing. In this journal, and I'm trying to find the line,
Yes.
and I think Mr. Okay. The part about what is next, you talked about being inspired by your dad. Did you write the whole paragraph, what is next, or was that just a feeling you're having? I'm a little confused. The whole paragraph at the end, what is next?
Yes, I wrote it, yes.
I know you wrote it, but did you
Yes.
write that whole paragraph that night, or did you
No,
write it?
no,
early?
it kind of corroborated the fact that I can do this. I am worth it. He helped me embrace that feeling more with our talks.
Okay. And you also, and I'm not going to dwell on it, but you also
Yes.
wrote what's called Journal 2.
Yes.
What's Journal 2? What are you writing about in Journal 2?
In Journal 2, it was more of a reflection of the guilt, the pain, the relationship issues I had had. It was also, it was kind of disconnecting myself from another in a relationship and looking at that, reflecting on that and how I felt about that at that time.
Is that Journal 2 much more specific to your relationship with Alex Woodward?
Yes.
Okay. And again, you end that with saying, I do not discount my part in the abuse. I do not feel innocent. Are you referring also with Jason when you say I do not feel innocent? Who are you referring to?
I'm referring to all of it, to Jason, to all of my relationships at the time.
Okay.
My mother, my father.
Are you feeling that you're taking responsibility, or?
Yes, very much so.
Is that a theme in therapy? Was your, you know,
Yes.
that,
Objection.
Sustained.
were you wanting during this period of time to take responsibility for your own actions?
Very much so. I wasn't running from anything I've ever done. I was taking responsibility for my actions, and even if I didn't want to look at all of the ugly parts, I was going to do it because I have a responsibility to grow as a person, and that's a big step of that.
You ended that essay with, I know I can be human, I know I can be free, I know I can love, I know I can only strive to never do this again. What did you mean by that?
What I meant by that is to be more aware, to be more conscious of my relationships. What I meant by that is I can be human, I can express myself. I'm not hiding, and I'm not, essentially that was mostly about cheating and leaving someone for certain reasons.
Now, after you, did you send those journals to Jason Mengel?
Yes.
Did you want to show your journals to Alex and John?
Yes.
Objection, hearsay, or I'm sorry, meeting.
I'm sorry, what?
Was there,
Meeting.
okay,
Okay,
besides,
sustained.
let me just rephrase the question. Besides giving the journals to Jason and Julia Post, did you want to go show these journals to anybody in person?
Yes, I wanted to discuss these in person and talk about it and show them. Yes.
Who did you want to show these journals in person to?
Alex and John, they're integral parts of the journal, so I thought they should be shown.
And of those two people,
Yes.
who was more important for you to do that with?
Alex.
Did you bring physical copies, or were you just going to look at it on your phone, or what were you going to do?
I didn't bring any physical copies. I have it always loaded up on my notes and in my Google, so there's really, if I want to read it to him or if I want to look at it, I can just pull it up.
So on the morning of March 22nd, did you come into town?
Yes, I did.
And when you came into town,
Yes.
I'm going to ask you about coming into town that day, all right?
Yes.
Okay. going to show you what's been previously admitted to evidence as Exhibit 424. Can you see this from where you are?
Yes, I can see this.
Okay. This is called the timeline of events on March 22nd. Do you remember this?
Yes, I do remember
All right.
this.
So when you first came into town, where did you go first when you drove into town?
First, when I drove into town, I went over to Alex's to see if he was even home yet. Or
What
he
happened
was
when
home.
you got there?
I knocked on the door, and nobody answered at all.
So when nobody answered, what did you do?
Just go to Racy's, continue on my day.
When you left there, I think you're saying you went to Racy's. What did you do when
Yes.
you got to Racy's?
When I got to Racy's, I got my favorite drink, a mocha,
Okay.
and I noticed my friend Max.
Before noticing Max, was Jason Mangle at Racy's?
Yes, he was out front smoking his usual cigarette, so we just kind of exchanged some quick words. It was brief.
Okay. You go in, you've seen the tape, you going in.
Yes,
buying
I
it.
have.
Okay. Then you walk up to the, what do you call that, the counter? Is
The bar,
The bar, the coffee bar?
coffee bar.
Okay, not a bar.
No.
Okay. So you walked up to the coffee bar, and I think you were
Yes.
just saying you talked to Max.
Yes.
What was your conversation about Max?
Well, after I got my coffee with Max, I was just like, hey, I've got the painting I would like to give you in my car. I'm in town today doing some errands. I was wondering if you'd want to do the art swap now.
Okay. So had you put the painting in your car, when you say you were in town to do errands, was that one of the errands that you were hoping to do on that day?
Yes.
So apparently, was it your original plan, first you'll talk to Alex and then you'll then you'll talk to Max and exchange
Yes.
paintings?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
Okay, I'll rephrase that. What was your plan when you were coming in for the order in which you were planning to do things on that day?
Yes. So that day, first I was going to, well, I gathered my things and I put my painting in the car and I was going to go talk to Alex and get that done for the day, and then I was going to go to Racy's and see if I could find Max and do the paint swap, and then I was going to see, before I had to go home to watch my little brother now, I was going to switch over. I had a change of a mail address that needed to be handled.
Okay. So after seeing Max, what did you do?
After seeing Max, he was pretty excited that I had the painting for him, and he had this painting he described to me as a cosmic goat that I would really like, so we exchanged those paintings.
And during this period, there's a picture of your car at Racy's and then returning
Yes.
to Racy's. So what did
Yes.
you do after seeing Max?
After seeing Max...
Or after going to Max's house?
Oh, after going to Max's house, we talked for a little bit. He went inside, grabbed his paintings. We came back to Racy's, and I dropped him off, gave him a hug.
Did you tell Max what your plan was?
Yes.
After you were seeing him?
Yes.
What did you tell him?
I told him that I wanted to go over to Alex's house. There was a lot I have to talk about with everybody, and I definitely wanted to talk to him today.
All right. So, let me just ask, why did you only have a brief exchange that morning with Jason when you saw him?
When I saw him, he seemed kind of occupied. I thought he was busy.
All right. Was that unusual to you?
No.
Okay.
We've had many times where we just pass.
When you left Racy's,
Yes.
after seeing, I think that at least they have your return to Racy's here at 11:13, right? Did you
Yeah.
stay at Racy's very long after you dropped Max off again?
No, I think I went to the bathroom and got ready to go.
And after using the bathroom, where did you go?
To Alex's.
Same route as before? Do you know the route you took?
I take a couple routes to get to Alex's. It was probably the one I take usually, just right over.
Okay. And when you got to Alex's house, what did you do?
When I got to Alex's house, I parked my car in the driveway, I left it running, and I grabbed his heating pad and such, and I went up to the door and I knocked on it.
All right, let me ask you about the heating pad. Why did you have a heating pad with you?
I had a heating pad because I had some really awful menstrual cramps, and I was like complaining about it one day, and he's like, oh, here's a heating pad I never use, why don't you use it?
But specifically, maybe my question wasn't clear. Why on that day did you have the heating pad in the car with you, and why did you take it out to
Yes.
Alex's house? That's what I'm going to ask.
So when talking to an ex, it can always be awkward. It was my way of kind of having an icebreaker, a buffer to start a conversation.
Were you planning to do something with the heating pad?
Give it back to him, yes.
Were you also planning to retrieve anything from his house?
Yes, I was hoping that he still had a few clothing items, and possibly I left an antique cup there that I really liked.
I think last week it was mentioned that The Little Prince, had he ever given you a book, The Little Prince?
He had given me 2 Little Princes.
What was the difference between the two of them?
The difference between the 2 Little Princes is that one was a kind of, I call it a children's style book. So it was in English, and it was wide and large. And the other Little Prince he had given to me was a smaller version, and it was in French.
Had you brought one of those copies previously back to Lacy's?
Yes, I had.
Do you remember which one it was?
It was the large child's version, as I would call it.
So you go to Alex's house, you ring the bell. Are you afraid of him?
No.
What happens after you ring the bell?
I knock on the door, and
Oh, you knocked on the door, not ring the bell? Okay.
yeah,
Okay.
no bell.
Okay.
I knock on the door, and I hear some kind of shuffling around, and I noticed his roommate kind of comes down the stairs and pops his head in, and then he's gone.
When you say his roommate, was this anyone you had ever met before?
We hadn't met, but I had seen him plenty of times. It was Dave.
Had you ever really talked to him though?
No.
All right, so he popped his head, and then what did he do after popping his head? that
Kind
you
of,
could see?
well, I seen that he just kind of seemed like he went and got Alex, and then he just kind of scurried off somewhere.
Was Dave Stoiting dressed when he came to the door?
No.
Okay. You said you thought he got Alex. Why did you think that?
Because Alex came down shortly after.
And when Alex came down to the door, what happened?
Alex looked a little surprised to see me, and I said hi, and I was like, I have the heating pad and stuff for you. And he took it, and he was like, do you want to talk? And it was a quick exchange of words before we went upstairs.
When you were going to see Alex,
Yes.
what are the things that you wanted to do or accomplish in having a conversation with him?
What I wanted to accomplish in having a conversation with Alex is that I abruptly broke off our relationship, which I felt was unfair. I thought it was immature, the fact I did it over text, first off. I just wanted to make sure he was okay and how he felt, and I just felt that he had the right to express himself fully about how he felt our relationship was going, how things ended. Just wanted to check in with him.
Did you also want to talk to him at all about
But
John or anything like that?
Yes, I wanted to, I knew that because he was close friends with John that I wanted to ask him about, it was an apology actually. I was like, I'm sorry if you have to talk to any investigators. I know this situation's uncomfortable. And I wanted to share to him about my counseling and writing I've been doing since it.
So with all of these purposes in mind, you go up,
Yes.
you go inside with Alex. Where do you and Alex go?
We go to our usual spot, which is his bedroom. And I sit on his bed and he's kind of milling about his room. And then he sits next to me and we start talking.
Are you afraid of him at this time?
No.
What were you and Alex talking about?
Well, first I said my apology about, I'm sorry that if you're uncomfortable because of you might have to talk to an investigator, there's things going on. I also mentioned I seen a photo with my name and not my name, but my number and some crude words. Do you have any ideas who might be doing this?
Are you referring to the Lacy's bathroom hall?
Yes, I'm referring to the Lacy's bathroom hall.
Okay, and so you tell him those things?
Yes.
And how does the conversation proceed from there?
The conversation proceeded from there. I was a bit tearful because I was expressing to him about how upset I was about what had happened and how I had been seeing some help about this and how I was expressing myself, kind of writing, and I was telling him roughly how I felt.
Had you brought a knife into the room?
No.
There was some testimony that I think Jason Mangel said he noticed a knife in the room when he got there. Was that something you had brought into the room?
Hold on.
I don't believe there was any such testimony, number one.
I don't recall any testimony to that
Oh,
effect.
okay, maybe that's a mistake. Did you bring a knife in the room with you at all?
No.
Okay, or, why not?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled, you can answer.
Thanks. Why didn't you bring a knife up there with you?
Well, I didn't bring a knife up there because we were talking, we were spending time together. I don't see any reason for a knife at all.
All right. Did you, do you know how long this conversation was going on?
I never wear a watch. I'm bad at keeping track of time. So no, I don't.
At some point, as you're having this conversation, let me ask, what's the tone of the conversation between you and Alex as you're having this conversation in
The
this room?
tone of our conversation was somber, very solemn between us. We were both pretty quiet and soft-spoken, and it was just a gentle conversation at that point.
And I think, did there's come a time where something interrupted that conversation?
Yes.
All right. Judge, do you want to take a lunch break now? or-
Well, I'm just kind of waiting to hear whether there's food. I'd like to go up until we're ready for the jury. We don't have any word yet, so as soon as we get word,
Okay,
we're going to break here real soon.
all right. All right. I asked you about an interruption, and
Yes.
and you said there was an interruption.
Yes.
What did you hear that made you realize that somebody else was there?
What made me realize someone else was there is that I heard a ringtone very loudly, not far outside of the room we were in. I was like surprised by that, kind of taken back.
I think I forgot to ask you this. What had you done with your car when you had gotten over to Alex's house?
I left it running.
Why?
I often leave my car running because it's, I don't take care of my car like I should, and there's some times when if I don't leave it running for periods of time, it will just not start again, and I also didn't really think I was gonna be there that long.
Were you afraid because your car's running, somebody might steal it?
No,
Okay.
it's an ugly car.
When you heard the ringtone, were you saying anything to the Alex about having Jason help him?
No,
Were you saying let him help you at all?
no,
Was Jason invited to come into the house?
no, he just let himself in.
All right, so had you heard a knock at the door or the bell ring or anything like that?
No, I didn't even know the door had opened, he just kind of burst in.
Were you surprised, or let me rephrase that, what was your feeling or your emotion when you heard Jason's ringtone?
I was surprised and just kind of, it shocked me. I was like, why did he just let himself in? Like, what's going on?
And when Jason all of a sudden shows up on the scene,
Yes,
was there any change that you saw in Alex's demeanor?
yes.
Why don't you tell us what that was?
After Jason just let himself into Alex's home, I could tell that Alex, he was no longer sitting next to me like he was. He stood up and he was very, I call it being bristled, but he seemed on edge.
What conversation took place with Jason, you, and Alex in the room?
Jason kind of burst into the room and he was just using his hands a lot and he was saying, "What's going on? Is everybody okay?" And he was talking and I kind of stepped in and I said, "Everything's fine, we're just talking." And trying to calm him down, I said, "We're fine, we can talk in a public place."
Who suggested public place?
Kind of all did. We came to this conclusion that we should go somewhere public.
But was there something to be afraid of that was going to happen in the bedroom?
No?
Were you concerned about what Jason might think that you were in Alex's bedroom?
Yes.
And what was that about?
I knew that he'd probably jump to the conclusion, because that was our place where we talked, that he would assume that I had decided to sleep with him that day.
Had you decided to sleep with Alex on that day?
No.
So after this conversation with Jason, and again, is Alex showing any other reaction or any other part of that conversation?
He's as I said, bristled. He's frustrated. He's a little, he started to get quiet, and I always see that as a sign that Alex isn't particularly very happy.
Who left the room first?
Jason.
After Jason left, what did you and Alex do?
I kind of looked at him and I said, well, I guess we both kind of were like, I guess we should go somewhere to talk.
All right. So did you and Alex leave the room?
Yes.
Where did you go?
We went downstairs and outside.
When you get downstairs and outside, what's going on?
I was so confused to see that there were police vehicles there. And Jason
Did you
was...
call the police?
No.
All right. At the time, did you know how the police happened to be there?
No, that's why it took me by surprise so much that all of a sudden there's these 2 police vehicles, there's police officers. I was just like, what's going on?
Did the police officers come and talk to you at all?
Yes, they did.
Do you remember anything about that conversation?
I do, yes.
What do you recall?
I remember the usual police contact. They asked for my license and my name. They asked if everything was fine, and I said, yeah, we're going somewhere public to speak. Everything's fine. I had no concerns.
How long did you talk with the police for?
It wasn't very long, no.
And when you were talking with the police, was there anything worrisome to you?
No.
After the police left, were there any words exchanged between you and Jason or Jason and Alex at all?
Yes, I had said a few things to Jason. We talked before we got in the car and I talked to Jason before he rode off on his bike, and then I got back in the car and we left.
I'm going to ask you some questions about what you were wearing on that day.
All right.
How were you dressed that day?
That day I was more layered and casual. I wasn't planning on dressing up because I had errands to run.
Okay. Aside from underwear, what was the first layer on top against your skin? What was your first layer next to your
From
skin?
top down. So on top. My first layer was a yellow tiger shirt I have.
Is that the t-shirt we saw on the screen before?
Yes.
And on top, what was the next layer that you had on?
Was my favorite button up, which seems to have, it looks like dots, but they're little plants. It's a blue button up.
I hate to ask you an embarrassing question, but were you wearing underwear under your clothes that day?
No.
Okay. So you had no underwear on, no? All right.
No.
And after the blue button-up shirt, was that common for you to not wear underwear under your clothing?
Yes, I had tights on, so that kind of what I thought counted it as underwear.
And a bra, is it common for you to not wear a bra?
Yes.
Okay. So, all right, let's go back. I want to go back to the top garment. So I think we've talked about the t-shirt, the button-up.
Yes.
After the button-up, what was the next thing you had on over that?
The next thing I had on over that was my gold sweater.
Okay. And is that the gold sweater we've seen the pictures of?
Yes.
Sometimes looks gold, sometimes looks brown?
Yes, it looks brown, but it's gold.
Okay. And after the gold sweater, what did you have on top of that?
I have this very large, it's a flannel, it's very large on me, so I kind of use it as a coat or an overcoat.
Okay. Anything else on your top half of your body?
Well, around my waist I kind of had another sweater kind of tied loosely. It's like a long sweater.
Do you know what color that was?
It was kind of goldish.
Okay. All right, let's talk about the bottom half of your body.
Yes.
I think you mentioned tights?
Yes.
Were those the tights we've seen the pictures of?
Yes, my knit tights.
And on top of the tights, what did you have?
I had what's been called as mom jeans, but some light wash, high-waisted pants.
Okay.
Okay, is this a good spot?
Let me just
Right.
ask what she had on her feet, and then we can
Okay,
finish
get
this.
through all the layers and we're good.
Yeah,
for
okay.
lunch. Okay.
Were you wearing shoes on that day?
Yes, I had my work boots on.
Okay. That's it.
Okay, all right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break for...
Alex are now,
Yes.
all right. Whose car were you in?
My car.
Who was driving?
I was driving.
When you left Alex's car, did you go to drive, Alex's car, excuse me, your car, Alex's
Yes.
house? Sorry, I'm talking too fast. Did you go to drive anywhere in particular?
No.
What was your intentions?
it was briefly discussed about maybe possibly going to a park or just somewhere in common to speak. We didn't settle on something.
As you were driving, were you paying much attention to where you were going?
No, just driving.
What was the subject of the conversation between you and Alex as you're leaving his house and starting to drive?
What we had started talking about is like feelings towards the relationship we had had, and he started to now speak about how he felt about my relationship with Jason and how he felt about our relationship ending.
What was Alice's mood or demeanor during this conversation?
Alex was very solemn and he seemed frustrated.
As he was talking and you were talking,
All right, chat. So we are going to be continuing this tomorrow. The rest of Ezra's testimony. This was a very wild testimony. It was very interesting. And yeah, I think it is very wild indeed. It was very nice to watch it with all of you all. We'll see you tomorrow. And yes, I'll see you in the garden. Take care, everybody. Have a good evening.